Castro's headquarters early in February 1957. Plans were drawn up to ensure that a continuing supply of men and guns would be sent up to the mountains and that the propaganda war would not be neglected. Pays returned later in the month with Herbert Matthews, veteran foreign correspondent of the New York Times, who sent news to the outside world of the existence of the rebel army. Matthews's experiences went back to the Italian invasion of Abyssinia in 1936 and to the Spanish Civil War, and he now told readers of the New York Times of the war in the rugged, almost impenetrable fastnesses of the Sierra Maestra, where Fidel Castro, the rebel leader of Cuba's youth, is alive and fighting hard and successfully. 10 As in the 19th century, the Cubans were well aware of the need to secure the support of the North American press, and Matthews's reports helped create a lasting image, both in Cuba and abroad, of a charismatic and invincible leader. The personality of the man is overpowering. It is easy to see that his men adored him and also to see why he has caught the imagination of the youth of Cuba all over the island. Here was an educated, dedicated fanatic, a man of ideals, of courage, and of remarkable qualities of leadership. Matthews would later describe him as the most remarkable and romantic figure in Cuban history since José Martí Starr. Pays and Matthews arrived in the Sierra with several members of the movement's urban leadership, including Faustino Pérez Hernández, who had been on the Granma and subsequently been organizing in Havana, and Haydí Santamaría, a veteran of Moneda. This Fidelista nucleus held detailed discussions with Castro after Matthews had left. They made plans to strengthen the existing guerrilla force, to expand its operations into fresh areas and to form an urban militia in each Cuban province. On the political front, they agreed to organize a civic resistance movement on a national scale, to secure the support of both workers and middle-class professionals, and to prepare for a revolutionary general strike to bring down the government. 11 Such a movement was established in Havana, headed by Enrique Oltiski, and it drew in the existing supporters of the July 2 6 movement together with middle-class ortodoxos like Raúl Chivas. The seeds were sown for the significant division, affecting policy, strategy, and tactics, that would eventually arise between the rebels in the Sierra and the activists in the cities. Castro's rebellion was heir to the splits within the independence movement of the 19th century. The political demands of the guerrillas in the Sierra undoubtedly became more radical as the months passed. With Che Guevara now an increasingly indispensable guerrilla leader, so his political influence began to grow. Yet his hostility to imperialism, and to the government of the United States, was not shared by many leaders of the urban network, who retained the traditionally pro-American view of Cuba's middle class, and indeed hoped for American support against Batista. 12 Frank Pays was now the acknowledged leader of the movement outside the Sierra, with wide-ranging responsibilities. Born into a Christian Baptist family in Santiago in 1930, Pays had once planned to be a schoolteacher, but Batista's coup in 1952 had turned him into a full-time resistance activist. First with his own group and then, after 1955, as the chief of action and sabotage of the movement in Orient, he was an inspirational organizer and political fixer. He had met Castro for the first time in Mexico in August 1956, and together they had planned the uprising in Santiago designed to coincide with the Granada landing. In 1957, with Castro isolated in the hills, Pays's efforts to secure weapons and ammunition, as well as food and medicine, were essential for the guerrilla's survival. Pays was also responsible for channeling journalists into the Sierra to report on the war. As the police repression increased in the cities, his task became ever more difficult and dangerous. 13 As important as organizing the logistics of a guerrilla war was the political need to secure a measure of agreement among the various opposition movements to Batista's rule. These were divided between the old political parties, who hoped for an eventual electoral outcome, or possibly a military coup, and those from the younger generation who supported armed resistance. The ortodoxos and the auténticos, and their various splits and subgroups, had lit appeal for the young, but they tied up a number of political cadres with organizational capacity and experience, and they had access to considerable sums of money. Former President Prio Socarrás, in exile in Miami, was himself anxious to return to power, and he gave money both to Castro and to other groups in the hope that armed actions might speed up the dictator's overthrow. Grouped with the old PAM's asterisk, and distrusted by the youthful supporters of the July 26 movement, was the Partido Socialista Popular, PSP, the Cuban Communist Party, led since the purges in 1934 by its Secretary-General Bias Roca, the shoemaker from Manzanillo, and its president Juan Maranello. Its entire leadership had been prominent in politics since that time, and much of the antipathy they aroused within the movement went back to the period when revolutionary students kept themselves apart from party loyalties, and distrust for foreign and Jewish agitators was rife on the left as well as the right. The political program of the Communists had always been radical, they had considerable support among workers and blacks, they attracted many intellectuals, but they were simply not trusted politically by groups on the left that came from other traditions. Like the more conservative parties, the PSP had always been hostile to armed action, and was particularly averse, recalling its differences with Antonio Guterres during the Revolution of 1933, to the kind of sabotage and subversion, let alone guerrilla war, advocated by the July 26 movement. That was not the communist style. Well rooted in the Cuban working class, the PSP was disdained and distrusted by much of the middle class. Radicals disliked it because of its remembered role in 1933, and because of its collaboration with Batista at intervals over the previous 20 years. The anti-communist atmosphere of the Cold War era had also worked against it. Communist leaders over the years had been clever and sophisticated political operators, negotiating with power whenever the opportunity arose and opposing the old liberal tradition of organizing an armed revolt whenever thwarted. Given these repeated liberal failures, theirs was an honorable and modem position, suited for the 20th century, and they had not been short of arguments to support it, yet many thought their stand had been weak and ineffective. The Communists had supported the Great Strike against Machado in 1933, but had second thoughts when they thought that his overthrow might provoke a U.S. invasion. They had participated in the strike against Mendieta in 1935, but were accused of joining in too late. They had warmed towards Batista in 1937, when, after years of operating illegally, he had allowed them to organize as an ordinary political party. In 1938 they had started to publish a daily paper, Hoy, edited by Aníbal Escalante, and had soon become Batista*'s closest ally. The communist-dominated Labor Confederation, the Confederación de Trabajadores de Cuba, CTC, had collaborated with the Ministry of Labor. Two communists, Juan Maranello and Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, had entered Batista's cabinet in 1942, while Lázaro Pina, the black leader of the Tobacco Workers' Union, had been in close attendance. The alliance with Batista had not survived into the post-war years, and the communists were purged from the labor movement in 1947, but the memory of their collaboration lived on. The fact that Eusebio Mujal, the anti-communist leader of the CTC who collaborated with Batista throughout the 1950s, was himself a former communist did nothing for the reputation of the party. The communist response to Batista's coup in 1952 was, at best, ambiguous, and the leadership had denounced Castro's attack on Moneda as a putsch. Technically the description might be considered correct, but the analysis did not endear the party to Castro's supporters. By 1957 the party's leadership had publicly opposed Batista's government, but Maranello still dreamed of a popular front that would organize strikes and demonstrations, and participate in elections, and the party remained hostile to groups supporting a strategy of armed insurrection. Of these, the July 26 movement was the most well-known, but it had at least three important rivals in towns and cities across Cuba that had been organizing against the dictatorship in the years since Batista's coup. One of them, the Movimiento Nacional Revolucionario, MNR, led by Rafael García Barchena, a philosophy lecturer who had been a prominent student leader in the 1930s, had had considerable early support from the professional classes. The MNR had tried, albeit unsuccessfully, to attack a military base in Havana on Easter Sunday 1953, a few months before Moneda and Garda Barchena had been imprisoned. MNR supporters had included Faustino Perez and Enrique Oltiski, who both subsequently joined the July 26 movement, as did Armando Hart Davalos, a lawyer who was to marry Haiti Santamaria. A second group, the Organization Auténtica, OA, funded by Prio Socarrás, was the armed wing of the Auténticos. They had organized a small guerrilla force, also trained by Alberto Bayo in Mexico, that landed in Orient to the east of Mayari in May 1957. Denounced to the army by local peasants, few of them had survived. 14 Prio's hope of backing an alternative to Castro died with them. The guerrillas of the Auténticos had worked closely with the third group, led by José Antonio Echeverría, that emerged out of the Federation of University Students, FU, in Havana. A talented orator and organizer, Echeverría was an Auténtico supporter, younger than Castro, who represented a strand in Cuba's revolutionary tradition more akin to the ABC, the fascistic student organization of the 1930s. Echeverría had formed a clandestine Directorio Revolucionario Estudiantil, DRE, a terrorist organization dedicated to assassination and sabotage, whose name was designed to recall the Directorio of the 1930s. He had met Castro twice in Mexico in 1956 to examine ways in which the Directorio might cooperate with the July 26 movement, but the two men had not seen eye to eye. Castro's dislike of Echeverría's urban terrorists was reinforced when they refused to support the Granma landing. They had schemes of their own. I-60. Together with the Organization Auténtica, the Directorio worked on a plan to seize the presidential palace in Havana and to assassinate Batista. In March 1957, two groups of 150 men fought their way into the building, while Echeverría seized control of the main radio station. Their brave but ill-conceived putsch ended in disaster. The attackers secured entry to the palace, but were unable to locate Batista, and most were shot during the raid. Unaware of what had happened, Echeverría announced from the captured radio studio that the president was dead, and called for a general strike. Someone had turned a switch, and his words were not broadcast. As he returned to the university buildings in Vedado, his car crashed into a police patrol car and he was killed in an exchange of fire. 15 Echeverría was replaced as leader of the Directorio by Forcoman Mediavilla, formerly its military commander and later a minister in Castro's government. The drama of the palace raid gave Echeverría a place in Cuba's list of martyrs, but it weakened the Directorio's organization and led to a strengthening of the repression. Castro's rivals had all been severely weakened or destroyed by the middle of 1957, and his tiny guerrilla army in the Sierra, still with only 100 men in May, was now the only viable insurgent force on the island. An attack was launched at the end of May on a remote military garrison, at El Lluvero on Orient's southern coast, and although men died on both sides, it was a timely propaganda victory for the July 26 movement, revealing that its guerrilla force was still in the field. Just as the rebels of the 19th century had kept in touch with representatives of the United States, so too did the revolutionaries of the 1950s. Frank País held regular meetings in 1957 with the U.S. consulate in Santiago, and was sometimes joined by Armando Hart and Haiti Santamaria, as well as by Vilma Espin, the daughter of the Bacardi Rum Company's lawyer in the city, who had studied engineering in the United States at MIT and been a messenger for the Castro brothers in Mexico in 1956. One CIA desk officer noted that my staff and I were all Fidelistas. One of the topics discussed was American concern about the country's future stability. País told Castro, in a refrain common from Cuban history, of the American tear that Cuba would become another Haiti, a reflection not so much of the old 19th century racist preoccupation with the emergence of another black-ruled state in the Caribbean, as of the prospect of Cuba imitating Haiti's chronic instability. The relationship with the U.S. consulate may have persuaded País of the need to make contact with the civilian politicians of the Ortodoxo Party, and he dispatched Haiti Santamaria to Havana to see if they could be brought on board the frail bark of the July 26 movement. Her discussions bore fruit, and Paz brought a group of them to the Sierra in July to discuss with Castro their future relationship with the movement. They included Raúl Chibas, Felipe Pazos, the former head of the Cuban National Bank and a veteran of the Student Revolution of the 1930s, Roberto Agramonte, the son of the leader of the Ortodoxos, and Enrique Barroza from the party's youth wing. Together with Castro, the group of Ortodoxos hammered out a manifesto, the Pact of the Sierra, that called for a civic revolutionary front to force Batista from power and to hold fresh elections. Photographs of Castro with these prominent politicians soon appeared in Havana magazines, a publicity coup comparable with that caused by the visit of Herbert Matthews 6 months earlier. This was Frank Paz's last coup. On returning from the Sierra, he was gunned down on the streets of Santiago at the end of the month. A huge funeral demonstration in the city was followed by a general strike that lasted for 5 days and spread from Santiago to much of the island. The death of Paz was a serious blow to the July 26 movement, but a number of initiatives were already in train. An attempt to stage a naval coup was made in Cienfuegos in September, organized by a group of young officers led by Dionisio San Roman, and coordinated with Emilio Aragons, the movement's organizer in the town. This was a well-organized and far-reaching conspiracy with connections in other naval ports. The rebels secured the naval base and held much of the town for a day, but a fierce counterattack by Batista forces, equipped with weapons recently supplied by the United States, was eventually successful. Aragons managed to escape, but San Roman was captured, tortured, and killed. The student Directorio was also active again, and a guerrilla group led by Forcoman landed on the north coast near Nuevitas in February 1958, and made its way south to the hills of the Escambre above Trinidad. They found the going rough and soon retreated to Havana, although other groups of independent guerrillas were able to remain in operation in the zone. Castro's guerrillas in the Sierra Maestra now felt confident enough to extend their operations, and Raúl Castro left the main camp in March with 65 men to establish a second front in the Sierra Crystal, on the Orient's north coast. Juan Almeida opened a third front to the north of Santiago in the same month. Early in 1958 the Communist Party finally agreed to throw its weight behind Castro. A few members of its youth movement had been in the Sierra since the previous year, deployed with the column of Che Guevara. Among them was Pablo Rivalta, a black cotter who had visited China. Carlos Rafael Rodriguez had earlier made contact with Haiti Santa Maria after the death of Paz, but he did not move up to the Sierra until July, remaining there permanently, apart from a brief visit to report to his Central Committee, until the end of the war. Yet he was not present during the all-important discussions about the organization of a general strike. From the early days in the Sierra, whenever the manner of the eventual collapse of the Batista regime was under debate, the notion of a revolutionary 161 general strike was high on the agenda. This, according to folk memory, was what had brought down Machado in 1933. Such a strike would not just be a work stoppage, but would involve a wide range of anti-regime activities, including sabotage, selective assassination, and outbreaks of generalist violence that would develop into an urban insurrection. 17 Such a strike would inevitably be a higher priority for the movement in the cities, the Lomé, than for Castro's guerrillas in the mountains, the Sierra, and the way in which it would be organized was inevitably a focus of tension between the two groups. Faustino Pérez, leader of the movement and the civic resistance in Havana, came to Castro's camp in March to discuss the problems associated with the project. Pérez thought the time was ripe, Castro was less sure. The organization of the insurrection was seriously flawed. The movement's distrust of the communists, only recent converts to the cause, was still strong, and the Havana organizers had failed to include the Communist Party, with its large workers' movement, in its preparations. Yet the movement itself had little access to other workers' organizations. Cold-shouldered in Havana, The communists were so concerned that the strike would be a failure that a senior official went to the Sierra to tell Castro that the strike leaders had overestimated their strength. 18 Castro felt that he had no choice but to go ahead, despite these warnings and his own reluctance. He and Pérez signed a manifesto, Total War Against Tyranny, that called for a strike and declared that the struggle against Batista had entered its final stage. The country should consider itself in total war against the tyranny. The entire nation is determined to be fight or perish. The revolutionary general strike, seconded by military action, would be the conclusive blow that would bring down the regime. 19 The manifesto outlined political plans made for the post-Batista period. The provisional president would be Manuel Urrutia Leo, a lawyer from Santiago already sounded out by Castro for this position. Urrutia was the right kind of anti-communist liberal to win broad support in Cuba, and to be welcomed by the United States. He had traveled to Washington a few months earlier to rally support. He had always expressed sympathy for the July 2 6 movement, and in May 1957 he had presided over a case in which 151 men had been charged with anti-government activities, 22 of whom had been captured after the Granada landing. Urrutia ruled that the prisoners should be released, declaring that in view of the illegal retention of power by Batista and his followers, the defendants had been acting within their constitutional rights. 20 The date of the general strike was set for April 9 and preparations were made, with bombs exploding in Havana during the previous month to prepare a mood of incipient chaos. The movement achieved a coup on the eve of an important motor race in Havana by kidnapping Juan Manuel Fangio, the world champion racing driver from Argentina, and then later releasing him with a fanfare of publicity. The movement's National Student Front, led by Ricardo Alarcón, secured the shutdown of all state schools. 21 The civic resistance * clearly had the capacity to perform flamboyant actions under the noses of the police. The die was cast. Today is the day of liberation, announced a broadcast on the morning of April 9 from a radio station seized by the movement. Throughout Cuba at this very moment the final struggle to overthrow Batista has begun. Castro's misgivings proved well founded. The workers were unprepared, the police and the army were armed and ready. The movement's urban activists had insufficient weapons to stage their various diversionary schemes. Their militia melted away. The insurrectionary action scheduled to bring down the regime was over almost before it began. Castro tried to look on the bright side, writing to Celia Sanchez, his loyal aide in Santiago, to point out that a battle was lost but not a war. Yet he could hardly restrain his anger, recognizing the dimensions of the disaster that had occurred. I am the supposed leader of this movement, and in the eyes of history I must take responsibility for the stupidity of others, but I am a shit who can decide nothing at all. 22 A meeting was held in the mountains early in May to analyze what had gone wrong and what should now be done. Members of both wings of the movement were present. Guevara delivered a stinging indictment of the strike organizers, accusing them of sectarianism, which meant not including the communists in their plans, and of military incompetence, organizing the militia without training or combat morale or a rigorous process of selection. 29 Changes were made to the leadership in the Llanos, and several of its members, including Faustino Pérez, were transferred to the Sierra. With the failure of the strike, Batista made a further determined effort to dislodge the guerrillas from the Sierra Maestra. Some 10,000 soldiers were deployed in May against Castro's base in the southern mountains, and bombing raids were launched on Raúl's column to the north. The offensive lasted for more than 2 months, but the guerrillas managed to hold out. Every entrance to the Sierra Maestra is like the pass at Thermopylae *, Castro told visiting journalists. 24 Victory over the soldiers who tried to seize the Sierra was a turning point in the war, a triumph for the guerrillas that made up for the failure of the strike. Castro now seized the opportunity to plan the final phase of the war. The time had come to organize the invasion of western Cuba, and to follow in the footsteps of Gómez and Maceo in 1896. Che Guevara was told to head for the central province of Las Villas, while Camilo Cienfuegos was to aim for the westerly province of Pinar del Rio, reasserting Castro's authority over the independent guerrillas in the Escambray on the way. They set off together at the end of August with a joint force of 230 men, and Guevara arrived in the 164 hills of Las Villas in October. Castro came down from his mountain redoubt a month later and began the march towards Santiago, while Raúl advanced from the north. The fighting continued on all fronts throughout the autumn, and Urrutia landed at a rebel airstrip in the Sierra Maestra in early December to be ready for the final moment. Cienfuegos bypassed Havana and moved towards Pina del Rio. Guevara captured the central city of Santa Clara at the end of the month. After just 2 years in the mountains, Castro had dominated his rivals elsewhere and was on the verge of victory. He had been fortunate in his field commanders, a mere bunch of amateurs 2 years earlier. Guevara, Cienfuegos, and his brother Raúl had all shown exceptional qualities of leadership and strategic vision and were rewarded by the affection and loyalty of their men. Castro had also been fortunate, or perhaps skillful, in ensuring that United States policy towards his guerrilla band had remained divided and uncertain. Liberal American opinion, exemplified by the New York Times and progressive elements within the CIA, had looked favorably on Castro, while the Eisenhower government, as much from inertia as from conservatism or anti-communism, had contentedly gone on supporting Batista, although with a growing lack of conviction. While continuing to supply weapons, it never provided enough to allow Batista a military victory, nor indeed would his army and air force have been technically equipped to cope with an influx of more sophisticated weapons. As Castro's victory grew more probable, the Americans did not wish to antagonize the likely future ruler, although this did not deter the British or the Yugoslavs, who continued to supply Batista with weapons until the last moment. The Americans believed that they had little to fear from a Castro victory, since it would surely be followed by the anarchy and political fighting that had occurred after the Revolution of 1933. Little in Cuban history suggested that a Castro victory would be followed by half a century of relative stability. One General Batista bowed out on New Year's Eve, flying out of the country from the airfield at Camp Columbia with his family and friends. They hopped across the water from Havana to Santo Domingo, ruled by Batista's friend Leonidas Trujillo. The mulatto sergeant who had dominated Cuba's politics for a quarter of a century made his final, humiliating exit. The man who had once admired Franklin Roosevelt, and kept a bust of Abraham Lincoln on his desk, had been deserted by his American friends. He had imagined at the start of the decade that he was the man to tackle Cuba's systemic crisis, staging a coup to sweep away the corruption of the old political class. He had failed dismally, and succeeded only in making matters worse. Now it was Fidel Castro's turn. On January 2, 1959, from a balcony in Santiago de Cuba overlooking the elegant Parque Cespedes, Castro made his first speech at the dawn of the revolution. He had chosen the city in recognition of its part in the struggle in the Sierra Maestra, and to make the point that the humiliation inflicted on Cuba in 1898 by the U.S. landings just along the coast would not be repeated. The revolution begins now, he announced. This time it will not be like 1898, when the North Americans came and made themselves masters of our country. This time, fortunately, the revolution will truly come to power. On the very first day, the revolutionary leader threw down the gauntlet to the United States, although he took supper that night with the U.S. consul and his wife in Santiago. A revolution was once seen as the culmination of society's ills, the inevitable outcome of a series of disasters that made an ancien regime unworkable. The remembered vision of pre-revolutionary Cuba that prevailed in the early years of the revolution was one of economic stagnation over many decades, of political failure, corruption, bureaucratic incompetence, gangsterism, violence, and social breakdown. Revolution and/or socialism, according to taste, was perceived as the natural outcome of an intolerable situation. The revolution's task was to reorder society and bind its wounds. Yet Cuba was not a poor country in 1959, with downtrodden people rebelling against their state of backwardness. It was relatively well off, enjoying the second highest per capita income in Latin America in the 1950s, second only to Venezuela, whose income was skewed by its oil revenues. 25 On a range of other socio-economic indicators, urbanization, literacy, infant mortality, and life expectancy, Cuba was among the top 5 countries in Latin America. 2 The introduction of universal health care is often considered one of the great triumphs of the revolution. Yet pre-revolutionary Cuba was not backward in its provision of medical services. The island had some of the most positive health indices in the Americas, not far behind the United States and Canada. Both in life expectancy at birth, and in doctors per thousand of the population, Cuba was among the leaders. In terms of doctors per person, Cuba before 1959 was 11th in the world, above Britain, France, Holland, and Japan. In Latin America, it ranked in 3rd place after Uruguay and Argentina. 27 The figures, of course, were heavily biased towards the urban population, for most of Cuba's doctors were based in Havana and the large regional towns. Conditions in the rural areas, notably in Orient, were certainly rough: few doctors, few roads, few schools, and little regular employment, while many of the inhabitants of Havana were comparatively prosperous. 166. Much of this reassessment of pre-revolutionary history comes from Cuban exiles, and exiles often tend to wax sentimental about the past. An outpouring of romanticist fiction about Cuban life in the 1940s was published in the United States in the 1990s, and the revival of ancient bands such as Buena Vista Social Club, soon a globally popular phenomenon, fitted into this perspective. It would be surprising if the study of history had been immune from the zeitgeist. A developed sense of nostalgia might even be considered to be an important strand in Cuban national life, derived from the ancestry of its people coming from distant shores, as black slaves recalling a pre-slavery world in Africa, and as white settlers with faded memories of Europe. In revolutionary Cuba itself in the 1960s, a film like Memories of Underdevelopment, made by Tomás Gutiérrez Elia in 1968, could pluck at the heartstrings with its evocation of what once had been, and was now lost. The film showed the angst of a bourgeois member of the rentier class who had remained in Havana after the revolution and became obsessed by regret for what had gone before. Yet whatever the wider doubts about the exact state of the economic and societal crisis in Cuba in the 1950s, the repression of the Batista years was a reality that provoked cries of revenge as well as demands for a better future. The struggle against the dictator, for most activists in the July 26 movement, was motivated as much by a desire to get rid of a foul oppressor as by hopes of a better society to come. This was why Castro initially received such wide support across the deep divisions in Cuban society. When visiting Princeton in April 1959, Castro attributed the success of the revolution to the widespread terror and hatred of Batista's secret police, as well as to the fact that the rebels had not preached class war. 28 Batista's dictatorship was widely perceived as cruel and vindictive, which it certainly was, though not on the scale unleashed in Latin America's southern cone countries in the 1970s and 1980s. Yet many of the regime's repressive actions were brought on by the need to combat the urban terrorism and the guerrilla war. The crucial element in bringing people to Castro's side was his survival in the mountains, and his subsequent military successes. If Batista had been winning the war in 1958, or not all too visibly losing it, popular opinion in Cuba might easily have swung towards him. Hoping to see an end to war and oppression, the majority of the Cuban population moved behind the winning side, as people tend to do in such situations. In the confusion and uncertainty that surrounds the early days of all revolutions, Castro's rebel soldiers achieved their victory in a political vacuum. No government existed in Havana throughout New Year's Day, as Batista's senior officers measured their chances against the rebel army advancing on the country's 2 largest cities. Swiftly they realized that they were outnumbered and outclassed. The festivities of the traditional national holiday, coupled with the proclamation of a general strike, put paid to any attempt to create a Batista regime without Batista. Castro marched into Santiago on January 2. Cienfuegos arrived the same day in Havana from Santa Clara, moving into the base at Camp Columbia just vacated by Batista. Guevara came at dawn on January 3 to take up his post at La Cabana, the fortress at the mouth of Havana's harbor. The two rebel commandantes, perceived as the most heroic, charismatic, and romantic figures in Castro's army, now controlled the two military barracks that dominated the capital. With a sense of theater, and an intuition that the passions aroused by victory should be allowed a few days to cool, Castro set out on a stately pilgrimage from Santiago to Havana of the kind that the early generations of Spanish conquistadores had been accustomed to perform. He traveled the length of the island for a week, sometimes in an open jeep, sometimes on top of a tank, stopping frequently to greet the enthusiastic crowds. His triumphal journey was recorded on the nation's black and white television screens, nearly 500,000 of which had penetrated into Cuba by the end of the 1950s. Not until January 8 did he arrive in Havana, advancing through delirious flag-decked streets to Camp Columbia, where, aware of the immense diversity behind the coalition that supported him, he spoke to a huge audience of the need for revolutionary unity. At the end of the speech, an incident recalled by all who witnessed it, two white doves came to rest on his shoulder, an unexpected but optimistic symbol to mark the start of a new era in Cuban history. 29 Havana enjoyed a prolonged fiesta. For Gian Giacomo Feltrinelli, the radical Italian publisher who arrived in the early weeks of the revolution, Havana was a magnificent and chaotic city, filled with Hispanics, blacks, and Chinese, and humming with life and color. The rebels from the hills were much in evidence, and every so often, scattered here and there, you come across bearded guerrillas, complete with pistols and submachine guns, lounging on big chairs in front of public buildings, guarding against the enemy. 30 beards and berets became the symbols of the revolution. Castro made his first, disarming political moves, appointing Manuel Urrutia to be president, as promised, and José Miro Cardona as prime minister. Urrutia was a Puritan by upbringing, and his immediate concern was to close down Havana's casinos and brothels. Cardona was a liberal lawyer who had once been one of Castro's professors. Only 3 members of the new cabinet came from the guerrilla army, and only 1 from the July 26 movement. Castro himself remained at the head of the rebel army, now CAT, the rebel armed forces, and he acquired a new title as military commander-in-chief, an indication of where real power now lay. It was as well to have moderates in place, for the initial euphoria with which the revolution was greeted abroad was quickly replaced with the somber realization that revolutions take their toll of those who had once opposed them. I-68. Several hundred former Batista associates, policemen, and torturers were shot by firing squad after perfunctory trials. Portrayed as a bloodbath in the American press, this post-war settling of scores was hardly an unusual phenomenon in Cuban history. The passions aroused during the war were deeply rooted, and similar events had occurred within living memory. 30 years earlier, the hirelings of the Machado regime deemed guilty of similar crimes were simply ferreted out by the mob and killed, recalled Philip Bonsai, the new U.S. ambassador. In his memoirs. 91 The government argued that all those convicted had been brought to trial under legislation promulgated in the Sierra Maestra, but the executions took the shine off the revolution for many outsiders. The bad publicity was made worse by a decision to hold trials of war criminals in the Havana Sports Stadium, shown live on television. The sight of impassioned crowds demanding revolutionary justice appalled many foreign correspondents in the city. Paradoxically, it was Allen Dulles, the head of the CIA, who gave some perspective to these scenes, explaining to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee the realities of political upheaval. When you have a revolution, you kill your enemies. There were many instances of cruelty and repression by the Cuban army, and they have the goods on some of those people. Now there will probably be a lot of justice. It will probably go much too far, but they have to go through this. 32 Raúl Castro, the military commander in Orient, and Che Guevara, at La Cabana, were perceived as the hard men. Guevara personally signed at least 50 death sentences, while Raúl was alleged to have presided over the mass execution of 70 of Batista's soldiers, shot down with machine guns in front of an open trench. Always known as a radical, with a toughness that bordered on brutality, Raoul's hawkish reputation was publicly confirmed by his elder brother. Appointing Raoul to be the second in command of the July 26 movement, and the man who would succeed him if he should die, Fidel told a crowd in Havana in January that they should not be concerned about threats of assassination. The destiny of peoples cannot depend on one man *, he said, behind me come others more radical than I, assassinating me would only fortify the revolution *39. Selected as Fidel's official successor, Raoul was also now the defense minister, responsible for the organization of a new Cuban army. Raúl Castro was to remain at the apex of power in Cuba for more than 4 decades. The youngest of the 5 Castro siblings, he had followed in his brother's * footsteps to the Jesuit school in Havana, but, without aptitude for religion or athletics, he abandoned his schooling and sought refuge in his father's estate office. Persuaded to return to Havana by Fidel, he studied law at the university and became drawn to the youth movement of the Communist Party. Raúl at the age of 18 was described later by his brother in law as being very curious about communism, and concerned about justice *, and very interested in sociology. He had a hunger for knowledge, a hunger for resolving the whole situation, and the communists gave him everything *. Raúl himself claimed that his early radicalism was the result of returning home for the holidays to find that among thousands of peasants, the only ones who could study were those of my family. Joining the communist youth movement, as was common in Latin America, meant opportunities for foreign travel, and Raúl sailed to Europe in February 1953 to attend the World Youth Congress in Sofia, visiting Bucharest and Prague on the same trip. Contacts made then were to serve him well later, and, on the boat back to Havana, he became friends with Nikolai Leonov, a young Soviet diplomat, later in the KGB, who was posted to Mexico. They met there in 1955 and Leonov was conveniently posted to Havana in I-960. The seeds of the future close relationship between Raúl and the Soviet Union had already been sown, with important consequences for the course of the revolution. Raúl became one of the most powerful commanders during the guerrilla war. Sent to establish a rebel headquarters in the Sierra Crystal, he organized the semi-bandit forces operating in the area into a disciplined force, many of whose members were to form the officer corps in the new Cuban army. Looking for peasant support, he had made contacts in the Sierra with the leaders of the National Association of Small Farmers, a peasant organization sponsored by the Communist Party, and held a Peasants * Congress * to secure their support. He was the first to welcome Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, the political brain of the party, to the mountains in July 1958. The threat that the pro-communist Raúl would take over in the absence of Fidel alarmed the many fervent anti-communists in the July 26 movement. Carlos Franqui, a Fidelista but anti-communist journalist who later went into exile, disliked the younger brother intensely, describing him as an operetta-class Hitler star. The people instinctively rejected him, he wrote, and Fidel augmented that negative image by saying that Raúl was the bad guy. They complemented each other perfectly, like Laurel and Hardy. Officers and men in the armed forces, however, had considerable affection for their chief. Raúl married Vilma Espin in January 1959. A talented and attractive woman, she had been one of the leaders of the revolutionary movement in Santiago. The couple were eventually to separate, but Espin retained control of her power base, the Federation of Cuban Women, the island's principal women's organization. Fidel was a stickler for bourgeois morality, and those guerrilla fighters who had acquired lovers in the Sierra Maestra during the war were expected to regularize their relationship in peacetime. Raúl was among the first. Guevara soon followed suit, marrying Aleta March at a white wedding in May. Only Fidel was allowed to remain unencumbered by fresh matrimonial ties. He was married, he said, to the revolution. The new revolutionary regime moved swiftly in the first 6 months to use the old government machinery to benefit its supporters in the poorest sectors of society. Where necessary, it created new institutions. Its first actions in January, the personal crusade of President Urrutia, had a high moral tone and marked a sharp break with Cuba's immediate past. Brothels, gambling dens, and the national lottery were to be closed down. The measure created immediate resistance from prostitutes, croupiers, waiters and entertainers of all kinds. In the first of many interventions, Castro requested a stay of execution, arguing that people could not be thrown out of work until alternative jobs had been found for them. 35 Even lay welcome to Urrutia was a decision by Castro that government ministers should accept a pay cut. Urrutia's salary of $100,000 a year was the same as Batista's had been, and he wanted to keep it at that level. Judges had their salaries lowered in February, but junior members of the state bureaucracy were given a pay rise. Several new ministries were created, of which the most immediately popular was the Ministry for the Recuperation of Misappropriated Goods, an institution run by Faustino Perez that was designed to deal with the properties and companies of Batista and his exiled friends. Two social ministries were established, a Ministry of Social Welfare and a Ministry of Housing. Early measures included a reduction in rents of houses and apartments, in some cases by half, and a cut in mortgage rates. Landlords were forbidden to evict their tenants and the owners of urban land were obliged to sell vacant sites at low prices to anyone planning to build a house. The government kept up the pressure of rapid change. Price controls over telephones and electricity were introduced in March, and several utility companies were intervened, notably the local branch of the US-owned International Telephone and Telegraph Company. Telephone charges were lowered, and so too, in April, were the prices of medicines. A minimum wage was introduced for the cutters of cane. Popular euphoria remained high and no one in government asked where the money would come from. Details of the long-awaited land reform were finally announced at a ceremony in May in the Sierra Maestra. The assembled peasants were told by Castro of the start of a new era's star. The new law put an end to all large estates, as he had foreshadowed in his speech after Moneda in 1953. Landowners were allowed to keep 402 hectares, 1,000 acres, of their property, but larger areas were liable to expropriation. 36 A number of large cattle holdings were exempted, as were sugar and rice plantations known to produce exceptional yields. Some of these were as large as 1,375 hectares, 3,333 acres. Much of the expropriated land, some 40% of the island's existing farmland, was to be divided into small individual plots of 67 acres, while larger ranches and plantations were to be run as agricultural cooperatives. The law was designed to be popular with landless peasants, and they were offered a glowing future. From now on, Castro told those from the region. Around Santa Clara in June, the children of the peasants will have schools, sports facilities, and medical attention, and the peasants will count for the first time as an essential element of the nation. On July 26, at the celebrations in Havana to commemorate the attack on Moneda, thousands of peasants came riding into the city on horseback. Some were bussed in, to listen to Castro speak about the new reform. To give tone to the occasion, Lázaro Cárdenas, the old revolutionary president of Mexico from the 1930s, sat beside him on the stage. The land reform itself was moderate, only the rhetoric was revolutionary. Yet it was perceived by the powerful landowning class in Cuba and throughout Latin America as the thin edge of the wedge. It caused particular preoccupation in the United States, for one clause stated clearly that land in the future could be owned only by Cubans. The law struck at foreign landowners, of whom the majority were American. There was a promise of compensation, but in many people's eyes the law lent credence to the belief that Castro was a communist, and he now began to be labeled as such, both outside and inside Cuba. The political struggle within the government became more acute. A new institution was established to organize the land reform, the National Institute for Agrarian Reform, INRA, and it was soon to become the real headquarters of the revolutionary government. INRA, based in what had once been Batista City Hall, spawned a Department of Industry, run by Che Guevara, a 100,000-man militia, run by Raúl Castro, and a Department of Commerce. By definition, INRA was concerned with everything to do with the land reform, and this soon included road building and housing, and expanded seamlessly to cover health and education and defense. Castro placed himself at the head of INRA, with Antonio Núñez Jiménez, the principal author of the land reform law, as its director. Núñez Jiménez was a Marxist economist and geographer, but perhaps more significantly a revolutionary romantic. He was later described by René Dumont, the French agronomist who worked for a while in Cuba, as better fitted to organize a meeting, or ride a horse, banners in the wind, to occupy the territory of the United Fruit Company, than to organize, rationally, the socialist sector of agriculture. 37 The land reform law was signed by the entire cabinet, but many of its members were hostile to its provisions, considering them to be communistic. President Urrutia and other moderates now defined themselves as anti-communists, not because of any concern about the Soviet Union, but because of the strong position that members of the Communist Party had secured within the entourage of the Castro brothers. The first serious protest came from Pedro Díaz-Lanz, the head of the Air Force. Complaining publicly about the indoctrination classes being held within the military, he left in a small boat for Miami in June. Next in line was President Urrutia, who was 17*. Forced to resign by Castro in July after he had outlined his anti-communist views in several published interviews. Castro's choice as the new president was Osvaldo Dorticos, a lawyer and the commodore of the Cienfuegos Yacht Club, who was not unsympathetic to the communists. He had once been the secretary of Juan Maranello, the long-serving figurehead of the party. Infighting within the cabinet was a reflection of the growing hostility to the direction of the revolution from the country's former political and social elite. In voicing their criticisms of the land reform, Cuba's old political class, many members of which were themselves large landowners or beneficiaries of the old economic system, began to behave in the same way as their forebears had done in the course of the previous 60 years. So deeply ingrained was their memory of the Cuba of the Platt Amendment, that had enabled them to call for U.S. help whenever threatened by social forces other than their own, that they assumed that the United States could again be summoned up to protest on their behalf. The old elite felt itself to be under economic threat, but it was also alarmed by the way in which the revolution had allowed the black population, hitherto largely invisible, to emerge onto the stage. Many whites could not forgive Castro for championing their cause. One evening in March 1959, Che Guevara's black bodyguard went with friends to a club in the beach resort of Tarara, east of Havana. Guevara was convalescing there after the exertions of the guerrilla war, and the government had effectively moved to the resort to be with him. His bodyguard, Harry Villegas, nicknamed Pombo, was later to fight with him in the Congo and Bolivia. He recalled years later what had happened when he visited the Tarara Club, a place where blacks were traditionally forbidden to enter. Pombo's black group were refused entry, and General Bayo, the officer who had trained the guerrilla force in Mexico, was sent for to get them out. How was it possible, asked Pombo, that a man like Bayo, who was so well respected and so well liked in the army, could fail to understand that we had not fought so blacks would continue being oppressed? 38 The event at Tarara was a tiny but dangerous echo of the situation 60 years earlier, when black soldiers complained that they had not taken part in the liberation war against Spain to find themselves in a peacetime Cuba where the customs of the slave era were maintained. Pombo and his friends left the club, as Bayo had asked them to do, but when they got back to their base and plained what had happened to other members of Che's escort, their anger erupted again. Seizing their rifles, they returned to the whites-only club and told everyone there to get out, saying, "This is now the rebel army's dub." Bayo, according to Pombo's account, explained to Guevara what had happened, and he spoke to them, telling us we shouldn't do things like that, because they could be used by the enemy. He said the revolution had not yet progressed far enough for people to understand that there were neither blacks nor whites, but rather that we were fighting for all Cubans, for equality, against discrimination. Pombo reflected on the incident years later, in the 1990s. The revolution has created the conditions to end discrimination, and is fighting to do so, but there are still those who will insult you to your face. I have known people who have told me, I'll give my life for you, but I wouldn't let you marry my daughter because you are black. Castro's revolution was made by white radicals, many of them the children of recent migrants from Spain. 100 years earlier such people would have joined the voluntarios and fought for Spain against Black Cuba. In the 1950s they were in the vanguard of revolutionary change. Yet blacks were not prominent in the leadership of the Revolutionary War. A handful, perhaps a dozen, had participated in the Moneta attack in 1953, and rather more were recruited to the rebel army in the Sierra. Juan Almeida, a mulatto bricklayer's apprentice, became a senior commandante and an important revolutionary leader in subsequent decades, but the significant black element that had characterized the Mambay independence wars of the 19th century was not a major presence in the guerrilla war of the 1950s. Black reluctance to join the rebel cause in large numbers had several causes. One was the lack of a political program specifically aimed at blacks. Castro's July 26 movement made no great effort to attract a black constituency, and the color question was never mentioned in Castro's speeches or programs before 1959.39. He only came to realize its importance after the revolutionary triumph. The Communist Party was the only party that went out of its way to encourage black membership. Nicolas Guillen, the poet, and Lázaro Pina, the trade union leader, were both prominent black figures within it. Castro had kept himself publicly aloof from the communists and could not benefit from this connection. Another reason for the lack of black support was the emotional and political investment that many blacks had made in the dictator. Batista was a mulatto, a lower-class figure in origin, much despised and ridiculed by the traditional white ruling elite. Blacks could identify with him. He too was barred from exclusive whites-only clubs, he participated openly in the rites of Santeria, and he gave support to the Ndingos Carrot ceremonies popular with Afro-Cubans. Batista's role as an outsider, an opponent of the traditional white political system that had never done much to support the blacks, made him something of a role model for many poor blacks. The percentage of blacks in Batista's army and police force was well above the national average. 174. Many blacks, of course, supported Castro and took part in the Revolutionary War and the urban resistance. Yet just as in 1898, many of them felt bleakly disappointed on the morrow of victory, and Pombo, initially, was one of them. Castro, ever alert to the popular mood, soon got the message, and the revolution's treatment of the blacks was eventually to become one of its great achievements, though never uncontroversial. Castro took swift action in response to the incident at Tarara. He made his first speech on the issue in March and called for a campaign against racial discrimination, in education and employment and in all public facilities. Gradations of color were of no significance, he said, we all have lighter or darker skin. Lighter skin implies descent from Spaniards who themselves were colonized by Moors that came from Africa. Those who are more or less dark-skinned came dirty from Africa. Moreover, nobody can consider himself as being of pure, much less superior, race. 40. Not for the first time, he evoked the history of the Independence War. We also had reactionaries who used to say that independence was not possible because, if we had independence, it would bring about a republic governed by blacks. So they raised all sorts of fears, the same fears that are surfacing today. His speech came to be called the Proclamation Against Discrimination, and all whites-only facilities in Cuba were subsequently opened to everyone or closed down. Many whites were unhappy about these developments, or, at best, cynical. Teresa K. Suso, an erstwhile friend of Castro who later went into exile, described in a memoir how employing the Negroes as a tactical weapon became an important part of Fidel's overall strategy in Cuba, where he sought to represent himself as the friend and protector of the oppressed, that is, the Negro and the peasant. 41 The old elite could not forgive Castro, she wrote, for launching these repressed, long-suffering groups into a crusade of spite and hate. Suso's words were those of a disgruntled white exile, yet the early years of the revolution were in no way characterized by black triumphalism. Castro was a progressive white liberal at heart, and his rhetoric on race was very similar to that of President Kennedy and President Johnson in the United States. He was certainly not going to adopt the black separatist banner of the black radicals of 1912. The revolution remained as hostile to black separatism as the white government of the early years of the century had been, perhaps more so. Castro's government moved to close down the black societies that had once played such an important role in promoting black and African consciousness during the colonial era. The Mutual Aid Sociedades de Color, long channels for the expression of Afro-Cuban cultural and social concerns, were emasculated, for the revolution could admit no competitors. Their festivities were limited to weekend parties and their funds were confiscated. Their provincial clubs and their national headquarters were closed down. 42 More than 500 of these black societies ceased to exist, and one René Betancourt Bencomo, a sociologist who had been the president of their national federation, went into exile. Yet Castro had his own way of indicating to the blacks that he was in tune with their aspirations. Popularly known in the first years of the revolution as El Caballo, the horse, he kept a small model of a horse on his desk that would be seen by viewers when he appeared on television. The origin of this custom is usually credited to a remark by Benny Moore, the great black singer, who heard Castro coming past one night and shouted out, "Here comes the horse," and the nickname remained. 43 The popularity of the horse was derived from its pictorial representation as the magic number 1 in the Chinese lottery. More intriguingly, although few have traced the allusion, the horse was the symbol of Evaristo Estenaz, the leader of the Black Rebellion of 1912. 44 Castro was opposed to black separatism, but reviving the memory of that rebellion, so deeply etched in the memory of blacks in the Orient, was a subtle way to show the blacks that he was on their side. The revolution was to create avenues of economic progress for the great mass of the black population, but without a program of us-style positive discrimination their social and political advance remained slow. By 1979 there were still only 5 black ministers out of 34, 4, out of 14, black members of the Politburo of the Cuban Communist Party, and 16, out of 146, members of the party's Central Committee. No black generals served in Angola, although most of the troops were black. 45 True to white Cuban tradition, the revolution did not want Cuban blacks to organize as blacks, yet, once made aware of the issue of race, Castro quickly grasped the significance that it had outside the country. Blacks in the United States were already beginning to mobilize in support of their civil rights, and blacks in Africa had been campaigning successfully to secure their independence from colonial rule. The revolution soon identified itself with both groups, and, on occasion, it facilitated meetings between them. Cuba was to become an important bridge between America and Africa. The fresh winds striking Cuba had already been blowing over the long-established military dictatorships of Latin America, and the revolution itself had an almost immediate impact in countries throughout the world. It exploded at the moment when the French and British empires were nearing their final collapse, and when the United States was on the verge of a new era of student activism and black militancy. In many of the world's major states, where aging figures from the era of the Second World War, and earlier, were still in charge, the revolution was perceived as the dawn of a new era. With Dwight Eisenhower in the United States, General de Gaulle in France, Harold Macmillan in Britain, Konrad Adenauer in Germany, Nikita Khrushchev in the Soviet Union and Mao Zedong in China, all of them born in the 19th century, the old world seemed distinctly old. 176. Onto this geriatric scene sprang the youthful and, above all, photogenic guerrillas from the Cuban hills, energetic fighting men in their 20s and 30s promising to sweep away the ancient order and bring in a fresh epoch. Their reformist zeal and fiery internationalist rhetoric was soon seized on by new generations everywhere, dissatisfied, or simply bored, with the post-war sentiment. Itinerant would-be revolutionaries descended on Havana from the earliest days of the revolution. Its initial impact was greatest in Latin America itself, where writers and intellectuals took heart from the fact that their continent, for the first time since the early 19th century, appeared now to be again a protagonist in world history. Writers later to emerge as the great Latin American novelists of the 20th century, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, Mario Vargas Llosa, Augusto Roa Bastos, Carlos Fuentes, were inspired by the cultural energy unleashed by the revolution. Some of them contributed to the sparkling cultural pages of Revolución, an early mouthpiece of the regime, while others wrote for Prensa Latina, Cuba's new revolutionary news agency, founded by Che Guevara and his Argentine compatriot Jorge Massetti, with the ambition of providing an alternative view of the continent to that provided by the imperialist agencies. Visitors from outside Latin America began to descend on Havana in droves in I-960, the revolution's second year, with their notebooks at the ready. Intellectuals in the United States were not immune to the heady attraction of the Cuban upheavals, and were concerned by their government's hostility. Their enthusiasm for the revolution was soon to help inspire the student mobilizations, the Black rebellions, the anti-nuclear campaigns and the movement against the Vietnam War that would characterize the politics and culture of the United States in the 1960s. From Europe came a swathe of admirers, including the French writers Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir, who compared the Cuban Revolution to the liberation of France in 1944 and saw the guerrillas as the reincarnation of the French Maquis. These early revolutionary tourists came with their own agendas and their own expectations and definitions of what a revolution should be. Some looked back to the Russian Revolution of 1917 and pictured Cuba's cane cutters as an industrial proletariat pioneering an orthodox revolution, Soviet style. Others invoked the Chinese Revolution of 1949, and dwelt on the vanguard role that the Cuban peasantry had played in the Sierra Maestra. Some looked forward to the battle for economic development in the emerging post-colonial Third World, and saw Cuba in the forefront of a coming struggle. Sartre, then the most famous philosopher of the post-war world and with whose writings Guevara was familiar, came early in I-960. Revolution is strong medicine *, he wrote in his book, published in English the following year as Sartre on Cuba. He described what he had seen and gave it his uncompromising approval. A society breaks its bones with hammer blows, demolishes its structures, overthrows its institutions, transforms the regime of property and redistributes its wealth, orients its production along other principles, attempts to increase its rate of growth as rapidly as possible, and, in the very moment of most radical destruction, seeks to reconstruct, to give itself by bone grafts a new skeleton. The remedy is extreme, it is often necessary to impose it by violence. 46 Others in the field in the early months of I-960 were independent leftists from the United States, writers like Leo Huberman and Paul Sweezy, the editors of the Monthly Review, a well-established Marxist magazine. A revolution is a process, not an event, they wrote prophetically. It unfolds through many stages and phases. It never stands still. What is true of it today may be untrue tomorrow and vice versa. 47 C. Wright Mills, a distinguished American sociologist on the left, arrived a few months later and wrote a book, Listen Yankee, that took the form of a Cuban revolutionary explaining his revolution to an American reader. The book was a paean of praise for the revolution, but at the end, in his own voice, Wright Mills discussed its chief weakness, its lack of qualified personnel. I mean this in two senses. First, in the ordinary sense of an absence of enough people with skill and knowledge and sensibility, but secondly, I am referring to this absence combined with the felt menace of counter-revolution and with the fact of a generally uneducated population. This combination could lead to the easy way out, the absolute control of all means of expression and the laying down of a line to be followed. 48 Wright Mills died shortly after his book was published, before he could see how far-sighted he had been. The leftist enthusiasts were soon followed by journalists and academics, notably I.F. Stone, the editor of his own radical political weekly in Washington, Claude Julien from Le Monde in France, and young American researchers like Robert Scheer and Maurice Zidane. 49 The Cuban Revolution, wrote Scheer and Zidane, is, above all, a revolution for economic development. Like those revolutionary movements in other undeveloped countries, its leaders hold that economic development is the key to social and cultural progress. 50 Here too was accurate prophecy, for it was the demonstration effect of the Cuban Revolution, on Latin America and the rest of the newly emerging Third World, that was to alarm. The American liberals in the new Kennedy administration in 1961 almost as much as Castro's inclination to look favorably on communists. Supporters of the Cuban Revolution in the United States set up a Fair Play for Cuba Committee in New York in April I-960, and subsidiary committees. I-78 were formed in cities across the United States and Canada. Among its early supporters were William Appleman Williams, Norman Mailer, Allen Ginsberg, and Lawrence Ferling-Heady, as well as old Latin American hands like Carlton Beals and Waldo Frank. 51 The committee later achieved wider notoriety in 1963 through the activities of one its members, Lee Harvey Oswald, the convicted assassin of President Kennedy. 52 Ordinary visitors, anxious to catch a glimpse of a revolution at first hand, continued to pour into Cuba until the end of the 1960s. Some came under their own steam, many came as official guests. The revolution was well aware of their potential as propagandists, staging extraordinary international events, including a cultural congress in 1968 that brought writers, artists, and subversive political activists to Havana from Europe, the Americas and from Africa. Havana in the 1960s, like Paris in the 1790s and Moscow in the 1920s, became for a brief moment a revolutionary mecca, the epicentre of a changing and optimistic world. Castro's revolution was not welcomed in the upper reaches of President Eisenhower's second administration, then in its declining years. The famous wartime general, with his memories of the invasion of Europe and of relationships with Churchill and Stalin, could not have been expected to take an interest in a Caribbean revolutionary, let alone to look on him with favor. He took himself off to play golf when Castro visited Washington in April 1959. He had already had some experience with such people, for he had ordered the CIA to overthrow the government of Jacobo Arbenz in Guatemala in 1954, a successful U.S. operation perceived as a Cold War model for disposing of regimes judged to be sailing too close to the communist wind. Latin America was close to the heart of his brother Milton, but insofar as President Eisenhower had much concern with the continent in the late 1950s, it was because he was affronted by the harsh reception given to Vice President Richard Nixon when touring the continent in May 1958. 53 In each capital city Nixon had been greeted by demonstrators expressing their hostility to U.S. support for Latin America's military dictators. When Nixon's car was attacked in the streets of Caracas, Eisenhower took immediate military action. "The moment this news reached me," he recalled, "I ordered 1,000 United States troops flown to Guantanamo Bay and Puerto Rico, to be ready to rescue the Vice President." 54 That was Eisenhower's preferred style, to shoot from the hip and ask questions later, although Nixon himself drew the conclusion that a fresh U.S. emphasis on economic development and democracy in Latin America might not come amiss. Later that year, with Batista's regime on the verge of collapse, the president received disquieting news from Allen Dulles, the CIA chief. Communists and other extreme radicals appear to have penetrated the Castro movement. If Castro takes over, they will probably participate in the government. 55 Expressing regret that he had not been informed earlier, Eisenhower pinned his hopes on some third force emerging that was neither Batista nor Castro. The immediate possibility of such an outcome was effectively scotched during the interregnum in Havana on New Year's Day 1959, when Batista's generals failed to act, but it remained on the American agenda. It was raised again during a meeting of the National Security Council in March 1959, when the chances of bringing another government to power in Cuba were analyzed, but the discussions were inconclusive and were abandoned until June. 56 Initially the Americans had been reassured by the appointment of Urrutia and Miro Cardona. An intelligence digest on Eisenhower's desk on January 7 reported that American businessmen meeting in Havana are urging rapid recognition on the basis that this government appears far better than anything they had dared hope for. 57 others urging recognition nearer home included Adam Clayton Powell, the black Democratic congressman from New York. Official diplomatic recognition was extended on the same day, and Philip Bonsai, a fresh ambassador untainted with connections to Batista, was sent out to Havana. Bonsai was an old Cuba hand who had worked there for ITT in the 1920s, and later served in the Havana embassy as consul. His father had been a war correspondent on the island during the U.S. intervention in 1898. Yet in spite of fair words on both sides, and an initial climate of politeness, considerable distrust existed between the U.S. government and the Cuban revolutionaries, and vice versa. Given the conflictive history of US-Cuban relations since 1898, no radical and nationalist government could have come to power in Havana without causing concern in Washington. Similarly, no radical Cuban government worth the name could have had illusions about its future relationship with the United States. A parting of the ways would arrive at some stage. It came sooner rather than later. The Cubans, of course, were more familiar with the United States than the Americans were with Cuba. Most Americans had a roseate view of their past relations with the island not shared by the new Cuban government. A disappointed Eisenhower recalled wistfully at a press conference in October how the United States had once fought for Cuba's freedom. Here is a country that you would believe, on the basis of our history, would be one of our real friends. 58 The Cuban reading of their own history was either different. Nixon was the first senior figure to meet Castro. The two men talked for 3 hours during the visit Castro made to Washington in April, the visit Eisenhower had ignored. Nixon later recalled that he told everyone of his conviction that Castro was either incredibly naive about communism or under communist discipline. 59 In June, within weeks of the land reform law. The United States sent an official note of protest, just as the Cuban opposition had hoped it would. The reform, the U.S. note claimed, would have an adverse effect on the Cuban economy and would discourage private investment in both agriculture and industry. The compensation that the law indicated was inadequate, and the note demanded that it should be prompt, adequate and effective, a mantra that would be repeated over the following months. The Cubans had based the value of the expropriated holdings on the value that the landowners themselves had provided when submitting their tax returns. These, based on assessments made years earlier, were of course conveniently low, and far below the current price of land. The Americans had once been modest advocates of land reform, and were later, through the Alliance for Progress, to promote it in Latin America in the 1960s with some enthusiasm. They had provided Japan with a land reform after 1945, and Guevara, who visited Tokyo in June 1959, pointed out that the Japanese reform favored and imposed by the United States had been the most radical in the world. They permit only 1 hectare 2.47 acres per person. How then could the Americans criticize the Cuban reform which allowed private ownership of 400 hectares, 60? The Japanese reform had also given a lower rate of interest on the compensatory bonds. 61 The land reform was the turning point in the U.S. relationship with Cuba. When the National Security Council revived its discussions on Cuba in June, it decided that Castro would have to go. The U.S. government's privately stated objective was to adjust its actions in such a way as to accelerate the development of an opposition in Cuba which would bring about a new government favorable to U.S. interests. 62 The task was not as easy as it must at first have looked. Roy Rubottom, Assistant Secretary for Inter-American Affairs, gave the NSC a summary, at a meeting in January 1960, of what the U.S. administration had been doing in the previous 6 months. In June 1959 we had reached the decision that it was not possible to achieve our objectives with Castro in power. In July and August we had been busy drawing up a program to replace Castro. However, some U.S. companies reported to us during this time that they were making some progress in negotiations, a factor that caused us to slow the implementation of our program. The hope expressed by these companies did not materialize. October was a period of clarification. Registered by the end of the month, Robotom's report noted, the State Department and the CIA had drafted a new program that they recommended to the President for approval and which authorized us to support elements in Cuba opposed to the Castro government, while making Castro's downfall seem to be the result of his own mistakes. 64 The decision arose out of the economic rather than the communist threat. Prominent figures in Cuba had expressed concern about Castro's willingness to cooperate with the local communists, but Cuba had no diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union in 1959. The Russians had recognized the government in January, at the same time as the United States, but diplomatic relations were not resumed until May 1960. 6 months into the revolution, and the United States had already settled on its overthrow. The Cuban Revolution caught the Soviet Union by surprise. Ignorance of Latin America was deep-rooted in Soviet government and society, and its leaders were wholly unprepared for the possibility of acquiring a socialist ally in the Caribbean. The days of the Comintern, when information flowed plentifully between communist parties in Latin America and Moscow, came to an end during the Second World War, and the Soviet state had long since accepted that Latin America was an integral part of a Western Hemisphere dominated by the United States. Not until the years after Castro's revolution did the Russians feel obliged to remedy their ignorance, establishing a special academy in Moscow, and producing Spanish-speaking Latin American experts on an industrial scale, to work as diplomats, spies, and journalists, and as advisors to Cuba's state industries. The first diplomatic contact between Moscow and Havana had been made during the special circumstances of the Second World War. The first Soviet embassy was opened in Havana in 1943 by Maxim Litvinov, the ambassador in Washington, and Stalin welcomed Batista's foreign minister, Aurelio Conceso, on a visit to Moscow the same year. 65 Andrei Gromyko was the ambassador to both Washington and Havana, though he did not visit the island. The friendly attitude of Batista's wartime government to Moscow and to local communists did not survive for long. Presidents Grau San Martin and Prio Socarrás swung behind the anti-communist position of the United States at the start of the Cold War, in line with other countries in Latin America. After Batista's coup in 1995, the Soviet Union broke off diplomatic relations. Castro's attack on Moneda in 1953, and the subsequent guerrilla war, passed largely unnoticed in the higher echelons in Moscow. When Fidel Castro led his revolution to victory, and entered Havana with his troops, we had no idea what political course his regime would follow. Nikita Khrushchev recorded in his memoirs. 66 John Lee Anderson, Guevara's biographer, who interviewed several junior Soviet officials involved with Cuba, reveals a different story, and suggests that the Russians were already taking an interest before 1959. The Kremlin did not suddenly discover Cuba by spinning a globe after reading the news reports of its revolution. 67 This may well be so, but the interest aroused at junior levels in the Soviet bureaucracy had not obviously percolated through to the Politburo. The Russians took little overt interest in the island during the revolution's first year. The Cubans were more interested in making overtures to the Soviet Union than the other way round. They needed to sell sugar. In June 1959, as the details of the land reform law became known and as the United States began secretly planning to overthrow the government, Che Guevara was sent on a foreign expedition to garner support, visiting several countries of the embryonic Third World, including Egypt, India, Indonesia, and Yugoslavia. 68 He also sought new markets in Japan, and the Soviet Union was in his sights as well. When in Cairo he made contact with the Soviet embassy and the wheels moved fast. The Russians made an initial agreement in July to purchase 500,000 tons of sugar. This was not in itself remarkable since they had bought a similar quantity in 1955, in the days of Batista. Yet Soviet curiosity had been aroused, and Alexander Alexeyev, a diplomat and KGB agent, arrived in Havana in October and was introduced to Castro and Núñez Jiménez at their offices in the INRA building. 69 Alexeyev had been in Spain during the Civil War and was a fluent Spanish speaker. He had worked at the Soviet Embassy in Buenos Aires and subsequently ran the Latin American department of the Soviet Foreign Ministry. In 1961, after the restoration of diplomatic relations, he became the Soviet ambassador in Havana. Núñez Jiménez had visited New York in July 1959 and had gone to a Soviet trade exhibition there. He now suggested that the exhibition should be brought to Cuba, telling Castro and Alexeyev that it would open the eyes of the Cuban people about the Soviet Union by showing that the American propaganda about its backwardness is untrue. 70 The exhibition was scheduled to travel to Mexico City, and it was not difficult for its tour to be extended to Havana. It arrived there in February 1960. The Russians were now fully awake to the Cuba question. Khrushchev sent his deputy, Anastas Mikoyan, to open the exhibition in Havana. Mikoyan was an old Bolshevik from Armenia who had been on the Soviet Politburo since 1935. He signed a sugar deal with the Cubans, agreeing to purchase 1 million tons of sugar a year over the next 5 years. The Russians would pay 20% of the price in dollars and 80% in goods, chiefly oil, machinery, wheat, newsprint, and various chemical products. 71 They would also provide a $100 million credit for the purchase of plant and equipment. Similar agreements were made in succeeding months with several Soviet allies, the German Democratic Republic, Poland, and Czechoslovakia. Mikoyan had long discussions with Castro, and traveled throughout the country. His son, Sergo, struck up an immediate and lasting friendship with Guevara. Both returned to Moscow with an upbeat account of the revolution. The relationship had been established just in time, for Cuba and the United States were now locked in battle. This was election year in the United States, and the struggle took place in full public view. Richard Nixon and John Kennedy outdid each other in their promises to deal with the Cuban menace, while President Eisenhower continued his clandestine planning to destroy the revolution. The United States' plan to overthrow the revolution was already in draft at the time of Mikoyan's visit to Havana in February 1960, and the proposal had been presented by Allen Dulles to President Eisenhower in January. The CIA proposed the sabotage of Cuba's sugar refineries, the chief source of Cuba's wealth. Many Latin American countries dependent on a single economic activity were vulnerable in this way: Guatemala's bananas, Chile's copper, Venezuela's oil. All were under threat if the United States disliked the government in charge. Eisenhower liked the proposal but did not think it went far enough. According to a report by his special security assistant, he told Dulles that it was probably now the time to move against Castro in a positive and aggressive way which went beyond pure harassment. He asked Mr. Dulles to come back with an enlarged program. 72 The harassment proposed by Dulles went ahead while he prepared a more ambitious scheme. Sabotage attacks on the island were soon underway, usually undertaken by CIA-funded exiles in small planes, and aimed chiefly at sugar mills. Other targets were more ambitious. A Belgian freighter, L'Aquebra, bringing in small arms from Antwerp, in the teeth of a U.S. arms embargo, exploded in Havana harbor on March 4, 1960. 100 people were killed and 300 injured. People at the time invoked the memory of the Maine, whose destruction had sparked U.S. intervention in 1898, but the event also furnished the famous photograph of Che Guevara in his beret. He had hurried to the scene and been snapped by Alberto Corta. In April, relations between the United States and Cuba deteriorated further. When the first 300,000 tons of Soviet crude oil arrived, in exchange for sugar, the Cuban government requested the 3 existing refineries on the island, owned and operated by Shell, Standard Oil, and Texaco, to refine it. The interim U.S. plan was to try to break Cuba economically, and the U.S. oil companies in Cuba came under pressure from the U.S. government to refuse to refine the Soviet oil. Faced with their intransigence, the Cubans confiscated their assets on the island in June. 79 The Americans now turned their attention to the destruction of the Cuban sugar industry. A bill had already been introduced in Congress in January to give the president power to eliminate the existing U.S. sugar quota, which had customarily bought Cuban sugar at preferential rates, and Eisenhower finally I-84. Signed the act to reduce the sugar quota in July. Cuba was left with 700,000 tons of the year's harvest still to be sold. 74 They will take away our quota pound by pound, and we will take away their sugar mills one by one, said Castro as the bill passed through Congress. 75 American properties in Cuba would be nationalized, he warned, if the quota was cut off. A new slogan appeared in the streets of Havana: Sin quota, pero sin amo, without a quota but without a master, amo being the old word for a slave master. The Russians came immediately to the rescue and offered to buy the unsold 700,000 tons. They were eagerly followed by the Chinese, who offered to purchase 500,000 tons each year for 5 years. Khrushchev went further, declaring that the Soviet Union no longer recognized U.S. hegemony over the Americas. We consider that the Monroe Doctrine has outlasted its time, he said, has died, so to say, a natural death, and the only thing that you can do with something that is dead is to bury it. 76 Castro hit back against the United States, as promised, on August 6. He announced the nationalization of all major American properties on the island, including 36 American-owned sugar mills and their adjacent plantations, all the U.S. oil refineries, as well as the electric power and telephone utilities. In September, all US-owned banks were confiscated, including the branches of National City Bank of New York, Chase Manhattan Bank and the Bank of Boston. Over the next 3 months the nationalization decrees were extended to all American-owned railways, port facilities, hotels, and cinemas. 77 Castro further spelled out his program a month later, on September 2, denouncing the United States and placing the Cuban Revolution within the framework of the great liberation struggles of the Latin American continent. His speech became known as the First Declaration of Havana. The people of Cuba strongly condemn the imperialism of North America for its gross and criminal domination, lasting for more than a century, of all the peoples of Latin America, who more than once have seen the soil of Mexico, Nicaragua, Haiti, Santo Domingo, and Cuba invaded, who have lost to a greedy imperialism such wide and rich lands as Texas, such vital strategic zones as the Panama Canal, and even, as in the case of Puerto Rico, entire countries converted into territories of occupation. That domination, built upon superior military power, upon unfair treaties, and upon the shameful collaboration of traitorous governments, has for more than 100 years made of our America, the America that Bolivar, Hidalgo, Juarez, San Martin, O'Higgins, Tiradentes, Sucre, and Martí wished to see free, a zone of exploitation, a backyard in the financial and political empire of the United States, a reserve supply of votes in international organizations. In this fight for a liberated Latin America there now arises with invincible power against the obedient voice of those who hold office as usurpers, the genuine voice of the people, a voice that breaks forth from the depths of coal and tin mines, from factories and sugar mills, from feudal lands where rotos, cholos, gauchos, jibaros, the heirs of Zapata and Sandino, take up the arms of liberty, a voice heard in poets and novelists, in students, in women and in children, in the old and helpless. To this voice of our brothers, the Assembly of the People of Cuba responds, we are ready. Cuba will not foil. 78 In an ominous sentence that prefigured the nuclear crisis that lay 2 years ahead, Castro pointed out that revolutionary Cuba now had military support from outside the continent. Cuba accepts with gratitude, he said, the help of rockets from the Soviet Union should our territory be invaded by military forces of the United States. Khrushchev's reference to the death of the Monroe Doctrine took on its frill meaning. Petrol was added to the flames that month when Castro arrived in New York to address the UN General Assembly, taking up residence in Harlem. Arriving with a delegation of 50, Castro was first put up at the Shelburne on Lexington Avenue. He walked out the next day, complaining that he had been asked to pay in advance, and established himself at the Hotel Teresa, more usually the haunt of jazz performers, boxers, and visiting black musicians. No president visiting the UN had ever stayed in Harlem before. Castro held court at the Teresa for more than a week, and on one memorable evening he was visited by the Soviet leader. The symbolic significance of their meeting place was well understood by both of them. Khrushchev wrote in his memoirs that by going to a Negro hotel in a Negro district, we would be making a double demonstration against the discriminatory policies of HTEUS toward Negroes, as well as towards Cuba. The cheering black crowds in Harlem left no one in any doubt about their support for the revolution. The United States did not like Castro's message, and it struck back in November with the most powerful economic weapon in its armory, an embargo on U.S. exports to Cuba. It was now forbidden to export anything from the United States to Cuba, except food and medicine. Guevara set off on a round of the socialist countries to seek replacements for what had once arrived overnight from the United States and to look for new markets for sugar. The Soviet Union and the countries of Eastern Europe agreed between them to buy 4 million tons of sugar in 1961, a million tons more than the United States had been buying, and the Russians agreed to plug the Impon gap. The U.S. embargo was to last until the end of the century and beyond, creating considerable hardship and major dislocation as the Cubans readjusted the country's entire economic structure. I-86. That structure had now radically changed, with 30% of the farmland now in the social sector, some 80% of industrial capacity under Soot control, and Soot enterprises producing 90% of the country's exports. Guevara was not himself an economist but a brilliant autodidact with definitive views about the need for Cuba to escape from the economic embrace of imperialism. From his base at the National Bank after November 1959, and as Minister of Industry after February 1961, he had been put in charge of economic strategy. He wanted the island to escape from the tyranny of sugar and to develop an independent economy based on industrialization, yet his program left many questions for debate. Did an independent economy mean autarky or self-sufficiency, or simply the possibility of trading with a wider variety of partners? Diversification out of sugar might seem a good idea, but what crops should now be grown? Everyone believed in industrialization, but did Cuba need a steel works, or small factories to produce consumer goods? Trading with all comers was clearly desirable, but what might Cuba produce that anyone would actually want? The early years of the revolution were characterized by an earnest discussion about all these questions, while more pressing problems needed urgent decisions. Getting rid of imperialism meant abolishing the economic power of the American companies that owned the commanding heights of the Cuban economy, the sugar mills, the oil refineries, the cattle ranches and most of manufacturing industry. These enterprises, deemed imperialist, would in future have to be run by the state. Yet the state itself was in no position to do so, or to provide an endless supply of competent, numerate, and well-trained managers. That would come later. Few individual Cuban entrepreneurs or technocrats remained in Cuba after 1959. Revolutionary Cuba was also short of trained economists. Most of Cuba's existing stock, conservative in outlook, trained in the United States and with little interest in running a state-run economy and rather less understanding of how to do so, had left for Miami. Left liberal economists were few and far between. Marxist economists could be counted on the fingers of one hand. Latin America, however, and the United States itself, was replete with radical economists, largely unrequited by governments, many of them working for the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America, ECLA, based in Santiago de Chile and run by Raúl Prebys, an Argentinian academic. Cuba appealed to ECLA to send their spare economists to Havana. The Prebys economic philosophy, dominant within ECLA, sought to promote national industries in Latin America by protecting them behind a variable tariff wall, the common sense of the time. The ECLA economists, culled from all over South America, set up shop in Havana and were soon helping to run the National Bank, the Ministry of Foreign Trade, the Ministry of Industries, the Ministry of the Economy, and Jusplan, the Central Planning Board. Most were young and enthusiastic, excited by the revolution and anxious to put their radical theories into practice. Guevara was their charismatic boss. The revolution relied on Latin Americans in the early years, though later it would receive technical assistance from Russian and East European economists, before its own supply of trained and native-born economists came on stream. A new period began in 1961, described by Dudley Sears, head of a visiting team of British economists, as one of euphoric planning star. Josplan was given the task of preparing an economic plan for 1962, and drafting a 4-year plan for the years 1962 to 1965. Although the phenomenon had long been under discussion in Europe, the only model for an economy brought almost entirely, and rapidly, under state control was the one established in the Soviet Union and the countries of Eastern Europe. Several experts in the matter were invited to Havana, including a team of Czech economists and technicians from other East European countries. Prominent visitors included Michael Kalecki from Poland, who came in 1960, and Charles Bettelheim, a Marxist economist from France, who came in 1961.79. The euphoria was provided by Rahino Boti, the first head of Josplan, who announced optimistically in August 1961, just as food shortages were becoming apparent, that the country would soon have a 10% rate of economic growth. If we raise our eyes and contemplate the picture of Cuba in 10 years' time, we conclude that we shall achieve the highest level of living in Latin America by an ample margin, a standard of living as high as almost any country in Europe. The optimism was short-lived. Rationing was introduced in March 1962, and a new period of economic realism was initiated. Castro did not hesitate to criticize the optimists. Only a few months ago he announced when detailing the new measures for rationing on television, "We made promises that have not been fulfilled." Food shortages, he said, were caused partly by the lack of experienced managers and partly by the failure of peasants to sell their crops. Since peasants no longer had to pay rent, their interest in production for the market had been seriously undermined. Most Cuban officials had little notion of the country's relative poverty. When the National Institute of Housing, INAV, was established, it built thousands of new apartments and one-family houses that reflected American middle-class standards. Peasant houses were provided with toilets and bidets. Nothing was too good for a new generation of revolutionaries. Individual units, according to Edward Borstein's account, cost about $800 and were designed with an abundance of fixtures and gadgets, almost all of them OFUS manufacture. 81. I-88. The economic blockade imposed in November 1960 affected more than the inputs for public housing. The United States traditionally supplied the raw materials for the factories that produced consumer goods. The country could no longer rely on its existing machinery and technology since most of it came from the United States. No alternative source of spare parts was readily available. Guevara argued that industrialization was the only true basis for a socialist economy, yet Cuba's existing industries, small factories manufacturing bottles, cement, detergents, paint, paper, soap, tires and tin cans, were mostly owned by U.S. companies and relied on American technology. Guevara initially had a rather simplistic belief that Cuba could import Soviet machines and technology wholesale. He imagined that the Soviet Union would provide Cuba with factories, preferably for nothing, and these could then be set to work to produce goods for Cuban consumers. The policy was tried, but soon ran into problems, some of them of a cultural nature. Cuban workers were used to modern American machinery and were unfamiliar with the clumsy, intermediate technology produced by the Soviet Union and its allies in Eastern Europe. Yet if more modern and efficient machines were to be imported from Western Europe or Japan, they would have to be paid for in dollars, and dollars could only be obtained by selling sugar. The magnitude of the economic task ahead was not highly appreciated by the government in the early days. To turn a country like Cuba into an advanced industrial economy in a few years, especially in view of the continuing departure of managers and technicians, would have been a most remarkable achievement, wrote Dudley Sears. Everywhere else in the world the change had taken decades if not centuries. 83. Cuba did not just lack economists and managers. It had a generally backward and ill-educated population, some 40% of which was illiterate. Castro had identified education as an important area of reform in his speech after Moneda in 1953, and his remarks at that time had concentrated on the abysmal, often non-existent, condition of the rural schools with which he had been familiar since childhood. Few primary school teachers taught in the rural areas. Speaking at the United Nations in 1960, he promised that the revolution would get rid of illiteracy within a year, a possibility never suggested before in the developing world. In Havana's western suburb of Marianao lies the spreading former military base of Camp Columbia, an historic camp set up by the Columbia Regiment of the U.S. Army in 1898, and given over to a huge school complex after 1959. With its former airfields turned into sports fields and running tracks. Tucked away in a distant street within the camp is a tiny museum dedicated to the literacy campaign of 1961 and to the 100,000 student teachers who took part in it. Most of them were teenagers, each given a special uniform to wear and an oil lamp with which to travel in the countryside at night. The museum holds bound copies of their reports, as well as of the letters that the newly literate peasants were encouraged to write. Dear Fidel, each letter begins. The campaign was not without danger, and some became the target of counter-revolutionaries. More than 40 were killed. Yet the teenage teachers taught 1 million people to read and write, and, as Castro had promised, the revolution abolished illiteracy in a single year. The campaign was one of its great triumphs. Castro admitted years later that it might have been better, and certainly cheaper, to have bought small radios and embarked on what, by the end of the 20th century, would have been a slower and more conventional literacy campaign. Yet what was done in 1961 helped to define the image of the revolution in its early years, at home and abroad. Its impact on the peasantry was electric, and it was also a defining moment for the teenagers who found themselves in distant comers of the national territory into which they had never penetrated before. For a generation that had missed the Revolutionary War, the experience gave them the right to call themselves revolutionaries. The literacy campaign caught the imagination of the world, and became the revolution's most important selling point in its early years. Its success encouraged the government to engage in a continuing campaign to encourage adult education, helping to produce a workforce that was both better prepared and more politically aware. In later decades, with Soviet assistance and a large budget, Cuba developed an improved educational system without parallel in Latin America, and free to all. A start had already been made in the first year, with the construction of more than 3,000 schools. Some 300,000 children attended school for the first time, and 7,000 additional teachers were recruited and trained. 84 This was not just a matter of devoting large sums to the provision of a free national schooling system for everyone aged 6 to 15. Cuba also became known for its willingness to innovate and experiment. The revolution had labeled 1961 as the year of education, but the year was soon remembered for something yet more significant than the literacy campaign. The thousands of student teachers who headed out to the countryside in April 1961 did so in the tense atmosphere that prevailed on the island on the eve of the US-backed invasion at the Bay of Pigs. No signpost exists to the Bay of Pigs, but the narrow road off the east-west motorway south of Santa Clara, at the abandoned Australia sugar mill, is marked by a series of small concrete memorials. Each indicates the spot where a militiaman was killed in defense of the island in April 1961. The road continues, between the bay itself and the Zapata swamplands, to Playa Girón, the sandy beach where a CIA-trained force of Cuban ODs made a landing in an attempt to overthrow the Revolution. The invasion was yet another in that long series of semi-clandestine landings on the coast of Cuba that have punctuated the island's story over several centuries. Like so many of them, it was incompetently organized and poorly directed, and ultimately unsuccessful. Castro's forces, notably the freshly reinforced Milita, were well prepared, and the exile battalions were destroyed within a few days. The landings were organized by the CIA, but U.S. forces played no part in the bat. The invasion was one of the major strategic errors of the United States in the 20th century, reinforcing Castro's control over Cuba, ensuring the permanence of his revolution and helping to drive him into the Soviet camp. The botched landings unprotected by U.S. air power, the essential element that might have secured an exile victory, were the result of divided counsels and poor planning in Washington, as well as uncertainty about the operation's ultimate goal. They reflected the continuing U.S. ambivalence towards Cuba that had characterized American policy over the previous 150 years. The defeat of the exile invasion had an impact not just on Cuba but on the whole of Latin America. The world now viewed the revolution in a new light. For the Cubans, their victory meant that the annexionist element in Cuban society, dreaming for more than a century of an American future for the island, was now finally discredited and emasculated. Cuba was now irrevocably independent, and all those who sought an alternative future were henceforth regarded as traitors. Castro had harnessed his revolutionary chariot to the powerful forces of a renewed Cuban nationalism and was beyond challenge. For many Latin Americans, the Bay of Pigs reinforced their ingrained belief that the United States could never be trusted. It showed that their northern neighbor was not as all-powerful as it had once seemed. The grip of geographic fatalism, so long an embedded element in Latin America's outlook on the world, was broken. Political groups all over the continent now took Cuba seriously as a model and sought to follow the Cuban road, in the belief that the defeat of U.S. imperialism was possible. The rest of the world, previously ill-informed about the degree of popular support for the Castro government, came to understand that the claims of the Cuban exiles were a sham. The revolution was not about to fall. Even with U.S. assistance, the exiles had failed to convert their dislike of Castro into a popular movement to overthrow him. Castro was there to stay. No concrete evidence exists of the private discussions of the Soviet leadership, but the Russians must have drawn the same conclusion. Castro was initially perceived as a maverick, now he looked like a man worth banking on. Hanging over Cuba in 1961 was the memory of a cardinal event in the Caribbean some 7 years earlier. Cubans in Havana and Americans in Washington were both familiar with the story of Guatemala, where the leftist government of Jacobo Arbenz had been overthrown by an invasion led by dissident officers and organized secretly by the CIA. The CIA involvement was never openly acknowledged at the time, although widely known throughout Latin America. Eisenhower had been the American president, and Allen Dulles had been the head of the CIA. Both held the same positions at the moment of the Cuban Revolution, and in 1960 they agreed to repeat the Guatemalan project in Cuba. A formal decision to prepare for the overthrow of Castro, and to train a group of exiles, was taken by Eisenhower in March. 1 The project was to be run by the CIA and to take place in absolute secrecy, and several plans were made to secure the physical elimination of the Cuban leadership. Some of the old Guatemala hands, notably Richard Bissell, the CIA operative given the task of organizing the exile force, were reassembled in Washington. 2 Guatemala was the natural choice to prepare the eventual attack. Initial training in guerrilla warfare was provided for exile recruits in May 1960. Some gathered at the island of Usepa off the Florida coast, others at Fort Gulick in the Panama Canal Zone. The first group was ready by August to train a larger batch of exiles, assembled at the Helvetia estate in Guatemala, a plantation owned by Roberto Alejos, the brother of Guatemala's ambassador in Washington. Havana was just as familiar as Washington with the events in Guatemala of 1954. Che Guevara had lived and worked in Guatemala City at the time. His experience there had played an important part in his political radicalization. 192. Creating his later firm belief that the United States would seek to destroy Cuba's revolution by whatever means necessary. His view was shared by Castro, who became convinced in the course of 1960, without the need for secret information from exile sources, that the Americans were planning to repeat the Guatemalan operation in Cuba. Cuban diplomats at the UN repeatedly accused the United States of supporting an imminent exile invasion. Everyone knew it was coming, only the timing and the landing place were in doubt. The autumn of I-960 was dominated in the US by the presidential election campaign, and Cuba was a major topic on the agenda. Richard Nixon and John Kennedy outdid each other in their interventionist language, with Kennedy invoking the memory of the Monroe Doctrine of 1823, foreign powers should keep out of the Americas. The US would not let the Soviet Union turn Cuba into its base in the Caribbean *, he said. Kennedy believed it should help the forces fighting for freedom in exile and in the mountains of Cuba. *3 Bissell had first thought of a guerrilla war to beat Castro at his own game. The initial CIA proposal was to establish a guerrilla bridgehead, on the model of the Granma landing of 1956. This advance guard would seek to spark an internal anti-Castro revolt, and rally the people to the exiles * flag. Bissell concentrated his attention on the Orient, a traditional invasion point. Martí and Castro had come ashore there, in 1895 and 1956, moving rapidly into the hills and melting into the peasant population. Other places considered were the Sierra de Cubitas in Camagüey, the Sierra de los Órganos in Pina del Rio and the Escambray Mountains north of Trinidad. Rejecting the Orient as too far from Havana, Bissell gave particular attention to the Escambray. Guerrillas could establish a beachhead near Trinidad, and move at once into the mountains. There they would be supplied with food and weapons from the air, and unite with groups of anti-Castro dissidents already present. Bissell's schemes did not go undetected on the island, and Castro prepared to thwart them. The existence of armed bandits * in the Escambray was common knowledge in Havana in the middle of I-960, and Castro began training a peasant militia to defend the region. Some 800 local farmers were given a 2-month training course at La Campana Farm, and a physical barrier was formed around the area. 4A farmers' militia was ready for action in September, and small platoons combed the area, capturing nearly 200 bandits and several of their leaders. Several of the CIA airdrops fell into their hands. Their success obliged the CIA chiefs in Washington to change their strategy. They could not guarantee that a small guerrilla group would be able to generate a wider resistance, and the Escambray scheme was abandoned in November. A plan to stage a conventional invasion was now considered. The exiles would be trained for a limited operation, to capture and hold a slice of territory long enough for members of a provisional, anti-Castro government to be flown in. Such a government * would immediately be recognized by the United States and its allies, and the Americans would come openly to its assistance. 3 The invasion site chosen was the Great Sea Inlet known as the Bahía de Coquinos, the Bay of Pigs, a name recalling the piratical attacks of the 16th and 17th centuries, when pigs running wild in the countryside were much sought after by European buccaneers. The Bay of Pigs lies on the south side of the island, some way to the west of Trinidad and just to the east of the remote Ciénaga de Zapata, the largest expanse of wetland in the Caribbean. The Americans were unaware that the zone had recently received development assistance from the revolutionary government. New access roads had been constructed across the swamps and simple tourist accommodation erected at Playa Girón. Castro had visited the area on several occasions in the course of I-960, fishing for trout in the Laguna del Tesoro, inland from Playa Larga, at the head of the bay. The Bay of Pigs might have appeared remote, but it was no longer untouched by the modern world. In the week before the landings, counter-revolutionaries inside the island had stepped up their attacks. A sugar mill was destroyed in Pina del Rio, and El Encanto, the huge department store in the center of Havana, was blown up. 2 small planes dropped bombs on Camp Columbia on April 15 and on 2 air bases in Havana and Santiago, destroying most of the Cuban Air Force and killing several civilians. Castro was warned that the invasion was imminent, and he used a funeral oration for the victims of the bombing to announce the specifically socialist * character of the revolution for the first time. "This is what they cannot forgive," he said, "that we should here, under their very noses, have made a socialist revolution *." He praised the admirable * achievement of the Soviet Union, which had just launched Yuri Gagarin into space, and compared it with the United States, which had bombed the installations of a country that has no air force. 62 days later, on April 17, The invasion began. Before dawn, announced a statement prepared for the CIA by a public relations firm in New York. Cuban patriots in the cities and in the hills began the battle to liberate our homeland from the despotic rule of Fidel Castro. One group of exiles came ashore on the beach at Playa Girón, at the eastern entrance of the Bay of Pigs, while a second landed at Playa Larga. The local militia took the brunt of the invasion, but word soon got out to Havana and Castro alerted what was left of his air force. The exile force came under attack from primitive training planes armed with machine guns and from Sea Furies capable of launching rockets. The troop carriers used by the exile force had no air defenses and several were disabled. Castro drove down from Havana and made his headquarters at the Australia Sugar Mill, near Jaguay Grande. 194. Before he left Havana, Castro had ordered the arrest of anyone suspected of counter-revolutionary activities, and 35,000 people were detained in the capital alone, including the auxiliary bishop of Havana. The CIA's hope that thousands would rise up against the revolution were thwarted on the first day. Castro also drafted an appeal to the people of America and the world, to express their solidarity with Cuba's struggle against U.S. imperialism and its mercenaries and adventurers who have landed in our country. Khrushchev sent a diplomatic note to Kennedy with a dear message of support for Castro. "We shall render the Cuban people and their government all necessary assistance in beating back the armed attack on Cuba." The message was welcome, but not strictly necessary. The writing was fierce around Playa Larga, and 160 Cuban defenders were killed, but the eventual outcome was clear almost from the start. The invasion was crushed within 2 days. Of the 1,500 exiles who took part, more than 100 were dead and 1,200 were captured. The survivors were paraded at the PAC Sports Palace in Havana and interviewed on television each night by a panel of journalists. The commanders must have been officers in Batista's army, according to General José Ramón Fernández, who was interviewed in 1997. "When we took them prisoner, I knew all the commanding officers by name. A good number of them had been my students before the revolution, when I was an instructor and assistant director of the School for Cadets 8. Castro himself took part one evening, to argue about the merits of the revolution with the captured exiles who represented a cross-section of the nation, army officers, peasants, and blacks. When Castro suggested that their fate should be put to the vote of the Cuban people, the audience shouted out 'Perdón,' to the wall, and he was obliged to backtrack, saying that to condemn everyone would be to belittle our victory. Only 5 officers were executed, and a further 9 were sentenced to 30 years in prison, but the majority of the prisoners were detained in Cuba pending their transfer to the United States. Castro suggested to Washington that they should be exchanged for 500 tractors, and Eleanor Roosevelt, widow of the former U.S. president, agreed to chair a tractors committee. Washington did not have the stomach for such a proposal and negotiations dragged on for more than a year. The prisoners were eventually exchanged in December 1962, not for tractors but for $53 million worth of food and medicine. In the wake of the Bay of Pigs disaster, the Kennedy administration revised its strategy but did not abandon its attempts to destroy the revolution. The April fiasco, according to One American History of the operation, led to the development within Kennedy's inner circle of a personal animus against Castro. President Kennedy himself, and his brother Robert, the Attorney General, even more so, longed for some redeeming opportunity. 9 Fresh. Clandestine planning was soon underway. Bissell was in disgrace, and the baton was passed to General Edward Lansdale, a counterinsurgency specialist formerly active in the Philippines. He was put in charge of a scheme known as Operation Mongoose, closely overseen by Robert Kennedy. Covert operations, under the Mongoose umbrella, were designed to stir up trouble in Cuba and bring down the regime, and some speculated on the assassination of Castro. 400 CIA officers worked on Lansdale's project in Washington and Miami. A presidential directive of November 1961, establishing the Mongoose Project, declared that the United States would help the people of Cuba overthrow the communist regime from within Cuba and institute a new government with which the United States can live at peace. Lansdale presented an operational plan to the White House in January 1962 that called for a six-phase effort to undermine Castro from within. His project was designed to conclude with an open revolt and overthrow of the communist regime in October 1962. No mention was made of possible U.S. military action, and a second presidential directive in March put Lansdale's plan on the back burner, noting regretfully that final success for Operation Mongoose * would indeed require decisive U.S. military intervention. President Kennedy remained hostile to direct U.S. involvement. Richard Helms, the new CIA director, later claimed that General Lansdale's team, under constant badgering from the younger Kennedy, had only come up with nutty schemes. 11 Nutty they may have been, but the memory of Mongoose was to cause damage beyond its author's wildest imaginings. For Castro was well aware of its existence and of the dangers that it posed, and he was now to embark on a perilous venture, dreamt up by the Soviet Union, to ensure that his revolution would never again suffer an attack like the one at the Bay of Pigs. The world did not wake up to the Cuban Missile Crisis, officially, until the evening of Monday, October 22, 1962, when President Kennedy first spoke on television to announce the detection of Soviet missiles on Cuba and to declare his intention of imposing a naval blockade. A U.S. overflight had photographed an R-12 missile launch site in the San Cristobal region of Pinar del Rio more than a week earlier, on October 14, and Kennedy had been informed of this development 2 days later. The information had been kept secret for a further 6 days while the president and his advisors made plans to deal with the crisis. Fortunately for historians, he secretly recorded their deliberations. 12. 196. My guess is, President Kennedy told the small group that handled the crisis on Monday, October 29, after the immediate crisis had subsided, well, everybody sort of figures. In extremis, that everybody would use nuclear weapons. 13 That was the general belief during the crisis week. For the first time since the United States dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945, hundreds of millions of people all over the globe feared that nuclear weapons might be used again. Several decades later it seemed possible that the threat might have been more apparent than real, for both Kennedy and Khrushchev were level-headed negotiators during the actual crisis, but the international anguish aroused at the time was genuine. The nuclear panic aroused in many countries was not noticeably present in Cuba itself. Most Cubans were preoccupied more by the prospect of an imminent conventional invasion by U.S. forces than of a generalist nuclear war. The Cubans were not privy to remarks made by Dean Rusk 2 weeks earlier, at the first crisis meeting in the White House on Tuesday, October 16, but the line of thought followed by the U.S. Secretary of State almost certainly mirrored their own. *1 Think we have to think very hard about two major courses of action as alternatives. Rusk told his colleagues. One is the quick strike. I don't think this in itself would require an invasion of Cuba. Or we're going to decide that this is the time to eliminate the Cuba problem by actually eliminating the island. 14 The possible elimination of the revolution, if not of the island itself by United States action, lay at the heart of the October crisis, and it had been the chief item on the agenda of both Cuba and the Soviet Union ever since the Bay of Pigs invasion of the previous year. During that first crisis meeting on October 6, all the historic U.S. antipathies to Cuban independence rose to the surface. Maybe we might have to sink the Maine again, or something, suggested Robert Kennedy. 13 Others discussed a possible U.S. airstrike against the island. Castro had felt under continuing threat from outside forces ever since the previous year, and not without reason. The Cuban victory at the Bay of Pigs had not put a stop to the campaign to get rid of the revolution by Cuban exiles and the United States. The planners of Operation Mongoose were still working away. US-backed counter-revolutionaries were again active in the mountains of the Escambray. Years later it was recognized that Kennedy's administration had no intention of sponsoring a fresh invasion by exiles or by American forces, the Bay of Pigs fiasco had cured it of such an ambition, but the Cubans had to take that possibility into account when considering their own defense. The American military had certainly made contingency plans for such an invasion, as would become clear during the October crisis. Short of invasion and war, the Americans had sought the downfall of Castro by all means, and had busily orchestrated an international coalition against the island in Latin America. The Organization of American States, under U.S. pressure, had voted to expel Cuba from membership early in 1962.16. Latin America's governments were now lined up against the Cuban Revolution, leaving the island in diplomatic limbo. Castro made a long and emotional speech in February in response to the OAS decision, the Second Declaration of Havana, in which he underlined the continental ambitions of the revolution with a new slogan. Cuba considered it to be the duty of every revolutionary to make the revolution. It is known that the revolution will triumph in America and throughout the world, but it is not for revolutionaries to sit in the doorways of their houses waiting for the corpse of imperialism to pass by. A green light was given to Cuban-style guerrilla movements all over the continent, to subvert the existing regimes and to help Cuba escape from its isolation. Cuba also continued to make overtures to the Soviet Union. Castro had already declared Cuba to be a socialist country on the eve of the Bay of Pigs. Later that year, in December 1961, he announced, hoping to further ingratiate himself with his new friends, that he was, and always had been, a Marxist-Leninist. Orders were sent out to construct a new Communist Party in Cuba along Soviet lines, to be created from the ashes of the uneasy political alliance of parties that had been cobbled together to run the revolution in the early months. Having signed his application for membership as a socialist comrade, Castro now hoped to secure the guarantee of Soviet military support that such membership should surely entitle him to. The imperial powers involved with Cuba's affairs over the centuries invariably followed up their initial seizure and settlement with a preoccupation about the island's defenses, although results were often slow in coming. The Spanish in the 16th century took steps to fortify Havana and other ports along the coast in the wake of attacks by French and English privateers. Then, in the aftermath of the British occupation in the 18th century, they began the construction of the Great Cabana Fortress at the entrance to Havana Harbor. The Americans, for their part, during their occupation of Cuba after 1898, had secured the base at Guantanamo for themselves, believing it to be useful for local intervention as well as for continental defense. Now it was the turn of the Russian Empire to assume the historic role of Cuba's defender. Controversially, it tried to do so with the 20th century's new phenomenon, the nuclear missile. The reasons for its decision, and the course of the international crisis that resulted from it, have been exhaustively covered in historical debate. Memoirs have been written and volumes of official documents compiled. Surviving participants met at intimate conferences between 1987 and 2002, in Washington, Moscow, and Havana, to re-examine what happened and to publish their findings. Yet often lacking from the published versions of the story is the particular I-98 viewpoint of Cuba, the epicenter of the crisis, although not the place where crucial decisions were made. Castro's continuing overtures to the Soviet Union were followed with considerable concern by the United States government, which was inevitably obliged to imagine the worst. Yet the Russians took their time to welcome Cuba into the communist fold. Throughout 1961 and the early months of 1962, Moscow showed signs of understandable anxiety and division about the political reliability of their newfound Caribbean friend. This was the time of the Soviet Union's escalating ideological dispute with Mao Zedong's China, and, for many orthodox communists in Moscow, Castro's revolutionary rhetoric, particularly when he championed guerrilla struggle and peasant revolution, appeared dangerously close to the line espoused by the Chinese leader. When Castro turned against some members of Cuba's old Communist Party in March 1962, attacking and dismissing Aníbal Escalante, a veteran from the 1930s and the very man chosen to create the new Communist Party in the Soviet image, Several senior Russians wondered about the judgment of their new partner. 17 Others were more sanguine. Khrushchev and Mikoyan, both of whom were genuinely attracted to Castro and retained some of the revolutionary enthusiasm of the first generation of Bolsheviks, saw the advantage to the Soviet Union's global ambitions in recruiting this charismatic leader to the cause of world communism. They could hardly allow Castro to be overthrown. If that were to happen, their own claim to revolutionary leadership would be seriously undermined, not just in China but in that emerging third world of states recently released from colonial rule where Cuba had already achieved emblematic status. A policy of accepting Castro as their strategic ally, defending and embracing Cuba within the communist family, appeared increasingly attractive. The decision was taken sometime in April or May 1962. The Soviet motive in escalating their military assistance to Cuba to the nuclear level, and the timing of that decision, is still a matter for debate. The defense and survival of Cuba was now perceived to be important to the Soviet Union, but the desire to achieve a more equal balance of strategic nuclear forces with the United States may well have been of paramount consideration. Predominant in space exploration at that DME, but behind in the production and deployment of nuclear missiles, the Soviet Union had some catching up to do. Cuba provided them with a unique opportunity for a breakthrough. Sergei Mikoyan claimed that his father and Khrushchev had first discussed sending nuclear missiles to Cuba at the end of April 1962.18. It was certainly not a Cuban idea. Cuba had been asking for military protection against a possible U.S. attack, but without being specific about how this would be done. We were then in discussions with the Soviets. Castro told the American reporter Tad Sulk, without mentioning a date, and we were discussing what measures should be taken. They asked us our opinion, and we told them in so many words we did not speak of missiles that it was necessary to make clear to the United States that an invasion of Cuba would imply a war with the Soviet Union. 19 This initiative, Castro told Sulk, asking for measures that would give Cuba an absolute guarantee against a conventional war, and against an invasion by the United States, had certainly come from Cuba, but the idea of the missiles, concretely, was Soviet. 28 Definitive Soviet decision on missile placement was already in evidence in May, according to an account by Alexander Alexeyev, the senior Soviet diplomat in Havana in 196Z. Summoned back to the Kremlin, Alexeyev attended a meeting with Khrushchev towards the end of May at which half a dozen senior Soviet figures were present including Mikoyan, Andrei Gromyko, and Marshal Rodion Malinovsky, the Soviet defense minister. Khrushchev had startling news, according to Alexeyev's account, as told to Guevara's biographer John Lee Anderson. Comrade Alexeyev, to help Cuba, to save the Cuban Revolution, we have reached a decision to place nuclear rockets in Cuba. What do you think? How will Fidel react? Will he accept or not? 21 Alexeyev said he did not think the Cubans would agree, but he found the Soviet leadership undeterred by his negative response and deduced that the decision had already been taken. He returned to Havana on May 29, accompanied by Marshal Sergei Beryasov, the newly appointed commander of the country's strategic missile forces. Once in Havana, the Marshal began discussions with the Castro brothers on military cooperation. What would be necessary to prevent a U.S. invasion, the Marshal asked Castro. According to the official Cuban account. 22 Castro replied with a simple formulation: the adoption of measures that tell imperialism unequivocally that any aggression against Cuba would mean a war not only with Cuba. Beryasov asked him how this could be done concretely, and Castro replied that he thought that a simple Soviet-Cuban military pact would be sufficient, pointing out that the United States had many of these pacts and that they were respected. Beryasov then brought up the question of whether nuclear missiles would be considered as a tangible sign of support, and he gave details of Khrushchev's proposal to deploy them on the island. Castro asked what kind of missiles these might be, and how the Russians imagined that their installation might be carried out. Beryasov explained the principal characteristics of the missiles, their range, and the explosive force of their nuclear warheads. He also indicated that their deployment, of necessity, would have to be done quickly, in secret, and under cover. This preliminary Soviet encounter with the Castro brothers was followed by a more formal meeting between Beryasov and an accompanying Soviet 200 official and the six-man Cuban secretariat of the recently formed Organizaciones Revolucionarias Integradas, ORI, the forerunner of the new Communist Party. 23 This was the ruling group of the revolution at that time, consisting of the Castro brothers, Che Guevara, Osvaldo Doricos, Emilio Aragons, and Biasrupka. As a result of the purge of Escalante 3 months earlier, Roca was the sole representative of the old Communist Party. Castro had made up his mind, and became an advocate of Khrushchev's plans, presenting the Soviet case for installing missiles on the island to his country's top leaders with the expectation that they would agree. He argued that the installation of missiles, in his opinion, would strengthen the socialist camp, according to the version given in the official Cuban account. If the party took the stand that the socialist camp should be willing to go to war for the sake of any socialist country, then it should not give the slightest consideration to any dangers for Cuba that this decision might entail. 24 Those present agreed that Khrushchev's proposal would contribute to Cuba's defense and would be a powerful deterrent that the U.S. rulers would have to weigh before undertaking any military action. Castro had swallowed the Soviet proposal, but commented years later that the Cubans did not like the missiles, and if it had been a matter only of their own defense they would not have accepted their deployment. The decision was difficult, not because we were afraid of the dangers that might follow, but because it would damage the image of the revolution, and we were very zealous in protecting the image of the revolution in the rest of Latin America. Castro was also aware that the missiles would turn the country into a Soviet military base, and that in turn would entail a high political cost for the country's image. 25 The presence of foreign military bases all over the world was much under discussion at that time, and the Belgrade Conference of Non-Aligned Countries in 1961, at which Cuba had been an active participant, passed an overwhelming vote condemning the bases maintained by the superpowers. 26 Cuba had long fulminated against the U.S. presence at Guantanamo. Yet despite the impact on the international image of the revolution, the Cuban leadership felt obliged to go ahead. Raúl Castro and Marshal Beryasov went off together to explore the different places in the island where the Soviet missiles and their accompanying units might be deployed. On that tour, records the official history, Raúl was told in detail about the nature of the military equipment and the number of Russians that would have to be accommodated in Cuba. 27 The Russians were anxious to make an impression, and the military package they proposed was gigantic. Some 42,000 soldiers would be sent to start with, 4 Soviet combat regiments. The military hardware would be on a comparable scale, with 16 intermediate-range ballistic missile launchers and 24 medium-range launchers, each equipped with 2 missiles and a nuclear warhead. In addition there would be 24 advanced SAM-2 surface-to-air missile batteries, 42 MiG interceptor F-filters and 42 Ilyushin 28 bombers, as well as 12 Komer-class missile-carrying submarines, boats and numerous coastal defense cruise missiles. No such treasure fleet, no such armada, had ever been seen in Cuban waters before. 28 The Cubans expressed an obvious concern: how could such a vast arsenal be transported across half the world without arousing the suspicions of the United States? Raúl Castro asked whether the Soviets could really transport these 20-meter-long missiles to Cuba without being discovered by the enemy's intelligence services *, and he discussed his worries with Fidel. The Cuban leadership was clearly uncomfortable about this possibility and remained so throughout the months of preparation, although the official account blithely records their confidence in Soviet expertise in such matters. 29 They were to be seriously disillusioned. The Cubans had good cause to be worried. The moment the actual construction of the missile sites began in October, the United States caught sight of them, from the photographs produced by their reconnaissance planes overflying the island. The Americans knew exactly what a Soviet missile site looked like, since they had made similar flights over the Soviet Union. Supremely overconfident, it had not occurred to the Russians to change or modify the design. With hindsight, the Cubans regretted their servility towards their Soviet ally. If we had known what those missiles were like, Castro told his colleagues a few years later, in 1968, and if the question of camouflage had been posed to us, it would have been easy to decide what to do. In a country where there are so many construction projects, so many big chicken barns and all sorts of other things, it would have been the easiest thing in the world to build all those installations under roofs or something else, and they would never have been discovered. 30 In spite of these Cuban misgivings, unvoiced at the time, the Russians went ahead. A formal decision to begin missile deployment was taken in the Kremlin on June 10. The Russians calculated the installations would be completed within 5 months, just after the midterm elections in the United States. The Cubans, still hoping that a public and formalized relationship with the Soviet Union would be a less provocative guarantee of their future security, continued to argue in favor of a simple military pact. The Russians played along with this idea, and Raúl Castro traveled to Moscow early in July to initial a draft treaty. Still worried by the possible discovery of the movement of missiles across the Atlantic, Fidel told his brother to ask Khrushchev just one question: what would happen if the operation were discovered while in progress? 31 Fidel may have understood rather better than Khrushchev that it would not be easy to keep the secret, or maybe the ever-reckless Khrushchev did not really much care. According to the Cuban account, he gave Raúl a typically crude reply. 202. Don't worry, I'll grab Kennedy by the balls and make him negotiate. After all, they have surrounded us with their bases in Turkey and other places. 32 Raúl and Marshal Malinovsky initialed the draft military agreement, scheduled for renewal after 5 years. It included the nuclear installations, and among its clauses was a stipulation that the nuclear-tipped missiles would remain under the sole command of the Soviet military. 33 Plans were made for the pact to be formally signed in Havana in November, when Khrushchev hoped to visit the island to unveil the missiles to an astonished world. 34 Reconnaissance work in Cuba began in the middle of July. A group of Cuban speleologists selected caves suitable for storing arms and ammunition, while peasant families living in some of the places selected had to be moved away and given new land and housing. 35 The Russians involved in the project, codenamed Operation Anadyr, were initially told that they were to take part in an exercise in the far north of the Soviet Union, along the river Anadyr. Years later, the project's commander, General Anatoly Gribkov, explained the nature of his unprecedented task. He was to assemble and outfit nearly 51,000 soldiers, airmen, and sailors, calculate the weapons, equipment, supplies, and supplies such a contingent would need for a prolonged stay, find 85 freight ships to transport men and gear, put them to sea and ensure them the right reception and working conditions on their arrival in Cuba. He was also required to conceal the entire operation and complete it within 5 months. 36 Soviet units started to arrive early in August, unloading at 7 different harbors around the Cuban coast, at Santiago, Nueces, Casilda, Havana, Bahia Honda, Cabanas, and Mariel. The troops landed, regrouped, and left at night in caravans of 30 to 40 vehicles. To make sure that they could travel, Soviet and Cuban engineering units had to repair roads or build new ones, and prepare fords in order to detour around bridges unable to withstand such heavy loads. 37 The nuclear warheads, the last deliveries to arrive, came early in October. This sensitive cargo was loaded on 2 ships, the icebreaker Indijirka, which arrived on October 4, and the Aux Sandrovsk, which docked on October 23. Colonel Ivan Shishchenko, the Soviet officer in charge of their storage, explained that the Indijirka moved the bulk of the warheads, while the other ship transported supplemental munitions that were never actually unloaded. 38 Both ships sailed from Murmansk and docked at Mariel. The warheads were stored initially at a depot in Bijikal, in Havana province, and remained there until moved to the launch sites on October 26, the day before the crisis was finally resolved. 10 The problems of transporting them in Cuba's tropical climate was to keep them at a temperature less than 20 degrees Celsius, and air-conditioned vehicles had to be prepared. 39 Castro made one last effort to persuade Khrushchev to make a public announcement about the defense treaty, sending Guevara and Aragons to Moscow in August to argue the case. Ostensibly the 2 Cubans were bringing the Cuban revisions to the military pact initialed by Raúl in July, but they also hoped to persuade the Russians to go public. They still hoped that if Khrushchev were to sign the treaty and publish it, this might in itself be carrot enough to deter a possible US invasion. The Cubans could then insist on their right to accept a Soviet base, just as the Turkish government had done when US nuclear bases were established in Turkey. 40 Visiting Khrushchev at his summer dacha in the Crimea, Guevara and Aragons encountered a brick wall. Khrushchev insisted that the agreement should remain secret until the missiles were safely installed. The Cubans were obliged to fall in with his wishes. Significantly, Khrushchev made no move to sign the defense pact, saying he would do so when visiting the island later in the year. Maybe he realized that a crisis with the United States might arise at some stage, and that it would be easier to negotiate with the Americans bilaterally, or to grab them by the balls, as he had so graphically imagined, without the Cubans muddying the waters. When Guevara asked him what would happen if the Americans were to make a premature discovery of Operation Anadyr, Khrushchev was all smiles. "You don't have to worry," he said blithely, "there will be no problem from the United States." 41 Khrushchev was wrong. There was a big problem. By the time Guevara and Aragons returned to Havana, early in September, the United States was already aware of the increased Soviet build-up on Cuba. High-level reconnaissance planes had revealed the existence of the SAM-2 missile sites and of increasing numbers of Soviet soldiers. On September 7, Kennedy asked the U.S. Congress for approval to call up 150,000 reservists, and the announcement of a military exercise, to take place in the Caribbean in October, fueled fears of an imminent U.S. invasion. 42 On September 26, the U.S. Congress adopted a resolution that would authorize the President to take armed action against Cuba if necessary to prevent the establishment of military power on the island that might endanger the security of the United States. The worst fears of the Cubans were being realized. When President Kennedy's Crisis Committee met in the White House on Tuesday, October 16 and asked aloud whether an airstrike should not be launched against the island, Robert McNamara, the Defense Secretary, introduced a more sober note of realism into the discussion. No airstrike could be launched against the Soviet missile bases, he said, if they had already become operational. If they become operational before the airstrike, I do not believe we can state we can knock them out before they can be launched. And if they're launched, there is almost certain to be chaos in part of the east coast of the United States or the area in a radius of 600 to 1,000 miles from Cuba. 43. 104. McNamara also explained that airstrikes would have to be extended to airfields and storage dumps, and this would involve potential casualties of Cubans, at least in the hundreds, more likely in the low thousands, say 2 or 3,000. McNamara concluded with firm opposition to the whole notion of such strikes. I would strongly urge against the air attack, to be quite frank about it, because I think the danger to this country in relation to the gain that would accrue would be excessive. 44 The crisis group then moved on to examining a possible invasion. McNamara thought it might be necessary to invade to reintroduce order into the country. Such an invasion, said General Maxwell Taylor, Chief of the General Staff, could be mounted with 90,000 men, by air and sea, taking place over 5 to 7 days. 45 President Kennedy made his first and most important decision: we're going to take out these missiles. That was the most basic American position. He did not specify how this was to be done, nor did he take sides in the debate about airstrikes versus invasion. He simply requested that preparations should be made for both. 5 to 7 days were what General Taylor required to be ready. In Havana, the Cubans knew nothing of this decision, but they were alerted over the weekend of 21 October to a possible escalation of the crisis by developments at Guantanamo. Unusually large U.S. troop reinforcements had been arriving at the U.S. base, and civilian families living there had been ordered to leave. The United States prepares an invasion of Cuba * was the headline of Revolucion, the Cuban daily, on the morning of Monday, October 22. Without waiting for Kennedy's television speech, publicly scheduled for that evening, and still uncertain whether it presaged an imminent invasion, Castro placed the Cuban armed forces on alert that day and mobilized some 270,000 reservists that night. Cuba's UN ambassador was told to request an emergency session of the Security Council. The Soviet commander in Cuba received orders from Marshal Malinovsky in Moscow the same day to take immediate steps to raise combat readiness and to repulse the enemy together with the Cuban army and with all the power of the Soviet forces, with the important exception of the R-12 missiles and the nuclear warheads. 44 The Russians, like the Americans, did not wish the crisis to slip out of their control. After a week of secret discussions in Washington, Kennedy appeared on television on the night of October 22 to announce that close surveillance of the Soviet military build-up had revealed a series of offensive missile sites that were in preparation on that imprisoned island. Each medium-range missile, capable of carrying a nuclear warhead for 1,000 miles or more, he said, would be capable of striking Washington, D.C., the Panama Canal, Cape Canaveral, Mexico City, or any other city in the southeastern part of the United States, in Central America, or in the Caribbean area. Other, intermediate range missiles would be able to reach twice as far, capable of striking most of the major cities in the Western Hemisphere, ranging as far north as Hudson Bay, Canada, and as far south as Lima, Peru. Cuba, Kennedy went on, lies in an area well known to have a special and historical relationship to the United States, and the stationing of missiles was a deliberately provocative and unjustified change in the status quo which cannot be accepted by this country. Kennedy had decided what to do, and had rejected both the air strikes and the invasion. He chose a third option, announcing a naval blockade of the island. All ships of any kind bound for Cuba from whatever nation or port will, if found to contain cargoes of offensive weapons, be turned back. He also requested the Security Council to consider a U.S. resolution calling for the prompt dismantling and withdrawal of all offensive weapons in Cuba. Such an action would require inspectors. It was required to take place under the supervision of United Nations observers. Kennedy concluded with an emotional appeal to the captive people of Cuba, describing how he had watched with deep sorrow how your nationalist revolution was betrayed and how your fatherland fell under foreign domination. Now your leaders are no longer Cuban leaders inspired by Cuban ideals, they are puppets and agents of an international conspiracy. 47 Castro replied to Kennedy's speech on the following evening, and he too spoke on television. Recent events, he said, were the culmination of the policies pursued by the United States since the triumph of the revolution. Like Kennedy, he delved into history, explaining how their special and historical relationship * went back to the last years of the previous century, when our progress, our independence, and our sovereignty * had been undercut by the policy of the Yankee governments. The Americans, he went on, had tried everything: diplomatic pressure, economic aggression, and a Guatemala-type invasion, the invasion at Playa Girón. Now they were embarked upon a new adventure, trying to prevent us from arming ourselves with the assistance of the Soviet camp. Castro dismissed all talk of UN intervention, and with reference to the UN's continuing crisis in Central Africa after the death of Lumumba, he said, "We refuse all inspection, Cuba is not the Congo." Invoking other more distant elements in Cuban history, Castro claimed that Kennedy was not a statesman but a pirate, a word with a special resonance for Cubans. He asked why the Americans had proclaimed a blockade when they own the seas already. "Henry Morgan is the owner of the seas. I don't say Francis Drake, because Drake was a person of some renown. They can search through the archives. But in the history of piracy they will not find a precedent of any kind for this sort of action. It is an act of war in time of peace. The only precedents," Castro continued, "might be found in the history of fascism. The United States today is unfortunately the refuge of world. 206. Reaction, of fascism, of racism, and of all the most retrograde and most reactionary currents in the world. This is a historical fact. Once it was a country of liberty. But those days of Lincoln are gone. From Lincoln to Kennedy is quite a long stretch." Castro concluded by brandishing his very own, borrowed, nuclear deterrent, the people should know the following: we have the means with which to repel a direct attack. We are running risks that we have no choice but to run. We have the consolation of knowing that in a thermonuclear war, the aggressors, those who unleash a thermonuclear war, will be exterminated. I believe there are no ambiguities of any kind. 48 The mood in Cuba that week was relatively relaxed, in spite of Castro's rash threats. Kennedy had addressed a postscript in his speech to the captive people of Cuba, yet this did not reflect the mood in Havana at that time, well summarized by the American historian Robert Quirk in his biography of Castro. The overwhelming majority in October 1962 stood by their government in the crisis, as they had done at the time of the Bay of Pigs invasion, some because they supported the social and economic reforms, others because for them a sense of national pride came before economic well-being. As men in high places in both Moscow and Washington debated the fate of millions, for most Cubans life went on as usual. They rode check buses to their workplaces. They crowded into the popular coffee houses and refreshment stands and waited in queues to buy rationed foodstuffs, some, perhaps, buying more than they should have. During the day children learned their lessons in the schools. Along the Malecon men and boys fished from the shore. 49 In Washington, meanwhile, Operation Mongoose had been dusted down again. On Tuesday, October 16, after the morning meeting of the National Security Council, Robert Kennedy held a meeting with those involved in the project, and referred to the general dissatisfaction of the president with progress thus far. He focused discussion on a new and more active program of sabotage just prepared by the CIA. Pressed by Richard Helms as to what the ultimate objective of the operation might be, and what could be promised to the Cuban exiles, Robert Kennedy hinted that the president might be becoming less averse to overt U.S. military action. He wondered aloud how many Cubans would really defend Castro if the country were invaded. The Mongoose specialists went on to discuss the possibility of using Cuban exiles to attack the nuclear missile sites, but, perhaps fortunately for all concerned, Robin Kennedy and the rest of the group agreed that that was not a feasible option. 50 The U.S. naval blockade began on Wednesday, October 24, and the next day the Soviet government ordered its ships' captains to stay outside the blockaded zone. The order affected ships carrying R-14 nuclear missiles, and their submarine escorts, scheduled to dock that day. Although the following days were fraught with anxiety, the eventual solution to the crisis was relatively simple. A letter sent from Khrushchev to Kennedy on Friday, October 26 said that his purpose in sending to Cuba what he referred to as defensive missiles was to prevent a repeat of the Bay of Pigs. He would happily withdraw them if the United States would agree not to invade the island. Since, prior to the crisis, the United States had had no intention of supporting another invasion by the exiles, Kennedy and his advisors were happy to accept this offer. They did so in a letter sent the following day. To save face, they insisted that UN inspectors should verify the Soviet withdrawal, a request that was acceptable to Khrushchev but rejected furiously by Castro. The US-Soviet agreement also contained a tacit understanding that US missiles in Turkey, judged to be obsolete, would be withdrawn. Entirely adjacent to these events and decisions was Castro, whose revolution lay at the heart of the crisis. He had not asked for the missiles to be placed in Cuba. No one requested his permission when they were removed. To cover over his humiliation, he issued a statement on October 28 to indicate that he had a voice and a point of view, even if no one was listening. Kennedy's guarantee that there would be no invasion of Cuba would, he said, be ineffective unless other measures were taken, as well as the withdrawal of the naval blockade. Castro listed 5 demands: an end to the economic blockade, an end to subversive activity against Cuba launched from the United States, an end to acts of piracy carried out from U.S. bases, an end to the violation of Cuban airspace and territorial waters, and an end to the U.S. occupation of Guantanamo. Implicit in his statement was the belief that the 5 demands should have been included in the bargain that Khrushchev made with Kennedy. When the immediate crisis was over, Mikoyan was sent to Havana by Khrushchev to patch up relations. He arrived on November 2 and was obliged to stay for 3 weeks to placate the Cuban leader. 51 Mikoyan not only had to discuss inspection, to which the Cubans remained adamantly opposed, but also the withdrawal of the Soviet Tu-28 bombers from Cuba, a demand that the Americans had added as an afterthought. Mikoyan had no power to negotiate with the Cubans, for the decisions had already been taken in Moscow. His task was to persuade Castro to accept inspection, and after 3 weeks he had to admit failure. Castro was adamant. There would be no inspection. President Kennedy announced a formal end to the crisis at a press conference on November 20. "We will not, of course, abandon the political, economic, and other efforts of this hemisphere to halt subversion from Cuba, nor our purpose and hope that the Cuban people shall someday be wholly free. But these policies are very different from any intent to launch a military invasion of the island." McNamara announced the lifting of the naval blockade on the same day. 208. Soviet ships sailed away from Cuba, carrying the nuclear missiles and their troops. The United States dropped its demand for inspection and agreed that aerial surveillance, which the Cubans could not prevent, would be just as good. In Cuba the mood was grim. The missiles crisis was one of the few major events in the history of the revolution that Castro was not able to turn to his advantage. He was not accustomed to failure and humiliation, least of all at the hands of the ally that he had so recently been courting. The events of those days left behind feelings of disillusion and bitterness, wrote Tomás Díaz Acosta, the official Cuban historian of the crisis, whose account reflected the views of Castro. The sense of disillusion came from the poor political role of the Soviet Union in accepting all the demands of the United States. This had left Cuba in a very complicated situation, since it had to oppose the humiliating U.S. demand for on-site inspection. Even worse was the public handling of the proposed swap of missiles in Cuba for the U.S. missiles in Turkey. In any proposed exchange, it would have been more honorable for the Soviets, and a matter of elementary justice for the Cubans, to have demanded first of all the return of territory illegally occupied by the Guantanamo naval base and the withdrawal of U.S. troops stationed there. After this bitter but instructive experience, in which Cuba was neither consulted nor taken into account as it should have been, Cubans never again had the same trust in the Soviet political leadership's ability to handle international problems. 52 Successive United States governments kept Kennedy's, never officially revealed, promise not to invade Cuba. Other countries in the Caribbean suffered from the attentions of U.S. troops, the Dominican Republic, Grenada, Panama, Haiti, but Cuba remained sacrosanct. Even when the Soviet Union collapsed in the 1990s, and hopes rose among Cuban exiles that a more active movement to overthrow Castro might receive the support of Washington, the promise was kept. The anti-Castro rhetoric was of course maintained. The island was kept in diplomatic isolation, and the exiles were encouraged to continue their programs of harassment. Kennedy presided over a ceremony at the Orange Bowl in Florida in December, to welcome the returning prisoners captured at the Bay of Pigs and now finally released. Accepting from them their battle flag, he promised that it would be returned to them in a free Havana. The CIA's fingers could still be found in many pies, and although Operation Mongoose was officially wound down, it continued in all but name. A new unit in the State Department, the Coordinator of Cuban Affairs, was set up to recommend new courses of action with regard to Cuba, and it reported in April 1963 that the present covert policy involved continuing support for exiles. These still believed that the Castro government could be overthrown from within, and planned sabotage attacks against Cuban shipping. 53 Kennedy authorized the CIA to support a limited program of hit-and-run attacks against suitable targets in June, and the program was extended in the autumn to include the sabotage of power plants, oil refineries, and sugar mills. "We caught on right away," Castro later recalled, suggesting that the historical period marked by pirate bases in Central America and pirate raids on our coasts had now returned. This modern form of piracy, he said, was carried out with impunity by vessels equipped with the most modern electronic devices. So, in the great and extraordinary era of proletarian internationalism and intercontinental missiles, we were forced to go back to the time of the Dutch pirates, Drake, Jacques de Sores, and all those gentlemen whose exploits we have read about in history books. 54 These attacks along the Cuban coast were to continue throughout the 1960s, a perpetual irritant to the government and to the population, and an excuse for the Cuban government to maintain an ever more powerful and intrusive secret service. As in the days of Spain, the island's Captain General was obliged to take strong-arm measures against the pirates and those who supported them on the island. In the wake of the disastrous breakdown in trust between Havana and Moscow after the missile crisis, Khrushchev sought to re-establish a fresh relationship with Castro, sending a long and seductive letter in January 1963 and inviting him to pay a visit to Moscow in April. To impress the Cuban leader, the Russians sent their new aeroplane to Havana to collect him. The Tupolev 114, described as the largest and heaviest airliner in the world at that time, was a turboprop that could fly directly from Havana to Murmansk in 12 hours. Castro took a team of reliable fidelists with him, including Emilio Aragons, the man appointed to organize the new Revolutionary Communist Party after the dismissal of Aníbal Escalante, Sergio Del Valle, José Abrams, the chief of state security and formerly of the Communist Youth Organization, and René Vallejo. Apart from Abrams, there was hardly a Marxist among them. At Moscow airport on April 28, Castro was greeted by Khrushchev and Leonid Brezhnev, and by the cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin. The Cuban visit was important for Khrushchev. In trouble at home, he needed to bask in the reflected glory of Cuba's revolutionary leader, to prove to his party and his people that he had been right to back this newest recruit to the Soviet camp. He also needed to ensure that the wayward Castro, with his ideologically 210 undisciplined supporters, did not move into the Chinese sphere, at a time when the Sino-Soviet dispute was still a matter of intense debate. The Castro visit was a huge success. The popular welcome for the Cuban party was spontaneous and enthusiastic. Castro was feted wherever he went. The Russians were beguiled by this attractive hero from the distant tropics. 55 Castro attended ceremonial dinners and a performance at the Bolshoi, but he also escaped from his minders and wandered unguarded through Red Square, enjoying the plaudits of the crowd. On May he appeared there on top of the Lenin Mausoleum, at Khrushchev's side, and watched while Soviet missile launchers were driven across the cobbles. Castro stayed in Moscow for a week, and then went traveling for a month through the Soviet Union, to a punishing schedule. He visited Tashkent and Samarkand, and went on to Irkutsk to walk by the shores of Lake Baikal. Picking up some phrases in Uzbek, he delighted the audience at a collective farm. He returned to Leningrad, via Krasnoyarsk in Siberia and Sverdlovsk in the Urals, and then on to Kiev and back to Moscow, to a final rally at the Lenin Stadium. Even then the visit was not over. Castro and Khrushchev went off together to the Soviet leader's dacha by the Black Sea, and visited Tbilisi. Not until June did Castro return to Moscow, in time to catch the large Soviet turboprop back to Havana from Murmansk. Discussions during the Soviet visit were to have an important impact on the revolution's economic policies. Cuba would now abandon Guevara's visionary projects of economic diversification, and, with Soviet assistance, would concentrate on sugar production. The Cuban government, noted one Soviet columnist approvingly, had refused to take the adventurous path of autarky, a crack against the Chinese, but also an attack on the alternative policies favored by Guevara. 56 On the Sino-Soviet dispute, Castro had already made a choice defined by economic necessity. China sent Cuba rice, circuses, and condoms, while the Soviet Union sent the wherewithal for the construction of entire factories, as well as farm machinery and weapons, and, of course, the Russians bought large quantities of sugar. 57 The prolonged Soviet visit put paid to any hope of a rapprochement with the United States. No satellite leader has ever spent 40 days in Russia. President Kennedy pointed out to journalists, basking in such glory and getting so much of Khrushchev's personal attention. 58 PAR from trying to establish channels of communication to Castro, as a committee of the National Security Council recommended in June, the U.S. government's emphasis was again on a program of sabotage of major segments of the Cuban economy. 59 The public rhetoric continued on both sides, as did the attacks along the Cuban coast, yet Castro and Kennedy both privately expressed interest in exploring alternative strategies. Jean Daniel, a French journalist of L'Express, interviewed both men in October and November 1963, and wrote a hopeful report. Yet whatever might have been was too late. On November 22, the day Daniel lunched with Castro, President Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, Texas. The fantasy of a possible improvement in US-Cuban relations vanished, never to reappear. Castro made a second visit to the Soviet Union in January 1964, for Khrushchev needed reassurance that the Cubans were committed to the Soviet policy of peaceful coexistence and would not cause problems with the new administration of President Johnson in the United States. Castro, for his part, wanted to get a better sugar deal. After 10 days, the two leaders had settled both points. Khrushchev agreed to purchase Cuban sugar at the favorable rate of 6 cents a pound, at least until 1970. The Russians would buy 2.1 million tons in 1965, 3 million in 1966, 4 million in 1967 and 5 million thereafter. The revolution, which had once sought to escape from the tyranny of sugar production, was now tied to it for the foreseeable future. As for peaceful coexistence, Castro and Khrushchev agreed that revolutionary movements should be allowed to travel along both peaceful and non-peaceful roads towards the eventual liquidation of capitalism, a nod to the Chinese but also a recognition that Cuba still had hopes of promoting successful revolutions in Latin America. The revolution's embrace of communism increased the numbers of Cubans seeking to leave the island. Yet since commercial flights between the island and the United States had been stopped after the missile crisis, the flight into exile had become increasingly difficult. In the early years of the revolution, the procedure for leaving the island was relatively simple, though not always easy. Would-be exiles needed an air ticket, an exit permit from the Cuban government and a U.S. entry visa from the U.S. government, standard practice for citizens of Latin American countries at the time. U.S. visas were often difficult to obtain and were only granted to known leftists in exceptional circumstances. Securing a Cuban exit permit was often a bureaucratic nightmare, delivered only after the payment of all income and property taxes had been verified. Yet in spite of the obstacles, tens of thousands of Cubans left the island. Portions of the Cuban population had been accustomed to exile over the centuries, a phenomenon nurtured by traditions of poverty, oppression and political disagreement with whatever regime happened to be in power. Middle-class opponents of Spanish colonial rule throughout the 19th century found refuge in Europe and the United States. Thousands of workers in those years, notably in the tobacco industry, moved to Florida and established flourishing communities that remained Cuban in éduque and inspiration. Activists during the wars of independence often found themselves languishing unexpectedly in Spain's African jails at Ceuta, on the Moroccan coast, or on the island of Fernando Po. Politics moved seamlessly between communities in Cuba and the mainland of Europe and America. The independence wars were orchestrated and funded by Cubans in exile, as was the war against Batista. The exodus from Cuba during the Castro era created similar patterns of life abroad to those experienced by earlier generations. First to leave after the revolution were those involved in the Batista government, its beneficiaries and prominent supporters. The revolution had specifically targeted them, and the early executions of known killers and torturers was a signal that they would not be welcome in the new Cuba. Estimates suggest that slightly more than 40,000 people left in the first 2 years. 60 A second and rather larger group was formed by those unhappy with the revolution's radical turn. Many people from Cuba's liberal middle class felt they had participated in Castro's war, if only from the sidelines, but they did not approve the subsequent lurch towards socialism, let alone communism. Catholic believers, and those sufficiently affluent to keep their children in private schools, were early opponents of the revolution's move to the left. Such people usually assumed that Castro's hold on government would be brief, and many flew out to Miami in the sure knowledge that they would soon return. Estimates indicate that 80,000 left in 1961 and nearly 70,000 in I-962.61. Many of those who departed wrote U.S. Ambassador Bonsai in his memoirs, did so in the conviction that they would soon return to find their country and their way of life restored to them without the need to exert serious effort on their part. 62 These willing migrants had underestimated the tenacity of the revolution, but some were children and had no choice. Some 14,000 children in 1961 and 1962 were sent off on their own, in Sui airlift that became known as Operation Pedro Pan. 63 Parents were often desperate for their children to escape what they perceived as communist indoctrination, and thought that they would be better off in Florida. What was expected to be a brief separation in many cases lasted a lifetime. The initial departure of Batista supporters was of considerable benefit to the revolution, effectively exporting the social and financial basis of the counter-revolution and leaving any internal opposition without focus or leadership. Some historians claim that the revolution's political stability can be largely explained by the fact that potential opposition was siphoned off. Exile may have been less dramatic for Cubans than for those caught up in other revolutions, since the existence of flourishing Cuban-American communities in Florida, established since the 19th century, provided a ready welcome for the first generation of exiles. 64 The rate of exodus went into a sharp decline after the missile crisis, when flights between Cuba and the mainland stopped entirely for 3 years. Those seeking to leave could escape only by boat, a risky and uncertain enterprise. Anxious to establish a more orderly exodus, Castro announced a new policy in September 1965, declaring boldly that participation in the revolution was strictly voluntary. Anyone who wished to leave the island for the Yankee paradise was free to do so, he told an assembly of the formidable committees for the defense of the revolution. The fact that people were escaping in small boats, and many of them were drowning, was being used by the Americans as propaganda. The Voice of America claimed that Cuba was a prison island from which its people wished to escape. 65 Something needed to be done. Since there were no direct flights, the solution was to make a harbor available from which legal and orderly departures might take place. Camarioca, a fishing port to the west of the beach resort of Varadero, was selected as the site. It would be open from October, said Castro, to the boats of Cuban exiles who wanted to come to pick up their relations. The terms were harsh, those leaving were obliged to leave their homes and property to the government. The response was immediate. Several thousand Cubans converged on Camarioca from all parts of the island and hundreds of small boats came over from Florida to collect them. Many never arrived at the other side. Wayne Smith, a U.S. diplomat working on the Cuba desk in Washington, wrote later that the U.S. Coast Guards did what they could to keep the boats under surveillance, but it was a losing battle. Too many people totally inexperienced in handling boats were putting to sea in small and unseaworthy craft. A dozen boats were sunk, and the exhausted Coast Guards were soon predicting a major tragedy unless the operation was halted. 66 The humanitarian problem was serious enough, and given much publicity by the media. More damaging politically for the U.S. administration was the unscheduled arrival of unregulated refugees. Something had to be done to staunch the flow before it became a major political issue, and the U.S. government now requested talks with the Cubans, the first such official contact for several years. Castro agreed to halt the impromptu boat lift * from Camarioca on November 15. During the month-long exodus, nearly 3,000 Cubans had been taken off the beach, while some 2,000 remained. The Americans suggested that a regular airlift should be inaugurated to ferry to Miami the Cubans who had asked to leave and whose applications had already been processed by the U.S. Interest Section * of the Swiss Embassy in Havana. Much to their surprise, Castro agreed. President Johnson signed a new immigration law on October 3, the US Cuban Adjustment Act, and told the would-be exiles in ringing tones that those who seek refuge here in America will find it. He asked the U.S. Congress to provide $12 million to help fund the expected influx. The Americans suggested that priority should be given to the 15,000 to 20,000 Cubans who already had relations living in the United States. They also, 214, declared their willingness to accept Cuba's political prisoners, then estimated rather vaguely by the United States at somewhere between 15,000 and 30,000. The freedom flights negotiated by Johnson and Castro began in December, with 2 flights a day from the airport at Varadero, 5 days a week. The 2,000 migrants left stranded on the beach at Camarioca were eventually taken to Florida on boats chartered by the U.S. government. The flights continued for 6 years, until August 1971, when President Nixon called a halt. Castro was also willing to see an end to the flights, considering them to be an unnecessary drain on the workforce. 67 The U.S. government paid for the flights and provided a $100 grant to each family. The total expenditure for the 6-year period was $50 million, and during that time 3,000 flights had brought more than 250,000 Cubans, 260,561, into exile in the United States. 68 By the end of the 1980s the total Cuban migration was close to 1 million, roughly 10% of the population. 69 The social composition of this immense diaspora changed over time. The exiles of the early 1960s came chiefly from the white middle class, and received a ready welcome in the United States. By the 1970s and 1980s they came from other sectors of society as well, with lower grades and fewer skills, and many were black. These, like their fellow migrants from Puerto Rico, the Dominican Republic and Haiti, found themselves on a lower rung of the ladder of opportunity when they arrived in the United States, affected by unemployment, discrimination, and reduced access to education and social services. President Johnson's US-Cuban Adjustment Act granted automatic residency to any Cuban without documents who landed on American soil. Later migratory accords, signed by President Clinton in 1994 and 1995, required that all Cubans intercepted by the Coast Guards at sea would be sent back to Cuba. A new phenomenon arose in those years as a result. Illegal speedboats would collect migrants from Cuba for a large sum, and, avoiding the Cuban and U.S. Coast Guards, would land them on the Florida shore, where they would immediately be eligible for U.S. residency. The departure over the years of more than 1 million Cubans was a tragic experience for the migrants and a lasting hurt for the revolution. The Cuban opposition to the revolution that existed abroad, funded and supported by the U.S. government, showed its teeth at the Bay of Pigs, and remained a serious threat to the revolution until the end of the century. Yet the subversive actions of the exiles were largely without legitimacy in their original homeland and served only to further solidify the revolution. For the Cuban government, the large-scale emigration in the early years meant a serious loss of professional and technical skills, though it was not without its political and even economic advantages. Dudley Sears, a British economist, discovered on a study trip in 1962 that it provided the government with a supply of large houses and cars, since refugees who ran 215. These had to give them up. It also reduced the demand for consumer goods, and at the same time it changed the composition of this demand, since those who left were in large part consumers of luxuries. 70 Many houses were taken over by government institutions and others by students from the provinces, foreign advisors, and slum resettlement programs, happily bringing black families into bourgeois areas where they had previously been forbidden to live. 40 years later, great areas of central and suburban Havana were still inhabited by people who appeared to be squatting, and still looked as if they could not quite believe their luck. Havana's questionable loss was Florida's certain gain, where some $700 millionaires of Cuban origin flourished by the mid-1980s. Exiled Cubans were worth nearly $1 billion in the local economy, the proud owners of thousands of small businesses including grocery stores, restaurants, drugstores, jewelry stores, furniture factories, bakeries, garment factories, private schools, cigar factories, record plants, publishing houses, and radio stations. Thousands of Cuban doctors and hundreds of lawyers and bankers were well established in Florida, with just as many entrepreneurs in the construction industry. 71 Florida and Cuba had been united under the Spanish flag during the first centuries of conquest. In the late 20th century the two sectors of the Cuban community were irrevocably separated, yet forever united by ties of kinship, history, and memory. While disgruntled Cubans sailed for Miami, rather smaller groups left Cuba to help foment revolutionary movements in Latin America. Ever since the early months of the revolution, Cuban leaders had talked of toppling the dictators of the Caribbean and extending their rebel armies' operations to the Latin American mainland. Che Guevara outlined the implications of the revolution's success in its first month, the example of our revolution for Latin America, and the lessons it implies, have destroyed all the café theories. We have shown that a small group of resolute men, supported by the people and not afraid to die if necessary, can take on a disciplined regular army and completely defeat it. 72 Guevara was not alone. The continental possibilities of the revolution were the theme of one of Castro's earliest speeches, in January 1959. How much do the peoples of our continent need a revolution like this one which has been made in Cuba? Later he talked boldly of how the Andes might be turned into the Sierra Maestra of the Latin American Revolution. Like other revolutionaries, the Cubans dreamt that their individual experience would change the world. Their internationalist rhetoric was exemplary. Yet it was not until 1962 that they made a conscious decision to 21-6. Put their revolutionary theories into practice and to actively promote guerrilla warfare in Latin America. Encouraged by Guevara, Castro made plans to accelerate history. After the radicalization of the revolution, in the wake of the Bay of Pigs invasion of 1961, Cuba became ever more isolated within the Latin American hemisphere. Every government, with the exception of Mexico, broke off diplomatic relations and joined in the U.S. economic embargo. Cuba planned to escape from its isolation by overthrowing these governments through the strategy of guerrilla warfare that had proved so successful against Batista. Guevara was the most outspoken advocate of this policy and its principal inspiration. He had traveled up and down the continent in earlier years, and was the only revolutionary in Cuba with direct and intimate knowledge of its geography and its contemporary history. He believed with passion that small groups of armed men could defeat established armies, as they had done in Cuba. He deployed a compelling argument, although he ignored the great gulf that existed between the frail mini-states of the Caribbean and Central America, and the substantial economies and armies of South America. The first had lit more than a paramilitary police force to protect them, the second had centuries of experience in the crushing of native rebellions. The political possibilities of irregular warfare, conducted in the rural areas of Latin America, and later of the Third World, became Guevara's principal preoccupation, and he eventually left Cuba to seek proof of the correctness of his theories. These were elaborated in his first book, Reminiscences of the Cuban Revolutionary War, published in 1960, which gave his personal account of Cuba's successful war. This was followed by a second book, On Guerrilla Warfare, a handbook for guerrilla fighters, published and reprinted all over Latin America. In the conditions that prevail, at least in Latin America and in almost all countries with deficient economic development, he wrote, it is the countryside that offers ideal conditions for the fight. The theme was taken up in Castro's speech of February 1962, the Second Declaration of Havana, which emerged as a lyrical invocation of the idea of revolution itself, and the inevitable and coming explosion in Latin America. The signal sounds clearly from one end of the continent to the other. The anonymous masses, this America of color, somber and taciturn America, whose songs echo through the continent with grief and reproach, are beginning to inscribe the pages of history with their own blood, to suffer and to die. They are beginning to shake the world, to seize the rights of which they have been deprived by one group or another for almost 500 years. They are rising from the fields and mountains of America, from the slopes of the Sierras, from the plains and the forests, from isolation and from the city's traffic, from the seashore and the river bank. For this great humanity has cried enough, and has finally begun to move. 73. Recruits to Cuba's guerrilla program were not lacking. Thousands of young people all over Latin America were inspired by the barbudos of Cuba, and many now hope to reproduce the revolution in their own countries. Cuba provided a modicum of financial assistance, a supply of weapons, some military training and advice, and even, on rare occasions, a handful of Cuban fighters. The Cubans were not operating in a political or historical vacuum. The violent overthrow of dictatorships had been discussed in Latin America throughout the 20th century by each new generation coming to years of political discretion. General Bayo, the Spanish veteran, described how he had had thousands of conversations in earlier years with utopian idealists who dreamt of organizing guerrillas, to overthrow Franco, Somoza, Pérez Jiménez, Perón, Carrias, Adria, Batista, Stroessner, Rojas Pinilla, and so many others. Bayo recorded dryly how these conversations, once spoken, dissolved in the air like cigarette smoke. 74 Small-scale expeditions were launched from Cuba in the early months of the revolution, against Trujillo in the Dominican Republic, against Somoza in Nicaragua, and against Panama. These were piratical expeditions in the Caribbean style, refined over the centuries, and often merely tit-for-tat exchanges. Most were freelance operations, without the blessing of the Cuban state, although sometimes a compromising letter of encouragement from Che Guevara might be found in a dead guerrilla's rucksack. Trujillo was an obvious target. He had welcomed Batista to Santo Domingo as an exile and given assistance to other exiles to launch attacks on Cuba, though he was eventually assassinated with the help of the CIA. Guatemala, to which Guevara was linked by experience and friendship, was also on the list. So, too was Peru, where Ricardo Gotti, the brother of Guevara's first wife, was planning an insurrectionary war. 75 Nicaragua was in Guevara's sights, and he was alleged to have provided $20,000 in 1961 to Carlos Fonseca and Tomás Borga, two revolutionaries who founded the Sandinista movement. Nor were Venezuela's leftists, who had sent help to the Cuban guerrillas in 1958, forgotten. They received considerable Cuban support. 76 Top of Guevara's priorities was his homeland of Argentina. In 1962 he began planning for a guerrilla movement to be established in its northern provinces with the hope of expanding it across the continent. With the cooperation of the Cuban Secret Service, 3 Argentinians were recruited to organize it: Jorge Massetti, Alberto Granado, and Ciro Bustos. This was a mainstream Cuban operation, and Abelardo Colom Ibarra, the Havana police chief, was put in overall charge with José Martínez Tamayo as the chief liaison officer between Cuba and the Argentinian force in the field. General Francisco Ciutat, another old Spanish Republican with 25 years in Moscow, joined as a guerrilla trainer. 77. The Argentinian group called themselves the People's Guerrilla Army and began their training in Cuba in the autumn of 1962. They moved to Czechoslovakia after the missiles crisis and to Algeria in January 1963. In May they traveled to Latin America and assembled at Ajum in eastern Bolivia before crossing into the Argentinian province of Salta. Jorge Massetti was their leader, called Comandante Segundo because he was waiting for Guevara Comandante Primero to arrive. It was not an optimum moment to launch a war of liberation. The group arrived in Argentina just as a civilian government was reinstalled after a period of military rule. After 6 months of recruitment and exploration they were betrayed, surrounded and destroyed. 78 Guevara himself remained in Cuba, and this first attempt to start a continental revolution ground to a halt. Yet all was not lost. The Salta experience was built on 2 years later, when a guerrilla movement was again established in the eastern lowlands of Bolivia, in the same geographical location and with some of the same people. The Cubans now concentrated their efforts on Venezuela, where the local communists had agreed to support an armed insurrection. Several senior Cuban officers were involved, including Ulysses Rosales del Toro and Arnaldo Ochoa. They helped to land small units on the coast of Lara and Falcon at intervals between 1963 and 1967. Although a handful of Cuban fighters took part in the Venezuelan War, the principal focus of Cuba's assistance program was concentrated on training and supply. Some 300 Venezuelans may have passed through the Cuban training camps in this period, and possibly some 2,000 Latin Americans learned the basic techniques of guerrilla warfare in Cuba in the 1960s. The figures are inevitably imprecise. 79 The Venezuelan communists began to change tack after presidential elections in December 1963, in which the country voted overwhelming for the candidates of the conventional parties. Many erstwhile revolutionaries began to re-examine their commitment to guerrilla warfare, and in November 1965, after much internal debate, the Venezuelan Communist Party recommended the suspension of armed action. The war continued in a sporadic fashion until the end of the decade and received Cuban assistance at least until 1967, but it lost much of its political support in the cities. About to host a tricontinental conference in Havana in January 1966, celebrating the successes of revolutionary guerrilla warfare, all over the Third World, Castro was enraged by the decision of the Venezuelan communists to abandon the armed struggle. He spent the next 2 years denouncing them for their pusillanimity and praising the surviving guerrillas in Venezuela who had fought on, though this was not what his new friends in the Kremlin wanted to hear. Cuba's guerrilla strategy was put into theoretical form by a French writer, Regis Debray, who, after discussions with Castro and Guevara, produced a series of articles on the subject that were widely distributed in Latin America. His most striking contribution, an extended polemic entitled Revolution in the Revolution, was published early in 1967. In it, he argued from the Cuban experience that the small motor of a guerrilla group in the countryside would set in motion the larger engine of revolutionary struggle in the cities. Yet by the time of publication the theory was already wearing thin. It was clear by the mid-1960s that the counter-revolution had got the upper hand. Revolutionary groups formed in the Cuban image had been crushed in Peru in 1965, the revolutionary movement in Guatemala had received serious setbacks, including the assassination of the Communist Party leadership in 1966, and the long-standing insurgency in Colombia, which went back to the early 1950s and had been given a fillip by the Cuban Revolution, had been driven back into mountain and jungle fastnesses far from the country's urban centers. Physical involvement by Cubans in Latin America's struggles had always been small, limited to Argentina, Bolivia, and Venezuela. As the South American dream dwindled, the Cubans embarked on a fresh venture in another continent. More Cuban soldiers were to go with Guevara to the Congo in 1965, just over 100, than had gone to all the Latin American guerrilla groups put together. Exporting the revolution, Black Cubas returned to Africa, 1960 to 1966. Aware that the revolutionary fires in Latin America were burning low, Cuba made a strategic decision in 1965 to involve itself directly in what was perceived as the unfolding African Revolution. Africa is Rising from the Ruins /Verde Olivo, the Cuban Army magazine, announced in December 1964, the fire of national liberation is burning in Angola. The Zairene patriots are raising the flag of independence on the points of their guns. Rebels are fighting heroically in Mozambique. The people of southern Rhodesia are rejecting false independence that would only perpetuate the rule of the racist minority /81. The time had come for the Cuban Revolution, still aflame with the spirit of internationalism, to lend a hand. The initial battlefield was not any of the countries mentioned by Verde Olivo, but the geographically central state of the Congo. 82 A unit of 100 Cuban blacks, well trained in the techniques of guerrilla warfare and commanded by Che Guevara, was sent there in 1965 to join the rebels fighting in the east of the country. "TT was the first time that I had seen so many blacks together," said one of the Cuba guerrillas. "Blacks, only blacks, we were all blacks. It baffled me. I wondered, shit. What's going on?" *83 It was a serious affair. 84 When it was withdrawn 6 months later, Cuba concentrated its assistance on a rebel movement in Guinea-Bissau, a group led by Amilcar Cabral that was fighting for independence from Portugal. Cuba also sent a group to Congo-Brazzaville, to train the soldiers of the Popular Movement for the Liberation of Angola, the MPLA, led by Agustin Jonito. Black solidarity across the Atlantic was often emphasized. "I don't believe there is life after death," Cabral told Cuban soldiers in Brazzaville in August 1966, "but if there is, we can be sure that the souls of our forefathers, who were taken away to America to be slaves, are rejoicing today to see their children reunited, and working together to help us to be independent and free." 85 At the time of the revolution's triumph, Cuba's black population was less than a century away from slavery. Most of Africa, from which their recent ancestors had sprung, was still controlled by Europe's colonial powers, and only a handful of countries were independent: Egypt and Ethiopia, and Ghana, freed from British rule in 1957. South Africa was a white-ruled apartheid republic. Within a couple of years, the scene had changed out of all recognition. General de Gaulle returned to power in France in 1958, a few months before the Cuban Revolution, and offered independence to all French colonies south of the Sahara. The British and Belgians felt obliged to follow suit, and 16 of Europe's colonies in Africa received their independence in 1960. Radical new governments in some of them believed that their own struggle for freedom should be extended throughout Africa, and they provided active support for the liberation movements in white-ruled countries engaged in that pursuit. Armed resistance to colonial rule now began in Portugal's colonies: Angola in 1961, Guinea-Bissau in 1963, and Mozambique in 1964. The Cuban Revolution had appeared at an opportune moment and was seen by many Africans as part of the emancipatory wave affecting Africa and much of the globe. By 1961, Castro and Guevara had made common cause with the more radical African leaders and had offered to help them towards their revolutionary goals. The Cubans were the experts and arch-exponents of guerrilla warfare, and the Africans wanted advice. No one guessed in those early years how far these initial contacts would eventually go. Guevara was the first Cuban leader to take an interest in Africa and the first to visit the region. He stopped off in Cairo in June 1959 to salute President Nasser, then the nationalist hero of the Arab world. Cuba had had no diplomatic links with Africa before the revolution, except a consulate in Egypt. Raúl Castro followed Guevara to Cairo in July, and diplomatic relations were established in the autumn. Ambassadors were also exchanged with Kwame Nkrumah's Ghana and with Sékou Touré's Guinea. Sékou Touré was the first African to make a state visit to Havana, and he was greeted in October 1960 by thousands of enthusiastic black Cubans, shouting "Africa! Africa! Africa!" He was later to be a valuable link with the liberation movement in Guinea-Bissau. 86 Contacts with the Algerian Révolutionnaires of the Front de Libération Nationale, FLN, were made a year later, a few months before the eventual Algerian triumph in July 1962, when the 2ZI French finally withdrew. Unrolling since the mid-1950s, Algeria's revolutionary struggle had aroused particular interest among Cuba's own revolutionaries in the years before January 1959. The anti-Batista activists in Cuba had been fascinated by the reports from Algeria printed regularly in the pages of the weekly Bohemia. Algeria's experience seemed to parallel their own. 87 Cuba's first emissary to the FLN headquarters in Tunis, in October 1961, was Jorge Maceda, the journalist who was later to lead Guevara's guerrilla movement in Argentina. He arrived in Tunis with an offer from Castro to the FLN of a shipload of American weapons captured from the Cuban exiles at the Bay of Pigs in April. It was a nice touch. The Algerians gratefully accepted, and the weapons, rifles, machine guns, and mortars, were unloaded at Casablanca in Morocco in January 1962 and subsequently transferred to the Algerian frontier. On its return journey to Havana, the Cuban ship carried 76 wounded Algerian guerrillas and 20 orphan children from the refugee camps. More than 53 public health workers were sent out to Algeria in 1963. This was the start of the revolution's unprecedented program of humanitarian solidarity with Africa that would continue and grow over subsequent decades. 88 Cuba's relationship with Algeria was based on Castro's personal friendship with Ben Bella, Prime Minister at independence in 1962. Many of Castro's decisions about foreign affairs, for good or ill, were based on how he sized up foreign leaders he met. If some powerful African caudillo took his fancy, Ben Bella, Agustin Nito, Amilcar Cabral, Mengistu Haile Mariam of Ethiopia, Castro would back him to the hilt. The same was true of his relationship with prominent Latin American figures. Salvador Allende of Chile, Tomás Borga of Nicaragua, Maurice Bishop of Grenada, Juan Velasco of Peru, Hugo Chavez of Venezuela, all enjoyed his warm personal approval. So powerful was the attraction and commitment that Castro often did not seem to care or notice that his particular friend of the moment was not wholly in control of the situation in his country. This instant capacity to sum up an individual did not always serve him well when trying to analyze the situation in a specific country with whose history, customs, and culture he was largely unfamiliar. Ben Bella flew into Havana from New York on October 16, 1962, just 3 months after independence. He was greeted by Castro, with the orphaned Algerian children carrying flowers. The two youngest revolutions of the world met and compared notes, Ben Bella later recalled. For the next 3 years, until his overthrow in 1965, he was to be Cuba's guide to the politics of the African continent, although Nasser of Egypt, Julius Nyerere of Tanzania and Alphonse Massamba of Congo-Brazzaville also played important roles. Algeria provided a home to several leaders of the African liberation movements and facilitated their contacts with the Cubans. Ben Bella also provided assistance to Cuba's favorite guerrilla movements in Latin America, notably those in Venezuela and Argentina. 222. Cuba's ambassador in Algiers, Jorge Segura, was well connected and kept in touch with everyone. He had fought in the Sierra Maestra and was a close friend of the Castro brothers and Guevara. Although he was active and knowledgeable, his opinions were not always sensible. Piero Gligices, historian of Cuba in Africa, suggests that his advice may have contributed at certain moments to Havana's overestimation of the revolutionary potential of the region. 89 The Cubans were on a learning curve in Africa and they followed events in the Congo with particular interest like everyone else at the time. When Castro spoke at the UN General Assembly in September 1960, he addressed the theme of the day, Africa's independence, and declared his support for the Algerians, the blacks of South Africa and Patrice Lumumba of the Congo, which had become independent 6 months earlier and subsequently fallen prey to UN intervention and separatist wars. The people of the Congo are on the side of the only leader who has remained there to defend the interests of his country, said Castro, to show where he stood on the issue that had polarized the UN. That leader is Lumumba. The Congo occupied the world's headlines for several years, as the return of the Belgians and the arrival of UN forces was accompanied by civil war, and later by the involvement of mercenaries from South Africa and the United States, some of them Cuban exiles. Lumumba was captured and killed in January 1961. 90 A fresh development occurred in July 1964 when Moises Tshombe, a conservative leader from Katanga, supported by Belgium and the United States, seized power, sparking a rebellion by a radical group that claimed to be the heirs to Lumumba. Their rebellion was knocked out by a Western intervention force in November, when Belgian paratroopers carried in U.S. transport planes from the British base on Ascension Island destroyed the rebel headquarters at the town of Stanleyville in the north of the country. Guevara traveled to New York in December to denounce Western intervention at the UN General Assembly and to offer support to the rebels on behalf of the revolution. All the free men of the world must prepare to avenge the crime of the Congo, he declared. Castro sent him out to Africa to discover what could be done to help the Lumumbist rebels, and to assess the needs of other liberation movements. Guevara's tour lasted for the first 3 months of 1965, and he met the Lumumbists from the Congo, the MPLA from Angola, Cabral's Party for the Independence of Guinea and Cape Verde, PAIG, from Guinea-Bissau, and the Front for the Liberation of Mozambique, FRELIMO. He flew first to the three former French colonies with radical governments, Algeria, Guinea, and Congo-Brazzaville. In Algiers he made plans with Ben Bella. In Conakry, Sékou Touré arranged for him to meet Cabral, who had his headquarters in the city, and in Brazzaville, he met Angola's leaders for the first time. Congo-Brazzaville, bordering both the Congo and the Cabinda. 223. Enclave of Angola, had the most radical government in Central Africa, led since August 1963 by Alphonse Massamba, a former schoolteacher who had studied in France and absorbed much of the rhetoric of the French left. He had given early support to the rebel Lumumbist movement in the Congo, and to the MPLA. Brazzaville was an important base for both movements, and he was concerned that this might lead to destabilization by the West. He asked Guevara for Cuban troops to be sent to stiffen his presidential guard, and Guevara transmitted the request to Havana. Massamba introduced Guevara to the three most senior MPLA leaders, Agustin Jonito, Luis de Azevedo and Lucio Lara, who were organizing a guerrilla war against the Portuguese in Angola. At that stage the Angolans only wanted instructors from the Cubans, rather than weapons or troops. The war was getting difficult, and we were inexperienced, Lara later recalled. We wanted Cuban instructors because of the prestige of the Cuban Revolution, and because their theory of guerrilla warfare was very close to our own. 91 Guevara explained the Cuban plan to send instructors to aid the Lumumbist movement, and agreed that some could be sent to Brazzaville, to help the Angolans, and a team led by Jorge Risque arrived later in the year. Moving on to Dar es Salaam in February, after a side trip to Peking, Guevara made contact with the Lumumbists and with the Mozambican movement, FRELIMO. His chief contacts with the Lumumbists were Gaston Soumaliat and Laurent Kabila, the man in charge of the rebel forces in eastern Congo. Che offered them 30 instructors and all the weapons we could spare. Kabila accepted with delight, and Soumaliat asked that the instructors should be black. The meeting with Eduardo Mondlane and Marcelino dos Santos from FRELIMO was more difficult. FRELIMO had recently begun its liberation war, and Guevara clearly believed that the claims of Baptiste I were exaggerated. The FRELIMO leaders, understandably, were not enamored by the priority that Guevara gave to the war in Congo and did not wish their guerrillas to be trained there, as Guevara was advocating. There was no meeting of minds. The Cubans never established the close relationship with FRELIMO that they had with the MPLA. Guevara eventually gave away and agreed that a number of FRELIMO fighters should be sent for training in Cuba. Assistance with weapons would also be provided. Guevara held a stormy meeting with a group from other liberation movements and explained why he thought the war in the Congo to be of fundamental importance. Victory there would have repercussions throughout the continent. He also repeated his argument in favor of establishing a training center for African freedom fighters, run by the Cubans, inside the Congo. The trained fighters would be expected to assist in the liberation of the Congo before returning to the struggle in their own countries. Guevara had taken the verbal enthusiasm of the Africans for Pan-African. 224. Unity at face value. Imagining that African aspirations to continental unity were similar to those in Latin America. This was not the case. Most Africans did not share Guevara's internationalism. They were prepared to fight only for the liberation of their own country, not for the continent. The African reaction to Guevara's utopian scheme was wholly negative. According to Guevara's own account, the assembled Africans argued fiercely that their peoples, abused and degraded by imperialism, would not accept casualties occurring as the result of a war to liberate another country. Guevara had a wider view. I tried to show them that we were talking not of a struggle with fixed frontiers, but of a war against the common enemy, present as much in Mozambique as in Malawi, Rhodesia, or South Africa, the Congo or Angola. No one saw it like that. 92 These were crucial differences. The Cubans came to Africa with their own set of experiences and distinct views about what should be done. The Africans, closer to their own reality, had another view. Guevara glossed over their differences and flew back to Havana to give Castro an optimistic repon. A troop of black soldiers had already been training and was ready to leave. Guevara returned to Dar es Salaam in April, leading the first group of 14 black Cuban guerrillas across Lake Tanganyika into eastern Congo. The Cubans had underestimated the divisions and the difficulties. There was trouble from the start. No senior Congolese political figures were present at DAR with whom to discuss future plans. Kabila and Soumaliat were away in Cairo, patching up the political differences within the Congolese revolutionary movement, a discouraging indication of what was to come. The Africans had some excuse, they had not been told that the Cuban soldiers were to be led by Guevara. They had been informed that there would be a training mission. They had no idea that it would be led by a world-famous guerrilla leader. Yet it was clear that they and the Cubans were not going to see eye to eye. Local politicians, however hard-pressed, rarely like outsiders to come and tell them how to run their liberation movements. The Cubans were internationalists in the purest sense, they had come to combat U.S. imperialism wherever it appeared, and to further the interests of the world revolution. The Congolese had no such ambitions and were circumscribed by their own petty nationalisms, their internal feuds and their lack of knowledge about the politics of the wider world. As a revolutionary movement they were not altogether serious. The Cubans were to remain in the Congo for 7 months, reinforced each month by another small group, bringing the eventual total to over 100. They did not speak the language and they were unfamiliar with the terrain. They withdrew in November 1965, defeated militarily and politically. They were driven out by a force of South African mercenaries and undermined by a decision of a meeting of African heads of state to withdraw support from the Lumumbist groups. With the overthrow in June of Ben. 225. Bella, Cuba's principal African ally, the international support for the Congolese operation from radical African countries had begun to unravel. Guevara sounded the final retreat on November 20 and organized his men to cross the lake back to Tanzania. All the Congolese leaders were in full retreat, the peasants had become increasingly hostile. Yet the idea of finally abandoning the territory, going out by the way we had come in, and leaving the peasants defenseless. All this made me feel pretty bad. 99 Castro, on the other side of the world, was less engaged. In the end, Castro explained later, it was the revolutionary leaders of the Congo who took the decision to stop the fight, and the men were withdrawn. In practice, this decision was correct. We had verified that the conditions for the development of this struggle, at that particular moment, did not exist. After a few days in Dar es Salaam, the bulk of the Cuban contingent returned home, but Guevara remained behind in the Cuban embassy to write a painful memoir. Victory is a great source of positive experiences, he wrote, but so too is defeat, perhaps more so, in my opinion, when both participants and observers are strangers who have gone to risk their lives in unknown countries, with a different language, to which they are bound solely by the ties of proletarian internationalism, embarking in this way on a unique chapter in the history of modern wars of liberation. Unique it was, and seemingly unrepeatable, at least by the Cubans. Guevara's next revolutionary experience took place in Bolivia, a country that was more familiar and whose language the Cubans understood. Castro was not altogether convinced by Guevara's account of African defeat, and he would embark on a yet more dramatic African intervention 10 years later, in Angola in 1975. First he was to take an interest in other black revolutionary movements nearer home, led by people, like the black population of Cuba, whose ancestors came from Africa and had once been slaves. Exporting the revolution, mobilizing black Americans. Castro first took a public interest in the black movement in the United States when he stayed in Harlem, at the Hotel Teresa, in September 1960. He met black journalists and talked to Malcolm X, the black Muslim preacher. He expressed his solidarity with the struggle of American blacks. His early rhetoric on the race issue was flamboyant, enabling him to voice criticism of the American social model as well as its foreign policy. What of the blacks, he asked in the speech of February 1962, known as the Second Declaration of Havana, reflecting on the Alliance for Progress, a program for Latin American development that the United States had put forward. Castro expressed his doubts whether blacks in Latin America, any more than the poor and the Indians, would be much attracted by it. Into 226. What kind of alliance can he be invited by the U.S. system of lynching and brutal discrimination? Latin America's 15 million blacks and 14 million mulattoes know to their horror and anger that their brothers to the north cannot ride the same buses as their white compatriots, or attend the same schools, or even die in the same hospitals. Yet to move from stirring rhetoric to something more concrete was never contemplated seriously by the Cubans. As the years went by, Cuba's relationship with black revolutionaries in the United States became more problematic. Castro was influenced both by the continuing ideological debate within his government, fueled by the ever closer relationship with Moscow, and by his need not to further inflame relations with the United States. When riots swept American cities in the early 1960s, and several black ghettos destroyed themselves in the process, the Cubans watched from the sidelines. The Watts Rebellion in Los Angeles in August 1965, in which 34 people were killed, was closely followed in the Cuban press, and Castro invited persecuted U.S. blacks to seek asylum in Cuba, but no action was taken. Successive U.S. administrations made efforts to remove some of the most odious elements of discrimination, and even, rather prematurely, praised the blacks for their protests. The real hero of this struggle is the American Negro, said President Johnson in March 1965, before the Watts explosion, outlining his plans for voting rights for blacks. His actions and protests, his courage to risk safety and even life, have awakened the conscience of the nation. His demonstrations have been designed to call attention to injustice, to provoke change and stir reform. He has called upon us to make good the promise of America. Johnson was speaking during the celebrated Civil Rights March from Selma to Alabama, which itself had been launched by Martin Luther King to test the real impact of the new Civil Rights Act. The Johnsonian rhetoric and the new act, however emasculated it became after passing through the U.S. Congress, did much to deprive black radicals of a wider audience. With the exception of the Guevara expedition to the Congo, and later to Bolivia, Cuba's revolutionary activities in Africa and in Latin America depended largely on local initiative. Cuba helped out, with money and training, but only where others were prepared to plan, organize, and fight. Many American blacks had the necessary enthusiasm, but the Cuban revolutionaries had little to no experience of dealing with this particular culture. Those that visited Cuba or came to live there did not help themselves much, for they were notably disunited and held no firm ideological convictions of their own that they could sustain for any length of time. A CIA investigation in July 1967 noted that the Cubans were giving moral support to radical African American groups but had been careful not to provide them with any material assistance, and certainly not military training. Point 94-1x7. Cuba had a further difficulty with American blacks. Many of the black groups advocated a black nationalism that verged on separatism, something that was anathema to the old communists of Cuba and to the trend of white Cuban Republican ideology since the start of the century. The Cuban leadership wanted to express its support for American blacks, but it certainly did not want them to proselytize in Cuba, nor to allow their ideas to percolate Cuba's large black population. The outcome was much propaganda rhetoric favoring the black struggle in the United States, notably in the period up to 1968, and the active discouragement of revolutionary black leaders, notably Robert Williams, Stokely Carmichael, and Eldridge Cleaver, who arrived in Cuba expressing enthusiasm for the revolution and then were swiftly, except in the case of Williams, sent on to other destinations, usually Africa. Castro had met Williams, an opinionated black nationalist from North Carolina, during his stay in Harlem in I-960. Williams had visited Cuba on a trip organized by the Fair Play for Cuba Committee and, according to his own account, had received some encouragement from Castro. He returned to the island in 1961, by then in flight from the attentions of the FBI, and took up permanent residence in Havana, the first of many black revolutionaries from the United States, so to do. 95 He was the first and the most difficult, not to say tiresome, American black nationalist with whom the Cubans had to deal, and he stayed in Havana for 5 years, until 1966. Williams had begun his political life in the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People in the 1950s, but, dissatisfied with its pacifistic stance, he had organized armed self-defense units to protect his local community against the Ku Klux Klan. A U.S. military veteran, he was one of the first American blacks to call for the formation of a Black Liberation Front, and to envisage the possibility of urban guerrilla warfare inside the United States. Williams became an influential figure in Havana, meeting the handful of prominent black figures in the revolution as well as Che Guevara and Manuel Pinero, the security chief in charge of foreign operations. Pinero spoke excellent English, having studied and lived in the United States and married a woman from Texas. Similar in outlook to the many Latin American leftists in the capital in the early 1960s, Williams was an early convert to Guevara's Toco * theory of guerrilla warfare and discussed how it could be adapted to the United States. Although he was notion ally, the chairman in exile of a group in the United States called the Revolutionary Action Movement, he had few followers. 96 Pinero made it dear to him that Cuba preferred the integrationist approach of Martin Luther King to the separatist black nationalism espoused by Williams. 97 Way to the left, Williams was inevitably caught up in the ideological infighting of the period. He took the Chinese side in the Sino-Soviet dispute. 228. Just at the moment that the Cubans came down firmly in support of the Soviet Union. He left for China in July 1966 after 5 years in Cuba, and the Chinese, for their own purposes, were happy to publish his attacks on the Cuban racism to which he felt he had been exposed. The Cubans responded by forging Williams-style newsletters, allegedly masterminded by Osmani Cienfuegos, that accused Mao Zedong and his arrogant, power-mad underlings of having betrayed the Cuban Revolution, and of encouraging ethnocentric fanaticism and discrimination against Africans in China. 98 Different and less ideological than Williams's group, a new generation of black radicals began to emerge in the United States in the middle of the 1960s. They had one thing in common, a willingness to abandon the pacifism and nonviolence of the traditional black organizations. They called their movement Black Power. Stokely Carmichael, who became their most charismatic spokesman, was one of the first supporters of this new group to visit Havana. A radical West Indian by origin, who had been the chairman of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, he was invited to Cuba in August 1967 and spoke at the meeting of the Organization of Latin American Solidarity Conference, OLAS. Castro is the blackest man I know, he told Time magazine. 99 As cities in the U.S. blazed away in that hot summer, notably in the black ghettos of Detroit, Carmichael called for blacks to continue burning and pillaging, with the aim of creating 50 Vietnams in the United States, echoing the image made famous by Guevara. He assured the Cubans that the U.S. blacks were ready to destroy U.S. imperialism from within, as you are ready to do it from without. We can't wait for them to murder us, we must be prepared to be the first to kill. Castro gave Carmichael a warm welcome, and told the audience at the conference that the imperialists were angry because of the rapprochement between the revolutionary movements in Latin America and the revolutionary movement inside the United States. Then, with more than a sigh of relief, Castro added that we would be more than honored if he chose to live here, but he doesn't wish to stay in Cuba because he considers the struggle at home to be his fundamental duty. 100 Carmichael asked the Cubans if they would help him to go to Conakry, where Amilcar Cabral had his headquarters. Many black leaders like Carmichael were on a personal pilgrimage that led them from black nationalism to Pan-Africanism, a revival of an earlier concern of the black movement in the United States. Cuba was a useful way station, but many were to be happier in the all-black environment of Africa than in Cuba's hybrid society. Carmichael hoped that African Americans would be allowed to fight alongside the guerrillas in Guinea-Bissau, to atone for their participation in the Vietnam War. The Cubans sent him on to Guinea in September, and Carmichael discussed his proposal with the pig. Cabral was lukewarm, at best, but he 229 agreed to accept some 20 or 30 African Americans as fighters, provided they were trained somewhere else. Carmichael and his Cuban escort traveled on to Dar es Salaam, to secure the support of Julius Nyerere. The Tanzanian president also rather surprisingly agreed, but when Carmichael returned to Conakry he met the South African singer, Miriam Makeba. 101 Love triumphed over revolution, and he eventually married Makeba and settled down happily in Conakry. He effectively said goodbye to Cuba in a speech in 1968 where he argued that communism and socialism were not ideologically suited for black people. The ideologies of communism and socialism speak to class struggle, but we are not just facing exploitation. We are facing something much more important, because we are the victims of racism. 102 Subsequently, presumably under Makeba's influence, he withdrew his earlier hostile remarks about Cuba and became a steadfast supporter, albeit from afar. Makeba was treated with great respect when she came to Cuba in 1972 and was granted honorary Cuban citizenship. Castro had always kept a close eye on changing American opinion. Immediately after Americans had staged their first major anti-war protest in April 1967, the mobilization to end the war in Vietnam, he spoke about the event in a speech celebrating the 6th anniversary of the Bay of Pigs. It is really impressive to see hundreds of thousands of U.S. citizens marching through New York, some of them with pictures of Ho Chi Minh. And, along with the pictures of Ho Chi Minh, and some of the martyrs in the civil rights cause, the news dispatches reported that there were also pictures of Che Guevara. 103 That same year, white emissaries came to Cuba from the radical U.S. student movement, Students for a Democratic Society, bringing news of a new black movement, yet more radical than Black Power. They brought pamphlets with them from the Black Panther Party for self-defense, as well as a new book, Soul on Ice, written by Eldridge Cleaver, the party's Minister of Information. 104 Cleaver eventually arrived in Havana in December 1968, yet, as with Carmichael, the Cubans found him to be a difficult and argumentative comrade. He left after 5 months on the island for Algiers, where he was allowed to set up an international office for the Black Panthers. 105 The Cubans were not altogether sorry to see him go. Huey Newton, the founder of the Black Panthers, came to live in Cuba later, in 1973, but he, like others who came in subsequent years, kept a deliberately low profile. With the collapse of black militancy in the United States in the 1970s, largely as a result of harsh police action but also through ideological division and uncertainty, the freshly Sovietized Cuba established easier relationships with the various sectors of the American black movement. The perfect intermediary was Angela Davis, an attractive and intelligent black American communist, much faded when she came to Cuba in October 1972. Educated. 230. As a Marxist philosopher at Brandeis University and later in Frankfurt, Davis was a member of the Che Lumumba Club of the U.S. Communist Party, and hostile to the putschist tactics of the Black Panthers. Her reception by Cuban blacks at a mass rally was so enthusiastic that she was barely able to speak. Carlos Moore described the extraordinary impact that she made, not so much by what she said, as by her presentation as a role model for Cuba's blacks, starved as they had been for over a decade for positive symbols of self-identity. Black Cubans had reacted to Angela Davis's beautiful, unstraightened afro*hair. Here was someone everyone could identify with, without fearing being tagged as counter-revolutionary, or as a black racist star. Angela Davis was a communist, a heroine, a runaway negress, approved of by Cuba. She wore a lovely, loud-colored, tight-fitting dress, and did not straighten her hair. She was black. She was defiant. She was revolutionary. She was beautiful, in a sense that Afro-Cubans understood in their secret code of blackness. 1 If Davis's visit marked a milestone in white Cuba's long struggle to come to terms with the island's black population, it also marked the beginning of a more relaxed attitude by American blacks towards the revolution. The fact that Cuba was a mecca for African heads of state inevitably aroused interest among U.S. blacks, and throughout the 1970s a stream of prominent African American cultural figures visited the island, including Sidney Poitier and Harry Belafonte. Yet old ways took time to change, and black Cubans took time to adjust to the agenda of North American blacks. The novelist Alice Walker, who came to Havana in 1977, was saddened to find that young Cubans took no special pride in being black. "The more we insisted on calling ourselves Black Americans," she wrote, "the more distant and confused they grew." She had the impression that Huey Newton was still the only black man with an afro in Havana. 107 Although interested in U.S. blacks, the revolution had little to do with the burgeoning Black Power movement in the Caribbean. Several Caribbean intellectuals visited Cuba in the late 1960s, and wrote about their experience, but none related the Cuban process with anything that might prove possible elsewhere in the Caribbean at that time. Riots exploded in Jamaica in 1968 when the Guyanese-born historian Walter Rodney was expelled, and the rioting spread into the shanty towns of the city. Yet Cubans showed little interest in the question of black power in the islands of the Caribbean, and the internecine rivalries that it provoked, until the revolution in Grenada years later, in March 1979, when Castro took a personal interest in Maurice Bishop, its ill-fated leader. The Tricontinental Conference held in Havana in January 1966 marked the high tide of Cuba's advocacy of guerrilla struggle and the notion of revolution for export. An impressive range of delegations had arrived from all over the world, and Castro, with his eternal emphasis on the need for revolutionary unity, had even invited those groups attracted by the siren calls of Maoism, although he had made a point of criticizing China's hostile attitude towards Cuba. An unseen presence at the conference, though not himself in Havana, was Che Guevara, the acknowledged prophet of revolution. Still recovering in Dar es Salaam from the disastrous Congolese venture, he was writing his memoir of the expedition, though not for long. The Cuban Revolution still had need of his services, and a metaphorical pin had been stuck into the map of Latin America in the central and landlocked Republic of Bolivia, a place perceived as the epicenter of a potential new revolutionary wave. Bolivia had already received Cuban attention in 1963, when Macet's group had launched their Argentine venture from a farm in its southeastern corner. It had provided the launch pad for a Cuban-backed guerrilla group, led by Hector Bejar, that headed into Peru in the same year. Now Bolivia was again the focus for Cuba's hopes of continental revolution. Several young members of the Bolivian Communist Party had arrived for military training towards the end of 1965, and Tanya, a Cuban intelligence agent, had been stationed in La Paz since the previous year. Guevara returned secretly to Havana in July 1966 and selected a small group of Cuban troops for his new mission. Some he had known since the Cuban guerrilla campaign, others had fought with him in the Congo. Some were survivors of Macet's debacle, notably Martinez Tamayo. The enterprise had the tentative support of the Bolivian Communist Party, and a group from the youth movement, led by Roberto Coco Peredu, had bought a small farm in eastern Bolivia, along the rugged banks of the river Nancoazú. Guevara arrived there in November 108 for several months. The embryonic FOCO survived undetected in the foothills of the Andes, but it faced a serious political problem from the start. Castro's continuing arguments with the old communists in Cuba, and with the Soviet leadership in Moscow, now came to dominate the Cuban expedition to Bolivia. Mario Monge, the leader of the Bolivian Communist Party, had initially agreed to the Cuban project, partly because he thought it was directed at promoting guerrilla movements in Argentina and Peru, as in earlier years. He preferred the peaceful road for his own country. Elections had been held in Bolivia that year, albeit to ratify a military coup in 1964, but the 232 Communist Party had been allowed to participate and had secured a creditable, though minuscule vote. Monge told Guevara in December, when he visited the guerrilla camp, that if there was now to be a guerrilla war in Bolivia, he should clearly be the commander. The idea was absurd, and Monge knew that he would meet a refusal. After his experience in the Congo, Guevara would tolerate no debate about who should be in charge. Monge retreated from the camp and his party offered no further assistance. Only the handful of individual young Bolivian communists, who had already expressed their loyalty to Guevara, remained with him. Guevara was now marooned in the Bolivian bush with no visible means of support, except for 16 Cubans, 3 Peruvians, and 29 Bolivians. Castro had been faced with a similar paucity of numbers when he first retreated with the survivors of the Granma landing into the Sierra Maestra, but at least he had had an embryonic resistance movement in the towns of Cuba. Guevara had nothing, and even his communications with Havana depended on wireless technology that was rudimentary, inefficient, and heavy to handle. While Guevara was in Bolivia, the mood in Cuba was changing. Absent since 1965, he was no longer a key player in the councils of the revolution. Although his advocacy of guerrilla struggle in Latin America, and his personal involvement in the Cuban campaign in Bolivia, had received the solid support of the revolutionary high command in Havana, he had not been without his critics. The Soviet Union, and its supporters within the old Cuban Communist Party, were notably hostile. Castro had been riding 2 horses at once for some years, actively backing Guevara's guerrilla projects and stretching out a hand to the Soviet Union. Since the horses were galloping off in very different directions, the acrobatic act could not have been indefinitely sustained. A Soviet warning was delivered to Havana in the middle of 1967 when Alexei Kosygin, the Soviet premier, paid a surprise visit. The dour and uncharismatic Russian arrived in June, just as the Cubans were preparing for the first conference of the Organization of Latin American Solidarity, OLAS, a gathering of paid-up supporters of Cuba's strategy of armed struggle. Guevara's presence in Bolivia was by then an open secret, and his final great polemic, Create 2, 3, Many Vietnams, in which he expressed his expectation that the struggle in our America would soon achieve continental proportions, had just been published. In a splendid peroration, he had written his personal requiem, Our every action is a battle cry against imperialism, and a bat hymn for the people's unity against the great enemy of mankind, the United States of America. Wherever death may surprise us, let it be welcome, provided that this, our battle cry, may have reached some receptive ear, and another hand may be extended to wield our weapons and other men be ready to intone. The funeral dirge with the staccato singing of the machine guns, and new bat cries of war and victory. 109 Guevara's hymn, intoxicating to the cohorts of the Latin American left, was harsh music to the ears of the Soviet premier, fresh from a visit to President Johnson in the United States, where the leaders of the 2 superpowers had been singing songs of peaceful coexistence. In Soviet eyes, the world was too dangerous a place to be disrupted by unstable visionaries promoting revolution. Kosygin traveled to Havana to wag a powerful Soviet finger at its recalcitrant Caribbean ally, giving due warning that Soviet economic assistance, notably the oil lifeline, might dry up if Cuba were to continue exporting revolution to Latin America. Castro heard the message, and it sank in, though he could take no immediate action. He was waiting for news from Bolivia. When the OLAS meeting assembled in July, under its inflammatory banners, "The duty of every revolutionary is to make the revolution," Castro reiterated his familiar themes, and was cheered to the echo. He kept to the line established a few months earlier, when a Cuban guerrilla contingent had been captured on a Venezuelan beach, *, we are lending assistance, and we shall continue to do so as often as we are asked, to all movements that are struggling against imperialism in whatever part of the world. Yet the Kosygin visit had cast a chill over the proceedings. If Washington and the Soviet Union were to get together, if the 2 superpowers were to act in concert, what chance did a small country like Cuba have to plow a separate furrow? In the perspective of history, Cuba's guerrilla war in Bolivia in 1967 appears as a tragedy foretold. Discovered by the army in March, and accidentally divided into 2 small groups in April, Guevara's guerrilla bands wandered aimlessly through the flooded lands of eastern Bolivia, each one crossing and recrossing the Rio Grande in a vain attempt to reunite. One group was betrayed in August as it tried to cross the river and annihilated, while Guevara's platoon was surrounded by Bolivian troops in October. Guevara himself was wounded and captured, and executed the following day. A handful of Cuban fighters survived, and made their way across the country to safety in neighboring Chile early in the following year. The collapse of the Bolivian expedition led to a change in Cuban policy. Castro now felt obliged to obey Kossygin's request to abandon the strategy of armed struggle. The dream of reviving the ambitions of Simón Bolívar, and sparking a continental revolution, finally drew to a close. The strategy had already begun to look threadbare long before October 1967. None of the Cuban-backed movements in Argentina, Venezuela, Colombia, Guatemala, and Peru, operating for the most part without the support of the local communist parties, had shown signs of success. Some had already been 4 destroyed. Only Guevara's personal charisma, and the hope that the great guerrilla theorist and warrior could triumph where others had failed, kept faith alive in the possibility of a favorable outcome to the Bolivian struggle. Now he was gone. With his death, a new realism dawned in Havana. Latin American guerrillas in training in Cuba found themselves inexplicably put on hold. They did not understand that Castro, after a decent interval, was looking for an opportunity to abandon them. Guerrilla struggle in Latin America was off the Cuban menu. Guevara wrote his own epitaph in a farewell letter to his parents before setting off for the Congo in March 1965. Once again I feel under my heels the ribs of Rocinante. I returned to the trail with my shield on my arm. Rocinante was Don Quixote's horse, and Guevara imagined himself as a 20th century Don Quixote. Many will call me an adventurer, he wrote, and indeed I am, but he saw himself as an adventurer of an unusual type, to be counted among those who put their lives on the line to demonstrate their truths. Therein lay his lasting appeal, a man who participated in one successful revolution and threw it all up to start again from scratch. The Prague Spring and the decisive turn to the Soviet Union, 1968. The defeat of the Cuban expedition to Bolivia in 1967, and the death of Guevara, marked a new stage in the development of the revolution. Its history was to unroll over the next 20 years in close alliance with the Soviet Union, in foreign affairs, economic policy, cultural matters, and the very structure of government. Cuba was to subject itself to a makeover in the Soviet image. The moment of decision came the following year, in August 1968, when Warsaw Pact forces led by the Soviet Union invaded Czechoslovakia and established a new pro-Soviet government in Prague. Many Cubans, including several close to Castro, assumed that such an intervention would provoke Cuban hostility and criticism. They were in for a rude surprise. All over the world 1968 was a pivotal year, from Vietnam to the United States, from France to Mexico, and from Czechoslovakia to Cuba. The Tet Offensive in Vietnam at the end of January, in which tens of thousands of Vietnamese troops attacked American bases throughout South Vietnam, provoked demonstrations throughout the United States. A seismic shift occurred in U.S. public opinion, which now grew hostile to the war. Lyndon Johnson announced in March that he would not stand again as president, and peace talks with the Vietnamese communists began in Paris. The gathering sense of the United States as a society in crisis was accentuated by the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. in April, followed by rioting in several American cities and the deaths of many black demonstrators. Robert Kennedy, a Democratic presidential candidate, was assassinated in Los Angeles in June. In France, an explosion of student unrest in May resulted in the occupation of the Sorbonne. The Paris events, a youth rebellion that spread to university or cities all over the world, echoed the militancy of Mao Zedong's cultural 236 revolution that had broken out in China 2 years earlier. Hundreds of students were killed in Mexico City in September, during a police attack against a demonstration before the opening of the Olympic Games. These revolts had specific local causes, but opposition to America's war on Vietnam was a common theme, as was support for Castro and the Cuban Revolution and for Alexander Dubik and the Prague Spring Star. Photographs of Guevara were a notable presence in all the student demonstrations of 1968. Kordash snapshot of the guerrilla commander in a beret became an iconic image of protest on a global scale. Castro's initial contribution to this revolutionary euphoria was to expand the activity of the state. In March he crushed the counter-revolutionary remnants of the Cuban private sector, small in economic weight but large in terms of the number of people employed. The time had come, he said, to deal with that small segment of the population that lives off the work of others, living considerably better than the rest, sitting idly by and looking on while others do the work, lazy persons in perfect physical condition who set up some kind of vending stand, any kind of small business, in order to make 50 pesos a day. These parasites had to go, and the full fury of the revolution was unleashed on small commercial enterprises. Thousands of party members, security on alert throughout the country, spread out to confiscate all private businesses, according to the account of José Luis Lovio Menendez. The measure affected bars, groceries, garages, small stores, the shops of self-employed artisans and other independent workers, from carpenters to masons to plumbers. 2 days later, not a single private business was operating in Cuba except for the few remaining private farmers, the owners of freight trucks, and cab drivers. 1 For those like Lovio Menendez, contemplating exile, the crackdown heralded a new era. Life in Cuba became only duller and more onerous without the amenity of the occasional bout of beer or cocktail, the convenience of a corner laundry, the expert assistance of the self-employed handyman, or the casual availability of croquettes, pan con tortilla, and cold drinks from street peddlers. 2 Revolutionaries, of course, believed that the counter-revolutionaries who operated in Havana's cafe culture had finally been dealt a death blow, but it was a high price to pay. Some 30 years were to pass before the country recovered some of the bourgeois vivacity created by small-scale private enterprise. Elsewhere, the belief of the world's students that the old politics were being visibly undermined was heightened by developments in Czechoslovakia, widely perceived as a signal of possible changes in the rest of the Soviet bloc. Antonin Novotny, the old Stalinist leader, was voted out in January and replaced by Alexander Dubik, a more youthful figure who began promoting a socialist democratic revolution. An action program published in April declared that socialism could not be constructed without an open exchange of views, and democratization of the entire social and political system. Outsiders referred to the process as the Prague Spring, and described Dubik's project as socialism with a human face. The world watched with fascination as the Czechs struggled to secure a measure of internal freedom. Communist states in Europe with anti-Soviet leaders, President Tito of Yugoslavia and President Ceausescu of Romania, gave support to the Czech communists. In the other countries of Eastern Europe, and in Cuba, the details of the process were followed with intense interest, as the Soviet Union put pressure on the Dubik government to change course. Would there be a repeat of the Hungarian tragedy of 1956, when Khrushchev feared the loss of a satellite to the west and felt obliged to intervene? Or would Russia's leaders, this time, allow their Czechoslovak ally a measure of autonomy? The brutal answer came in the morning of August 21, when Soviet troops moved across their border into Czechoslovakia through the hills of Ruthenia. With them came an army of 500,000, with soldiers from Poland, Hungary, East Germany, and Bulgaria. Several hundred Soviet tanks were deployed in the streets of Prague. Dubik and other Czech leaders were arrested and taken to Moscow. The Prague Spring turned to winter overnight. In Cuba a long silence ensued while Castro decided what to say. No revelations emerged, even years later, about the internal debate within the Cuban leadership. Most Cubans imagined, given the euphoria the Czech struggle had sparked around the world, that Castro would reiterate the revolution's traditionally independent line and condemn the Soviet invasion. Had not Che Guevara, whose ideas were so fondly remembered in the emotional months since his death, been a trenchant critic of the Soviet model? 2 days after the Russians drove into Prague, Castro finally appeared on television. To the amazement of his listeners at home and abroad, he spoke out in strong support of the Soviet action, Coupling his message with a powerful indictment of the Debate reforms, a real liberal fury was unleashed. A whole series of political slogans in favor of the formation of opposition parties began to develop, suggesting that the reins of power should cease to be in the hands of the Communist Party. Certain measures were taken, such as the establishment of a bourgeois form of freedom of the press. This meant that the counter-revolution and the exploiters, the very enemies of socialism, were granted the right to speak and write freely against socialism. 5 Castro was addressing his local audience and had little concern with outside opinion. He had drunk deeply at the well of Soviet orthodoxy and made his choice. Cuba would take a similar, though less outspoken, stand a decade later, in support of the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in 1979. There was to be no third way for Cuba, no alternative version of communism. Cuba from $2.08 now on was to be an irreproachable Soviet supporter, and would reconstruct its society in the Soviet mold. It would take time, and not until the middle of the 1970s did Cuba achieve the status of a recognizably orthodox Soviet satellite, but the path had been chosen. Castro was convinced of the importance of Soviet strategic power, and a believer in the strength of its institutions, until the Soviet Union vanished suddenly in 1991. He came to believe that a disciplined Communist Party in Cuba was a necessity, and even when the Soviet Union disappeared he continued to insist on the importance of a single party. Yet something of the old sense of independence remained. Castro dutifully took his Soviet medicine, yet he often claimed that the Cuban recipe for socialism was an improvement on the Soviet model. He considered that Cuba was more adept at supporting Third World revolutions than its Soviet mentor. Castro had tried to go it alone in the 1960s. Cuba was not a fully Sovietized society during its first revolutionary decade. The country benefited from Soviet assistance in many areas, but it persevered with its home-brewed program. Yet by 1968 Castro's regime was intellectually bankrupt and he fell gratefully into the Soviets' warm embrace. The attraction of the alliance with the Soviet Union was not so much the armaments, and the military guarantees that came in their train, as the ideological blueprint that the Soviet and East European experience provided them with. A large percentage of Cuba's population had happily backed a dramatic break with the past in 1959, but the ideas behind the revolutionary program were never spelled out clearly, nor did they seem to be the most important factor in mobilizing people to support the revolution. Much of the ideology came from Castro himself, a charismatic populist leader well versed in articulating ideas and motivating people. Important in the unfolding of the revolutionary process was his sense of history, his ability to pull out the more radical skeins from Cuba's historical fabric, and to weave them into a fresh account of the past that emphasized Cuba's imagined community as an independent and prosperous nation. His "History Will Absolve Me" speech of 1953 was a crucial intervention, highlighting the future changes in politics and society that would be necessary, and hinting implicitly that such changes would only be possible outside the existing capitalist system. The guerrilla leadership spent time on military strategy and tactics, but it never gave much thought to the nature of a future government beyond the tactical demands of the moment. The theoreticians of the July 26 movement in the cities produced plans and blueprints that were frequently disavowed by the leadership in the hills. Beyond the outlines of a moderate reformist program, involving land tenure, education, and improved conditions for the workers, little had been sketched in. Once in power in 1959, the July 26 movement was less than prepared for government. It controlled the country, but with little idea of what might come next. A vague and literally half-baked ideology, derived from Castro's published speeches and articles, was of little use. A vacuum existed where there should have been a political philosophy. In the circumstances, it was not surprising that Castro and his closest colleagues should have chosen to ally themselves eventually with the local Communist Party and with the Soviet Union. They needed to do so for obvious strategic reasons. The United States was only 90 miles away, and the example of the U.S. intervention in Guatemala in 1954 was ever present in their minds. Soviet military support was essential. Yet was it really necessary for Castro to purchase the entire Soviet package, lock, stock and barrel? He had never been a traditional communist himself, he owed nothing to the old Communist Party, and he was rapidly making friends with radical, non-communist regimes in the embryonic Third World. Many of these, while happy to be fellow-traveling with the Russians as the most sympathetic of the two superpowers, did not subscribe to the Soviet Union's version of socialism. Castro had gone beyond the simple nationalism of Nasser's Egypt or Nkrumah's Ghana, but might he not have followed the independent trail blazed by Tito in Yugoslavia and later by Ceausescu in Romania? He did not choose to do so, nor does he seem to have even considered the possibility. The reason can be found precisely in his movement's lack of ideology. When the Cuban revolutionaries came to run the country, they were at a loss. They were essentially pragmatic. First they tried one thing, then another. They imported foreign economists, they tried import substitution, they sought diversification, they nationalized everything in sight, they listened to the siren songs of those suggesting economic autarky. Finally they hurried to the Soviet Union, the source of innumerable advisors, much fresh technology and seemingly limitless amounts of cash. The Russians had run a revolution for half a century. They were the experts. They knew the answers. The attempt to find an alternative way forward was a chimera. Dubček had got it wrong. Castro's denunciation of the Czech reformers was followed by a clampdown on the open-minded political debate that had existed in Cuba in the early years, much influenced by radical currents in the American and West European left. Soviet orthodoxy would gradually impose itself during the 1970s, and many independent-minded intellectuals who had not already taken the chance to leave began to seek exit visas. A steady hemorrhage of talent was soon underway. Cuba would recover its particular strengths in art and music in the 1990s, but its high reputation in literature and drama was lost for the duration. Castro's attack on the Prague Spring was the final straw for many external supporters of the revolution. West European liberals, and socialists in France and Italy, began to distance themselves from their earlier encomiums. Castro's 240 solidarity with Moscow was also a blow for Trotskyists, the supporters of the anti-Stalinist tradition of communism. Many of them in the United States had been supporters of the Fair Play for Cuba committee that championed the revolution as a socialist alternative to Soviet-style communism. Coming as it did during a year of political upheaval in the United States and rebellious fervor in Western Europe, a reminder of 1848 when established regimes felt the chill wind of revolution blowing through their palaces, Castro's speech appeared to many of his former supporters as an attempt to douse popular radicalism. More measured, even hostile, critiques of the revolution began to appear abroad, where once there had been nothing but praise and adulation. One last episode of the revolutionary spontaneity that had characterized Castro's first decade in power took place in the early months of 1970. In a final flight of fancy before the gray evening of Soviet economic orthodoxy closed in, Castro sought to defeat the laws of nature and economics by producing a miracle in the cane fields. Los 10 millones van was the slogan that electrified the nation. Yes, we shall bring in a 10 million ton sugar harvest. Sugar production had returned to its traditional place at the heart of the economy after Castro's first visit to the Soviet Union in 1963. Earlier utopian debates about possible diversification, favored both by Guevara and less radical revolutionaries, were rapidly brought to a dose. Soviet economic wisdom dictated that sugar was the principal crop with which Cuba had a comparative advantage in the world market, and that the income it provided was the best way to pay the country's import bills. Capitalist economists had long since embraced the same conclusion. Cuba would be dependent on sugar for the foreseeable future, for just 30 more years as it turned out. Sugar was the only Cuban product that its new friend and ally actually wanted for its own consumers, and the island was soon producing more than ever before. Sugar production grew by 40% from 1960 to 1990, by which time sugarcane had come to occupy 45% of Cuba's arable land, a vast expanse that should perhaps have been, growing food for the Cuban consumer, though such arguments lay in the future. The sugar industry was also a large employer with 235,000 people working on the agricultural side of production at the end of the 1980s, and 140,000 on the industrial side. Under a follow-up deal in 1966, Cuba agreed to provide a regular supply of raw sugar to the Russians in the years ahead, 5 million tons in both 1968 and 1969. Cuba had a guaranteed market and a guaranteed price, much as it had had with the United States before the revolution, although the terms were now more favorable. An ambitious investment program to modernize the industry was soon underway, with Soviet assistance. The existing mills, some built in the 19th century, were antiquated and needed attention. Cane cutting was still done with machetes and would benefit from the introduction of machinery. The railway system that moved the cane was in serious disrepair. Ports to harbor the ships arriving from the Soviet Union needed enlargement and modernization. Existing warehouse facilities were wholly inadequate. Cuba had dealt almost exclusively with small American coastal traders before 1959, now it needed room to store the imports that flowed in from the other side of the globe. Yet however large the investment, an increase in sugar production was bound to be slow. Cuba was unable to deliver the amounts that the Soviet agreement had specified. The harvests of 1968 and 1969 produced only 3.7 million tons. Castro, still in ultra-revolutionary mode, was dissatisfied and thought the country could do better. Plucking a round number from the air, he proclaimed a fresh and more ambitious target for 1970. A 10 million ton harvest was to be the country's aim, a figure that had never been achieved before. If such a target could be attained, Castro argued, Cuba's economic problems would be at an end. The Russians would purchase the agreed figure of 5 million tons, at a premium price above that of the world market. A further 2 million would be offered for sale on the world market, at the world price, and the remainder would be sold on the domestic market or mopped up by other socialist countries. Everyone would be happy. The round number caught the public imagination, as doubtless it was intended to do, and the country was shaken up as it had been in the early years of the revolution. The bat for sugar took place during the harvest months between November 1969 and July 1 to the power of 70th. The party, the trade unions, the military, bureaucrats, students and school children, everyone was mobilized to secure the target. Holidays were abandoned, Christmas abolished, schedules disrupted. The efforts of the entire country were directed towards the sugar plantations and the cane was harvested in the chaotic, holiday atmosphere of Carnival. Yet it was soon evident in the early weeks of 1970 that the target would not be achieved. Many outside observers had thought it over-ambitious from the start. Jeremiads had been voiced from within the government, notably by some of the old communists whose disquiet echoed that of Cuba's Soviet patron. Some were already arguing in 1968, when the idea was first mooted, that it was an impracticable ambition, declaring that to judge by the present size of our sugar cane crop, the years that remain, and the difficulties we have met, it will be almost impossible to reach 10 million tons by 1970.4. Castro took no notice. When Oswaldo Borrego, the sugar minister and an old comrade of Guevara's, suggested Gendi that to achieve the target might not be possible, he was accused of faint-heartedness and dismissed from his job. 242. The final figure for the harvest was in part a major achievement. At 8.5 million tons it would have been a highly creditable result in any other year. Yet given the great propaganda build-up with which it had been invested, it was a severe disappointment. No amount of work in the cane fields, no amount of willing labor by volunteers, could make up for poor organization, in transport, communications, and timetables. Not only did the great mobilization fail to produce the required amount of sugar, it was also detrimental to the rest of the economy as other branches of production suffered considerable disruption. The following year's figure, 5.9 million tons, although not brilliant, was perfectly respectable, and sugar production settled down to a more regular rhythm in the 1970s. It accounted for 3/4 of Cuba's foreign currency earnings throughout the decade. The Soviet quota provided Cuba with its bread and butter, while sugar sold elsewhere brought in much-needed $3. Sugar exports to Western markets earned between $200 and $350 million a year during most of the 1970s, but a huge hike in the world price in 1974 and 1975 increased Cuba's earnings to around $800 million for 1974 and $1,200 million for 1975. Something of an annus mirabilis. 6 The return to sugar remained a subject of much debate. Some economists believed, as Guevara had done, that it was a historic error. Others concluded that the forced redirection of Cuba's sugar trade from the US to the Soviet Union gave the island an historical reprieve by substituting an expanding export market for a shrinking 1.7. Only when the Soviet Union itself collapsed in 1991 were the Cubans obliged to rethink their strategy, substituting tourism for sugar production. Everyone agreed that the attempt to secure 10 million tons had been a mistake for which the responsibility was Castro's alone. He had mobilized the population to achieve what became a personal project, and it had proved impossible. Yet his economic policy makers had gone along with the scheme. A decade after the revolution, they appeared as bankrupt of ideas as their political counterparts. Many experiments had been made, but little had come right. Several significant social advances had been secured for the poorest section of society, in health, education, and housing, but a vacuum still remained at the heart of government where an economic policy should have been. Production was blighted, the economy was stagnant, and uncertainty prevailed about the direction in which the country should go. Castro now turned the economy over to a new team of Soviet advisors, backed up by some of the old Cuban communists who had long been out of favor. The political turn signaled by the attack on the Czech reformists was followed by an economic turn in 1972, when Cuba joined Comecon, the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, the economic union of communist countries that controlled the multifarious trading relationships between the Soviet Union's closest allies. Cuba was formally enrolled as a member of the Soviet camp, and for more than a decade the country reaped the benefit of this relationship. Only years later, in the mid-1980s, did its advantages begin to seem less obvious. The Brezhnevian, restructuring the country in the Soviet image, 1972–1982. The task of reorganizing the Cuban economy in the 1970s took time, and much of the work occurred behind the scenes. Its course was punctuated by many Cuban trips to Moscow and innumerable visits to Havana by Soviet advisors. Their presence became increasingly noticeable in the summer of 1971, with perhaps as many as 10,000 Russians to be seen in the city, according to Robert Quirk's estimate. Small boys on the street learned to say tovarich and begged in Russian for chiclets and ballpoint pens. 8 advisors worked closely with managers of factories producing goods for export and attended meetings to help introduce Soviet methods into the planning process. The dominant role of English in Cuba's business discourse between 1902 and 1959 subsided. Kosygin returned to Havana in November 1971, on a friendlier visit than in 1967. Castro was now safely ensconced within the Soviet camp, the Soviet oil lifeline was flowing smoothly, and Soviet weapons were arriving by the regular shipload. A visit earlier that year from Marshal Andrei Grechko, the Soviet defense minister, was followed by a large shipment of military equipment, including surface-to-air missiles. Kosygin and Castro traveled together through Cuba for a few days, looking at factories and agricultural projects. "Socialism is winning," said the Soviet leader in an optimistic mood. Castro spent 2 months in 1972 on an extensive tour of Eastern Europe, preparing for the country's entry into Comecon and meeting his new trading partners in Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and East Germany. He was feted by Leonid Brezhnev and Kosygin in Moscow in June, and Cuba was formally admitted as a Comecon member in July. He returned to Moscow in December, to sign a 15-year economic agreement with Brezhnev that Soviet and Cuban economists had been working on throughout the year. This provided for a substantial increase in the Soviet subsidy to the economy and was described by Castro in glowing terms as a model of truly fraternal, internationalist, and revolutionary relations, as indeed it was. The Russians agreed to increase the price they paid for Cuban sugar. All debt repayments were to be deferred for 15 years, to be repaid subsequently over 25 years without interest, and fresh credits for capital investment, $350 million over the next 3 years, would be available at low interest rates. The Kremlin, Castro admitted honestly and gratefully, had worked out most of the ideas. 9 No one could have foreseen that Mikhail Gorbachev would be in power in the 244 Soviet Union 15 years later, at the moment when the Cuban debt would have to be repaid. With the assistance of the Soviet advisors, the government created solid institutions of economic planning. The first 5-year plan under the new system was introduced in 1976, with the industrialization of the country as its declared aim. Its chief Cuban architect was Humberto Perez, a Moscow-trained economist who would remain in charge of economic strategy for the next 10 years, running JUSPlan, the Central Planning Board. 10 Cuba's new planning system, the SDPE, Sistema de Dirección y Planificación de la Economía, was modeled on the reforms introduced into the Soviet Union in the previous decade. Its aim was to help state enterprises to become self-financing, to introduce the notions of profit and incentives, and to promote decentralization and efficiency. 11 Over a 10-year period, from 1975 to 1985, the revolution entered the sunny uplands of economic growth. The annual rate of growth between 1970 and 1988 was 4.1%, with a significant improvement in the early 1980s. The comparable figure for Latin America was a meager 1.2 per cent. 12 The Cuban population began to appreciate the improvement. The Soviet advisors had an additional task, to assist in the creation of new political institutions. The revolution had been controlled for more than a decade in an improvised and haphazard manner by Castro and a handful of friends. The I-million-ton fiasco showed how necessary it was to take decision-making out of the hands of one man. The revolution needed a more formally democratic theater through which the will of the people could, at least in theory, be institutionally enshrined. The embryonic Communist Party needed to be larger and more representative. The country deserved a proper constitution. The first reform affected the Council of Ministers, which was provided in 1972 with a powerful executive committee of 8 members. The 3 most trusted members of the existing leadership were charged with ironing out problems with the Soviet ally. Raúl Castro's task was to maintain close relations with the Soviet military, a job at which he had already proved himself to be more than capable. Osvaldo Dorticos was appointed to look after planning and trade, while Carlos Rafael Rodriguez would handle foreign affairs. All 3 made regular visits to Moscow and the capitals of Eastern Europe. The second reform involved the writing of a new constitution and the development of a system of popular participation in government. A committee was set up under Blas Roca to prepare the draft of a new constitution that was sent out for public discussion in party cells as well as in factories and farms. While the constitution sought to codify the structure of a new legal system, it also mapped out fresh arrangements for a form of democratic decision-making. Poder Popular / or People's Power, envisaged a 3-tier system of municipal, provincial, and national assemblies. Although based on the Soviet system, it had a number of Cuban particularities. The third reform affected the Communist Party itself. Efforts had been made over the years to construct a political party that would group the movements that originally supported the revolution, resulting in an idiosyncratic organization that called itself the Cuban Communist Party * created in the 1960s. This party was now organized on more orthodox Soviet lines. Its first Congress was inaugurated in December 1975 with a speech by Castro in which, in the presence of representatives of communist parties from all over the world, he admitted that the revolution had failed to take advantage of the rich experience of other peoples who had undertaken the construction of socialism before we had. Had we been humbler, had we not overestimated ourselves, we would have been able to understand that revolutionary theory was not sufficiently developed in our country. To make any really significant contribution to the theory and practice of socialist construction. 13 A year later, in December 1976, everything was in place for the first meeting of the National Assembly, the apex of the system of people's power. Castro formally announced the start of a new era. At this moment, the revolutionary government transfers to the National Assembly the power it has exercised up until today. This way, the Council of Ministers places in the hands of this assembly the constituent and legislative functions which it exercised for almost 18 years, which is the period of the most radical and profound political and social transformations in the life of our fatherland. Let history judge this era objectively. After years of revolutionary turbulence, Cuba was now a well-established, well-organized, and well-armed communist state. Few people, not even members of the old Communist Party, had imagined such an outcome in 1959. The decade after 1976 was to be remembered warmly by many Cubans as the Brezhnev years. Few other countries have celebrated the rule of the gray and increasingly geriatric Soviet leader, whose palsied hand controlled the fate of the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe for nearly 2 decades. Yet the Soviet relationship in the days of Brezhnev, who died in 1982, suited Cuba quite well, providing almost unlimited funds and few political shocks, in a manner reminiscent of the old Spanish Empire in its better moments. The money went to the armed forces and to the island's education and health programs, but it also produced rising living standards and a more general availability of consumer goods. Other revolutions had been less fortunate. 25 years after the French Revolution, the revolutionaries were gone to early graves, while Napoleon, their heir, was about to be defeated at Waterloo. The Russian 246 revolutionaries suffered a similar fate in the same time span, and the survivors of Stalin's purges, 25 years after the Russian Revolution, were in the midst of a genocide. War inflicted on them by Nazi Germany. By contrast, the Cuban Revolution had remained remarkably peaceful. It surrendered to the Soviet Empire, but unlike the French Revolution, in the remark attributed to the Girondist Pierre Verneuil, it did not devour its own children. Not everyone was content with Castro's definitive turn to the Soviet Union at the end of the 1960s. Many external supporters of the revolution, once attracted by its originality and spontaneity, deplored its descent into Soviet orthodoxy. Many Cuban intellectuals were also led to protest, and suffered for their opposition. The most famous case, and the one given most publicity at the time since no one quite understood the rules of the game, was that of Gilberto Padilla, a provocative writer and poet who disliked the pro-Soviet trend, and was led to court political martyrdom. Like many of the Cuban intellectuals prominent during the first decade of the revolution, Padilla was of middle-class origin and spent several years as a young adult in the United States. Later, as a worldly cosmopolitan and an enthusiastic supporter of the revolution, he had enjoyed a reasonably privileged life. He had worked in London for Prensa Latina and served in Cuba's embassies in Moscow and Prague. He came to dislike what he perceived as the hypocrisy of the Soviet system and, returning to Havana in 1967, he made no secret of his disappointment that Cuba seemed likely to construct its society on a similar model. Some of his contemporaries had already chosen exile. Carlos Franqui, the former editor of Revolución, had left in 1964, Guillermo Cabrera Infante, Cuba's wittiest writer, in 1965. Others had chosen a quiet life, accepting the revolution's framework for artistic activity. Padilla also stayed behind, but he went on the attack. His poems were imbued with the idea, common in the West but anathema in Cuba at the end of the 1960s, that an artist should be a free spirit, independent of politics. The revolution's attitude towards culture had been laid down by Castro in a speech to a group of artists and writers and assorted intellectuals delivered in June 1961. There would be creative freedom in Cuba within the revolution, he declared, but nothing would be permitted against the revolution. Most supporters of the revolution accepted the rubric at the time. The country had been under attack, war still threatened, and elementary patriotism demanded a degree of restraint, affecting the normal rules of artistic license. While some writers chose exile, most of the intellectuals who returned to Havana to serve the revolution in 1959 had remained there, happily producing their poems, novels, plays, and, most notably, their films. Artists and filmmakers flourished. The productions of ICAIC, the State Film Institute directed by Alfredo Guevara, were the most striking cultural creations of the revolution. The documentaries of Santiago Alvarez became world famous. Yet in the late 1960s, under the shadow of Soviet conformity, the cultural margins began to narrow. In 1968, a collection of Padilla's verse, implicitly critical of the revolution's treatment of artists, won one of the annual prizes awarded by the Casa de las Americas, a cultural institution dedicated to promoting the revolution's Pan-American mission. One poem in particular, Outside the Game, had a local resonance that any Cuban reader would have detected. The poet: "Kick him out. He has no business here. He doesn't play the game. He never gets excited or speaks out clearly. He never even sees the miracles but spends his days finding fault." Padilla's poem was dedicated to Yannis Ritsos, a Greek communist poet who was imprisoned in 1967 by the Greek junta, but the authorities were not fooled. Immediate and harsh criticism appeared in the pages of Verde Olivo, the weekly news magazine sponsored by Raúl Castro and the Armed Forces. 14 Battle was joined about the merits of the poem, though not for long. Padilla himself retreated to the sidelines, and he and others with a comparably independent and nonconformist position soon found their work, hitherto popular and attracting prizes, was no longer accepted for publication by the various state publishing houses. Padilla kept in touch with visiting European writers and journalists, and the Cuban Secret Service kept in touch with him. As foreign press coverage of Cuba became increasingly less favorable after 1968, Padilla was fingered as an important source of hostile commentary. Arrested in March 1971, he was accused of writing counter-revolutionary poems. Many of the world's well-known writers sprang to his defense, signing a letter to Le Monde that expressed their misgivings, and called for his release. Among the signatories were Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir, Octavio Paz and Carlos Fuentes, Garcia Marquez and Vargas Llosa, and Julio Cortázar, a formidable list of well-known supporters of the revolution. Garcia Marquez and Cortázar later made their peace with Castro, and withdrew their support for the letter. Castro fought back. In a speech to the National Congress on Education and Culture, held in April, he attacked Cuban and foreign intellectuals for their lack of faith in the revolution. The worst offenders, despicable agents of cultural imperialism, came from Western Europe. The Congress soon echoed his words, calling for art to serve as a weapon of the revolution. 248. We reject the claims of the mafia of pseudo-leftist bourgeois intellectuals to become the critical conscience of society. They are the bearers of a new colonialism. Agents of the metropolitan imperialist culture who have found a small group of mentally colonist people in our country who echo their ideas. 13. The Congress condemned every expression of bourgeois ideology and proclaimed that culture, like education, is not and cannot be apolitical or impartial. Padilla's supporters were dismayed by the tone of the Congress. The revolution had come a long way from the generous, open-hearted welcome offered to intellectuals of Cuba and the world, both in 1961 and again at the Cultural Congress in Havana in 1968. Padilla was released after a month, and, to the consternation of his friends, he made a public statement of self-criticism. Further fury was aroused abroad, with a fresh letter in Le Monde with added signatories, including Susan Sontag, the American writer, and Juan Rulfo, the Mexican novelist, which claimed that Padilla's treatment recalled the most sordid moments of the era of Stalinism. Padilla was to remain in Cuba for 10 years, working as a translator, and eventually left for the United States in 1981, where he published his memoirs. 16 He died in Alabama in 2000. Cuban cultural affairs were eventually reorganized in 1976 with the creation of a Ministry of Culture, established along Soviet lines at the same time as the refurbished Communist Party and the National Assembly. Run by Armando Hart, an old revolutionary, the new ministry left Cuban culture open to global influences confined largely to Eastern Europe. Outsiders disillusioned with the revolution's close association with the Soviet Union after 1968 were able briefly to transfer their affection for Third World nationalism from Cuba to Chile. Salvador Allende, Castro's supporter and a close friend, many times the presidential candidate of the Chilean Socialist Party, was elected president of Chile in September 1970. Chile became the fresh revolutionary flavor in the early 1970s, and the Chilean road to socialism was soon being contrasted favorably with the Cuban way. Castro arrived in Santiago de Chile in November 1971 to see the new regime for himself and to exchange experiences with his old friends. The Cuban Revolution was officially in favor of other revolutionary regimes on the Latin American mainland. Guerrilla movements had been promoted for precisely that purpose. Yet when victory was achieved, the Cubans were invariably nervous, both with Chile in 1970 and with Nicaragua in 1979. Chile posed a serious political problem for Castro. Allende's election victory occurred just as he had decided to take the Soviet road. Chile had a powerful, Moscow-line Communist Party, about which Castro had often made unfriendly comments. Allende's Socialist Party, however, was way to the left of the Communists, and possibly the warmest supporter of the Cuban Revolution in Latin America. Allende had been a patron of the Organization of Latin American Solidarity, the Cuban movement supporting guerrilla struggle set up in 1967. He was not an advocate of such a strategy for Chile itself, but both he and his party supported Castro. The problem for Castro was that he no longer supported them. As a loyal ally of Moscow, he was now closer to the Chilean Communist Party. Its leaders were keen to damp down the flames of revolution, anxious lest the Chilean revolution should get out of hand. Castro's visit to Allende was necessary and inevitable, but a serious embarrassment to both men. The existence of a Marxist competitor in the Americas, with a very different history and politics to Cuba's, was not an easy concept for Castro to absorb. Allende found Castro's presence unnerving. It irritated and inflamed the opposition to his government, only 2 years away from the military coup d'état that was to destroy his experiment with socialism and Chilean democracy for years to come. Castro had little experience of bourgeois democracy, Chilean style, and although he was received with enthusiasm by the supporters of Allende, half the country was not on his, or Allende's side, and said so whenever they got the chance. The Chileans expected him to come for a week, but he stayed for more than 3 and had a rough time as he moved through the country. Unfamiliar with student hecklers and tabloid newspapers, he was made uncomfortable by the treatment he often received. A large and hostile demonstration held in Santiago, organized by the right-wing parties, and made up largely of women from the wealthy suburbs who banged empty pots and pans, with which many of them were surely unfamiliar, to indicate that socialism was a harbinger of hunger. "We don't want Castro here" was the least offensive of their slogans. The march produced an inevitable reaction from Allende's supporters. The workers would not permit the fascist hordes to control the streets again, said the communist leader of the trade union movement. The night ended with rioting, and the imposition of a state of emergency in the city. Order was restored by General Augusto Pinochet, the officer in charge of the emergency zone. Castro was left with a pessimistic view of Chile's future. Pleased by his reception in working-class areas, he could not understand Allende's reluctance to arm the workers, little realizing the limitations of the president's power. Castro was reported to have said when he got back to Havana that he 250 considered Allende very stubborn and living in a world that is too full of illusion and poetry. He is tied to his constitutional ideas. He trusts in the impartiality of the military. And he is certain that they will always defend a legitimate government. 17 Castro was not convinced that this would happen. They'll try to screw him the first chance they get, he said, and General Pinochet took his chance less than 2 years later, on September 11, 1973. Castro stopped in Lima on his way home, intrigued by a different phenomenon. He visited General Juan Velasco, the radical president of Peru who had staged a coup 3 years earlier and then gone on to promote land reform and the state ownership of foreign oil companies and to establish diplomatic relations with Havana and Moscow. Within the tradition of Latin American military coups, Castro told a group of friends when he got home, "There's never been anything like a group of military men proposing to apply agrarian reforms and to nationalize North American companies. Their daring has gone beyond the simple adoption of progressive or reformist measures." 18 Castro thought Velasco's military government had revolutionary potential, but identified its obvious weak spots, the fear of the military to give greater participation to the masses, and their inclination to take advantage of power to get rich. Castro's analysis was sharp and to the point, and Velasco's regime would collapse swiftly after his death in 1976. He was a strong nationalist leader, but he clamped down on his internal opposition, ignored all civilian politicians and left no lasting legacy. Yet Castro clearly felt more at home in Velasco's Peru than in Allende's Chile. Castro had taken the Soviet shilling, he retained the capacity to operate on his own account. To the surprise of both Moscow and Washington in 1975, he jumped back into the African arena that Che Guevara and his Cuban troop had left so abruptly 10 years earlier. Equally brusquely he ordered a large troop contingent to be sent by emergency airlift to the Angolan capital of Luanda, to rescue the revolutionary army of Agostinho Neto from almost certain defeat at the hands of a South African invasion force. The Cuban intervention, secret, sudden, and entirely without selfish motivation, was conceived as a limited operation to protect Neto's Movimento Popular de Libertação de Angola, the MPLA, from defeat, and Castro planned to withdraw his troops when the immediate crisis was over. It was not to be. Cuban forces were still actively engaged in Angola 15 years later, with commitments far in excess of anything envisaged in 1975. Angola was an African country for which many Cubans, both black and white, could conjure up considerable sympathy. The ancestors of many Cuban blacks came from the banks of the Congo River and from the shores of that section of Africa's coast. The Luso-Hispanic traditions that once linked Cuba with the Atlantic slave trade with Brazil and Angola, and with Spain and Portugal, were a powerful element in Cuban history. White Cubans were also intrigued, for Angola, like Cuba, was a white settler country, a continuing destination for migrant families from Europe. Thousands had arrived in Luanda from Portugal after 1945. The country's population of some 6.4 million in 1974 included 320,000 whites, although many were to leave in 1975. The MPLA was founded by a group of left-wing intellectuals, and it had been engaged in a small-scale guerrilla war against the Portuguese colonial power since 1961. Cuba had made direct contact with them when Guevara met Neto in Brazzaville in 1965. A handful of Cuban instructors were sent that year to the MPLA's camps in the Cabinda enclave, in the north of Angola. The experience was unsatisfactory for both sides. The Cubans were overly optimistic, and found the Angolans politically backward and slow to learn. The Angolans found the Cubans arrogant and overbearing. Neto visited Havana in January 1966 to take part in the Tricontinental Conference, subsequently recording his impression that Fidel and the other Cuban leaders were disappointed in the African Liberaton movements, and wary of them, because of their bad experiences in Zaire. 19 Guevara's failed expedition of 1965 cast a long shadow. The Cuban instructors withdrew their assistance to the MPLA in 1967 and concentrated on the PA-1GC of Amilcar Cabral in Guinea-Bissau. This proved a good investment, since the defeat of the Portuguese army in Guinea-Bissau provoked a revolution on the Portuguese mainland in April 1974. A group of young officers, radicalized by military failure in their African wars, overthrew the inert regime in Lisbon of Marcelo Caetano, successor to that of Salazar, the old dictator. The new military government in Lisbon, in which the Portuguese Communist Party played an influential role, ordered a swift withdrawal, decreeing independence for Guinea-Bissau in September 1974 and for Mozambique in June 1975. Angola was more problematic. Three rival independence movements, each with its international sponsors, were all jockeying for power through negotiation if at all possible, through violence if need be. Nito's left-leaning MPLA enjoyed the political support of Moscow and Havana as well as that of several individuals in the Portuguese government. Among them was Admiral Rosa Coutinho, known to the Western press as the Red Admiral. Sent to Luanda, he was under orders to liquidate the colony and hand it over to the MPLA. Such an outcome was opposed by a second independence movement, the National Front for the Liberation of Angola, the FNLA, led by Holden Roberto, who received military aid from China, political support from President Mobutu of the Congo and had long been in receipt of a small wage from the CIA.28 third, rather smaller movement, UNITA, led by Jonas Savimbi, was discredited by its links with the former government in Portugal of Salazar and Caetano, and was soon to be backed by South Africa. The Portuguese government sought a coalition government that would prepare the way for independence in November 1975, and the rival groups met at Alvar in Portugal in January and Notion Ally agreed to set their differences. Long before the agreed date, Angola was plunged into civil war. Cuba had been asked by Nito for military instructors in the autumn of 1974, but the Cubans, after their earlier experience with the MPLA, were cautious. They sent 2 officers to examine the situation on the ground before any decisions could be made. No urgency was apparent since the MPLA hoped to secure help from Yugoslavia and the Soviet Union, its traditional supporters. When Nito told Castro of his modest military requirements, he asked him to use his influence with his friends in the Soviet camp to secure useful and timely aid. 21 Cuba took no further action until the middle of 1975, by which time the position of the MPLA was rather bleak. Portugal had withdrawn Rosa Coutinho from Luanda. The implicit guarantee that the MPLA would take over at independence was now no longer valid. The threatened civil war was now underway, with the imminent possibility of intervention by South Africa. The MPLA's need for assistance was now acute, but Havana had not been focused on African affairs. Castro was preoccupied with internal developments, with the reorganization of the country's political and economic structure. The first Congress of the freshly minted Cuban Communist Party was scheduled for the end of the year. In August he agreed to assist Nito with training. Some 480 military instructors would be sent to Angola, to staff 4 training centers. Their work would start in October and they would turn out trained recruits over 3 to 6 months. Other countries began to express an interest in the Angolan Civil War. Gerald Ford, the U.S. President, authorized the CIA to increase its covert assistance to Holden Roberto and Jonas Savimbi in July to the value of $24 million, the start of an operation that would last for the next 20 years. 22 American money and weapons poured in before the Soviet Union or Cuba were able to begin their own rather meager operations on the MPLA's behalf. South African troops moved north into southern Angola in August, almost certainly with U.S. knowledge, under the pretext of protecting the hydroelectric project on the Cunene River that South Africa had helped to fund. The Portuguese authorities protested, but South Africa claimed it was protecting its investment. 23 Henry Kissinger, Ford's Secretary of State, had been more concerned in the early months of 1975 with the left-wing revolution in Portugal than the future government of its former colonies, and secured the downfall in August of the pro-communist Prime Minister. General Vasco Goncalves, who, with Admiral Coutinho, had been the figure most sympathetic to the MPLA. With the threat of communism lifted from Western Europe, U.S. attention was more closely focused on Angola. Cuba was now aware that the MPLA might soon require emergency military assistance, since the Angolan recruits would not emerge from the training program until early the next year. The MPLA's Luanda base was now under serious threat. Colonel Otelo Saraiva de Carvalho, the most radical figure of the Portuguese Revolution, was in Havana for the customary celebrations on July 26, and Castro asked him to ensure that a Cuban arms shipment being sent to Luanda would be speeded through by the Portuguese authorities. Now alert to the delicate military situation, Castro sent a message to Brezhnev in August indicating that Cuban special forces might be needed, and that if so Cuba would need Soviet help with transport. 24 The Soviet leader, bent on a wider rapprochement with the United States at the time, was initially reluctant. Soviet transport assistance was not made available to the Cubans until the following year. Cuba's promised contingent of 480 instructors arrived at Angolan ports at the beginning of October, in a fleet of 3 merchantmen. They moved swiftly to their 4 training camps. One was at Ndelatondo, 30 kilometers east of Luanda, another at the Pon of Benguela, further south, a third in the eastern province of Lunda, and a fourth in the enclave of Cabinda. Kissinger claimed later that Cuban combat troops had arrived in August, but the evidence suggests that this was not so. 25 MPLA forces were successful in their defense of Luanda in October, repelling attacks by Holden Roberto's FNLA, but they did not do so with Cuban troops. The nature of the war did not change until October 14, when South Africa invaded in strength in the south. The Civil War had become internationalist and the Cuban instructors were soon caught up in the struggle. The invading force from South Africa, Operation Zulu, was made up initially of 1,000 FNLA guerrillas trained in South Africa, together with 150 white soldiers and officers, soon to be reinforced by 1,000 soldiers from the South African Defense Force. The invading column moved north at speed, reaching the outskirts of Benguela, south of Luanda, where the Cubans had their second training camp, at the beginning of November. The Cubans were inevitably drawn into the bat that took place at Catenguio, 43 miles southeast of Benguela, and lost more than 20 men, dead, wounded or missing. 26 Their efforts were not sufficient, for Benguela fell to the South Africans on November 6. The fall of Luanda now appeared imminent. Holden Roberto thought his FNLA units would capture it before Independence Day, scheduled for 2 November. Hearing news of the defeat at Catenguio, Castro decided on November 4 that he would have to send troops to defend Luanda. He consulted no one, except his brother Raul, and made no attempt to talk to Moscow. Time was of the essence and the Russians would almost certainly have prevaricated, as Brezhnev had done in August. Castro gave the Cuban deployment the code name Operation Carlotta, after a slave woman who had led one of the slave revolts on the sugar plantations of Matanzas in 1843, and died with machete in hand. Anniversary celebrations of the revolt had been held in Cuba in 1973, and her name had remained in Castro's mind. 27 Cuban special forces were flown out to Luanda on CUBA turboprop planes, with no assistance from the Russians. The flights lasted 48 hours, with refueling stops in Barbados, Bissau, and Brazzaville. 100 soldiers left on the first plane, 150 on 2 flights the next day. Luanda was under threat from the FNLA in the north, assisted by white mercenaries and elements from the army of Mobutu's Congo, and from the South African units moving in from the south. Some of the Cubans arrived in time to take part in a decisive battle against the FNLA at Quifangondo, north of Luanda, on November 10, manning half a dozen Soviet multiple rocket launchers. Stiffened by the Cubans, the MPLA forces held out, and the FNLA's Modi force, trying to advance on the capital, was routed. Nito was able to proclaim Angola's independence at midnight on November 11, as the Portuguese High Commissioner Quidi slipped away to a ship in the harbor. The main force of South Africans was still advancing towards Luanda from Benguela, and Cuban soldiers were now sent south to join the surviving instructors from the Benguela camp to halt its seemingly inexorable advance. They held the line against the South Africans north of Novo Redondo, blowing up bridges to slow them down. A handful of Cubans had turned the tide. They were reinforced later in November when Cuban troopships docked at Luanda with more than 1,000 soldiers. Several Cuban units went north to defend Cabinda against the FNLA and an invasion of Mobutu's troops from the Congo. One Cuban reservist, sailing on the Sierra Maestra and destined for Cabinda, wrote in his diary of Castro's final message before they left. Then he spoke to us about the importance of Cabinda and said that we were going there, that our task was to prevent the enemy from entering that province and also to protect our Congolese brothers from a possible attack from South African troops. He told us to be careful, that he didn't want corpses or suicidal missions, and that he trusted us because most of us were workers and students. He kept talking to us. He told us some stories about the Cuban Revolution. He compared Cabinda with Giron, he compared Mobutu with Pinochet, and then he compared the ship Sierra Maestra with the yacht Granma. Some 4,000 Cuban soldiers had been sent to Angola by the end of the year. The Russians did not collaborate until January 1976, when they helped to organize an airlift between Havana and Luanda. Soviet assistance was now vital, since the United States had prevailed upon the government of Barbados to withdraw landing rights from Cuban planes flying out to Luanda. With no prospect of swift military victory, and with no international support, the South African forces withdrew from Angola after 4 months, in March 1976. The Cuban intervention had been dramatic and effective, and the language and symbolism of the island entered into the imagination of the continent. Castro had compared Cabinda with Playa Giron. A retired South African general had the same message, writing in a newspaper that Angola may well be regarded as South Africa's Bay of Pigs. 29 Castro flew to Guinea in March, and met Nito in Conakry to discuss a schedule for Cuban withdrawal. They decided that Cuba would leave behind sufficient military units to help organize a strong and modernized army in Angola. They would stay for as long as necessary. Nito's principal requirement was an army capable of securing internal security and national defense without the need to call on outside help. Given the guerrilla forces operating in the country, it was a tall order. Castro was no longer planning a quick withdrawal. The veteran Cuba watcher Herbert Matthews wrote perceptively in March how the Angolan enterprise had opened up new horizons for Cuba. Vistas that might seem dazzling to Fidel Castro's eyes will open up with the victory in Angola. For Fidel Castro there is no darkest Africa star. It is all ablaze with lights, the campfires of fellow revolutionaries. So long as Castroite Cuba exists, there will be armed Cubans in Africa, and they will be much more than shock troops for the Russians. Fidel Castro sees them as standard bearers for the non-aligned countries of the Third World. 30 The impact of the Cuban intervention on the mood in Africa could hardly have been foreseen, yet it raised issues rarely posed so starkly. As noted by a columnist in the Rand Daily Mail in February 1976, whether the bulk of the offensive was by Cubans or Angolans is immaterial in the color-conscious context of this war's battlefield, for the reality is that they won, are winning, and are not white, and that psychological edge, that advantage the white man has enjoyed and exploited over 300 years of colonialism and empire, is slipping away. White elitism has suffered an irreversible blow in Angola, and whites who have been there know it. 31 Blacks too had taken notice of the changing climate. The principal of a black high school in Soweto, the immense African township outside Johannesburg, told the New York Times in February that Angola was very much on the minds of his 700 students. It gives them hope, he said. 32 4 months later, in June 1976, the immense Johannesburg township of Soweto exploded in one of the great urban rebellions of South African history. The Cuban intervention in Angola had been one of the detonators. Among the heroes of the young revolutionaries in Soweto were Malcolm X, Mao Zedong, and Che Guevara. The nomadic road to socialism, Castro and the Ethiopian Revolution 1977. Castro's long-standing interest in Africa had been revived by the Angolan intervention, and he continued to be fascinated by its revolutionary possibilities, often giving it a higher priority than Latin America. He was still captivated by the idea of Black Cuba recovering its African roots, but he was also now a leader of the Third World, appointed to be a dynamic chairman of the non-aligned movement in August 1976 as a result of his successful, high-profile assistance to Agustin Jonito. Africa looked more promising to Castro than Latin America, where right-wing military dictatorships had entrenched themselves with brutality and terror in Chile, Argentina, Bolivia, and Uruguay. A visitor to Havana in 1978 heard Castro argue that Latin America's rigid social structures and organized interest groups made rebel activity more difficult there than in Africa, which was poor and lacked such forces. 33 Castro considered the countries of Latin America to be caught up in a web of immobility and conservatism spun by the military and the church and reinforced by business corporations, trade unions, and political parties. Africa, by contrast, was a blank sheet of paper. This simplistic notion, reflected in Castro's reluctance to engage with the complexities of Africa, was an outstanding characteristic of his continuing involvement in its affairs. He was not alone in this, his misunderstandings were shared by others. As well as helping Angola and the other former Portuguese colonies, Cuba had been providing assistance to other regions of Africa ever since Guevara's mission to the Congo in 1965. Requests from African liberation movements were rarely turned away. Some were based in Somalia and received training from Cuban instructors. The secessionists in Eritrea, fighting to free their country from Ethiopian occupation, were helped by Cuba. So too was the Socialist Republic of South Yemen, across the Red Sea, where 100 military instructors had been stationed since 1973. The Horn of Africa, from which Somalia looked over the waters that led to the Suez Canal and the Gulf, had long been perceived as a sensitive spot by both East and West. A Cold War balance had existed in the area for some years and affected the politics of South Yemen and Ethiopia as well as Somalia. President Mohammed Siad Barre, the ruler of Somalia since 1969, was considered to be in the Soviet sphere, and he provided the Russians with access to the Somali naval base at Berbera, Ethiopia, across the desert frontier of Jaith Ogaden, ruled by Emperor Haile Selassie since the 1930s, was closely allied to the United States and housed several U.S. military bases. The emperor was overthrown in September 1974 and uncertainty about the country's political future had reigned for some years. At the end of February 1977, Castro made a surprise tour of Africa that lasted for several weeks. The cause of his renewed interest was his old-fashioned enthusiasm for what looked to him to be a genuine revolution, breaking out in unfamiliar territory. The uncertainties in Ethiopia had been resolved by Colonel Mengistu Haile Mariam, a hitherto unknown Ethiopian officer, who seized power in Addis Ababa on February 3 in a bloody coup. Mengistu announced his intention to establish a Marxist-Leninist regime and he requested Soviet assistance, prompting the United States to declare that it would reduce its existing aid program to Ethiopia because of its human rights violations. Ethiopia had long been a major player in Africa and Addis Ababa housed the headquarters of the Organization of African Unity. A left-wing revolution there would be of cardinal importance for the continent and would cause Ethiopia to change sides in the Cold War, affecting the fortunes of Cuba's existing allies, the Somalis and the Eritreans. Colonel Siad Barre had long had plans for a greater Somalia, and his ambition, and that of earlier Somali regimes, was to incorporate into Somalia the large but desert territory of the Ogaden, lost during the colonial era and still occupied by Ethiopia. The change of regime in Addis Ababa would certainly thwart that ambition. This was no blank sheet, but a region where the complications were writ large. Castro needed to examine the terrain, and to take the African pulse. He set off at once, accompanied by a small group of his closest advisors, those familiar with some aspects of Africa, like Osmani Cienfuegos and José Abrantes, as well as Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, his communist guru. He also sought African advice, pausing at Algiers airport to embrace Houari Boumediene and stopping in Libya to talk to President Gaddafi and to attend a meeting of the People's Congress in Tripoli. Then he flew to Aden, the capital of the avowedly socialist state of South Yemen. After 2 days of talks with President Salim Ali Rabayi, he moved on to Mogadishu, the Somali capital, for discussion with Siad Barre. Castro needed all his diplomatic skills. Cuba and Somalia were friends, yet the revolution in Ethiopia was, by all reports, far more radical. Addressing a Somali crowd in the football stadium in Mogadishu, Castro spoke uncontroversially of the great spirit of collaboration and fraternity that existed between the Cuban and Somali peoples, fighting side by side against imperialism. He flew to Addis Ababa the following day to meet the new revolutionary leader. Castro was impressed by Mengistu, and they talked for many hours. He had encountered a revolutionary soulmate, and support for the Ethiopian revolution was now to become a Cuban priority. I know Mengistu well he 2*8 told the magazine Africacy on his return to Havana. He is calm, intelligent, bold and brave, and I believe that he has exceptional qualities as a revolutionary leader. 34 Castro waxed lyrical about Ethiopian developments. The events of February 3 were decisive, he explained. The leftists and the true revolutionary leaders took over the reins of power, and the process assumed a truly revolutionary course. He was excited by what he perceived as a profound revolution of great historical significance that reminded him of the French and Bolshevik revolutions. An intense class struggle had been unleashed between the workers and the peasants, on the one hand, and the proprietors and bourgeoisie on the other. Surely the fact that Ethiopia's revolution was being criminally attacked from abroad by Arab reactionaries and imperialism was proof enough of its radical credentials. Castro and Mengistu remained closeted together for several days, discussing ways in which Cuba might provide support and examining how a clash with Somalia over the Ogaden might be avoided. Castro thought it intolerable that two socialist peoples might be about to go to war. He outlined a plan for a conference to be held, designed to unite the progressive forces of East Africa, and he persuaded Mengistu to join together with the Somalis and the Yemenis for discussions. 3 The emergency conference, chaired by Castro, took place in socialist Aden. Castro sought to persuade the three Swadizan Marxist leaders to form a loose anti-imperialist federation that would be provided with assistance from the Soviet Union. Such an arrangement would leave open the possibility of some kind of autonomy for the Somalis in the Ogaden and the other Cuban difficulty, for the Eritreans in the north. The task was not possible, the wide gap between the contending parties could not be bridged. Siad Barre went home to complain about Mengistu's intransigence. The Ethiopians remained concerned by the Somali leaders' expansionist plans. The conference collapsed with no agreement and was followed by a straightforward request from Mengistu to Castro for military assistance from Cuba against a probable Somali attack. Castro gave no immediate reply. Such a decision would require the support of others, and not just in Africa. For the moment he continued his African tour, consulting with the leaders of Tanzania, Mozambique, Angola, and Algeria, before moving north to Berlin and Moscow. His personal excitement about the Ethiopian revolution continued to register in press interviews. One could say that I discovered Africa, he told a reporter in Algiers, just as Christopher Columbus discovered America. It was a revealing statement. His first-hand African experience had provided Castro with fresh and surprising, not to say unusual, insights into the nature of the contemporary world. Traveling around the world a bit, he told an audience in East Berlin, you learn a lot, not just about Marxism-Leninism, but about imperialism and colonialism and neocolonialism. He went on to describe how he had seen countries in Africa that were going from tribalism and nomadism to the construction of socialism, and these are truly interesting phenomena that enrich our doctrine and tactics. 36 Africa is imperialism's weakest link today, he explained to Africacy, when he got back to Havana. Perfect opportunities exist there for the transformation from quasi-tribalism to socialism, without having to go through the various stages that were necessary in other parts of the world. 37 Castro had invented a wonderful new Marxist theory: a simple leap could be made from nomadism to socialism. He explained his startling thesis to an astonished audience of Germans in Berlin, and doubtless to the Russians as well. Stopping in Moscow on his way home, he was greeted by the entire Soviet leadership: Brezhnev, Pajomy, Kosygin, and Gromyko. Nothing was too good for their Cuban ally. Brezhnev toasted Castro at a banquet, saying that they had all followed his travels through Africa with comradely interest. Castro gave his Soviet allies an account of his meeting with Mengistu and his appreciation of the Ethiopian Revolution, doubtless furnishing the Russians with the views he was to explain to the readers of Africacy. It is a powerful mass movement and a profound agrarian reformation in a feudal country where the peasants were practically slaves. Urban reforms have been implemented, and the major industries in the country have been nationalized. The success and consolidation of the Ethiopian Revolution, he said, would be extremely important for Africa's star. With Mengistu, the country had a true revolutionary star. And, of course, he would be a worthy recipient of Soviet support. As Castro had prophesied, the Ethiopian Revolution moved ahead rapidly. Mengistu ordered all U.S. military facilities in the country to be closed down in April, and in May he followed Castro to Moscow for the red carpet treatment. Castro dispatched General Amaldo Ochoa, Cuba's commander in Angola, to Addis Ababa to assess Ethiopia's military needs. War came in July. Somali forces launched an invasion of the Ogaden, with 40,000 troops and 250 tanks. They had been given the green light by the United States, which hinted at a commitment to provide weapons. By saying you would give Syed Bar arms, Castro told a U.S. diplomat a year later, you helped touch off the war, and since you obviously would have been delighted if Somalia had won and ousted Mengistu, it is difficult not to believe that you did it deliberately. The Cubans agreed initially to help Ethiopia by sending a group of military instructors. 200 were operating by September. Later that year, after a fresh Somali offensive in the Ogaden, Mengistu asked Castro for large-scale military support. Syed Bar, meanwhile, expelled all Cubans and Russians from Mogadishu in November. Like Ethiopia, he had changed sides in the Cold War. Cuba started to send combat troops to Ethiopia in the autumn and to supply weapons in January 1978, as they had done earlier to Angola. On that occasion, the initiative had been entirely Cuban. This time, the Soviet Union was backing the decision. A joint Cuban-Soviet operation was organized, with the Soviets providing the transport and the Cubans supplying the soldiers. Some troops were sent out from Havana, others were transferred from Angola and from Congo-Brazzaville. Some 24,000 Cuban troops were deployed in Ethiopia over a period of 2 years. Cuba's intervention was as decisive in Ethiopia as it had been in Angola, and it broke the back of the Somali advance into the Ogaden. General Ochoa's combined force of Ethiopian and Cuban troops forced their way through the Jijiga Pass in March 1978 and the Somalis were obliged to withdraw. Mengistu came to Havana in April and was welcomed with a triumphal reception. The Cuban troops withdrew slowly after their victory and some 16,000 were still stationed in Ethiopia in January 1979. Castro's Ethiopian excursion was not without problems. The fighting in Angola had been popular with Cuban troops. Luanda was a European city where the inhabitants spoke Portuguese and Cubans could feel relatively at home. The same enthusiasm was not summoned up for the war in the Ogaden. Cuba had no historic links with the east side of Africa, apart from slaves brought from Mozambique, and Cubans had nothing in common with Ethiopian civilization. The fact that Ethiopia, previously regarded as the enemy by the groups that Cuba had helped in Somalia and Eritrea, was now an ally was confusing at best. The Eritrean People's Liberation Front, advocating secession from Ethiopia, had been supported by Cuba since 1970, and now Mengistu's success in the Ogaden had enabled him to turn his attention to crushing its resistance. Cuban soldiers were not asked to fight against the Eritreans, but their presence on the Somali border, keeping guard against attacks from the troops of Syed Barre, was of considerable service to Mengistu, allowing him to transfer his troops in safety to the Eritrean front in the north. Cuba soldiers were finally withdrawn from Ethiopia in September 1979 and Mengistu was to remain in power for another 12 years, during which he presided over a long separatist war and years of terrible famine. His revolution did not survive the end of the Cold War and the collapse of the Soviet Union, by which time the strange history of Cuba's military adventures in Africa had drawn to a close. 39 He had been regarded in the West as just another African dictator whose fall from power was widely welcomed, yet Castro once perceived him as a Jacobin revolutionary who would change the face of Africa. Castro's African wars had a considerable impact on Africa, but they were not on balance of great service to Cuba, and a possible rapprochement with the United States during the presidency of Jimmy Carter was certainly made more difficult by these extensive African deployments. On October 6, 1976, the Cuban fencing team was returning to Havana from a successful contest in Venezuela. Their plane from Caracas stopped at Trinidad and Barbados, and 10 minutes after takeoff from Barbados, it exploded. A time bomb had been placed in the baggage compartment. This was the first occasion on which a civilian airline had been blown up by terrorists, and all 73 people on board were killed. 40 Until September 11 it was the single worst act of air terrorism in the Americas. 2 Venezuelans were charged with placing the bomb on the aircraft, but those thought to be behind the operation were Cuban exiles, Orlando Bosch and Luis Posada Carriles, who had formerly worked with the CIA. They were arrested in Caracas and charged with the crime, but Bosch was acquitted and Posada was sprung from jail. Both remained active in the anti-Cuban cause through the following decades. In the month after the bombing, the United States elected a new Democratic president. The government of Jimmy Carter was widely perceived as a new broom. Something of the kind was needed after the drama of President Nixon's resignation over Watergate, the inertia of the interim presidency of Gerald Ford, and the anticlimactic conclusion to the Vietnam War. Carter's likely impact on relations between Havana and Washington, in the doldrums since Cuba's expedition to Angola in 1975, was debated widely in both capitals, although advocates of a rapprochement can have had no inkling that the time available to reach an agreement was to be impossibly short, less than 3 years. A revolution in Nicaragua in 1979, and the election of Ronald Reagan in 1980, put paid to the premature hopes of the optimists. Continuing discussions between the two capitals had always concentrated on very specific issues. Bilateral negotiations had taken place in February 1973 to deal with air piracy *, and both countries had agreed to prosecute hijackers, or to return them to their country of origin for prosecution. The Barbados bombing now gave a fresh urgency to Cuba's desire to see an end to CIA support for the terrorist organizations of the exiles. When Richard Nixon was president, all possibility of a generalist improvement in relations had been blocked. O.F. Castro, Nixon was alleged to have told an assistant, "There be no change toward that bastard while I'm president." The Cuban newspaper Granma exchanged the compliment by spelling his name with a swastika in the middle instead of an X. 41 Yet even before Nixon's resignation in August 1974, attitudes in Washington had mellowed. The U.S. Senate Foreign Relations Committee had voted in April for the restoration of diplomatic relations and for an end to the trade embargo. With Nixon gone, even Henry Kissinger appeared friendly. Having brought Communist China in from the cold, it was thought that he might wish to cap that with an agreement with Cuba. He said he saw no virtue in perpetual 262 antagonism. 42 Senior officials at the State Department began secret negotiations with Cuba in January 1975. The main issues for discussion were the same as always: the U.S. trade embargo, compensation for Cuban losses attributable to the embargo, and compensation for U.S. properties nationalized in the early years. In the background were other controversial subjects: the future of the Guantanamo base, a reunification program for Cuban families, and the release of political prisoners. Hints were dropped in September that the talks had been fruitful and that the United States might now be ready to enter a dialogue with Cuba. 43 It was not to be. The CUBA intervention in Angola in November put such a possibility on hold and the secret talks were halted. Jimmy Carter was inaugurated in January 1977. He was committed to exploring the possibilities of a deal, and his first act was to order a halt to U.S. reconnaissance flights over the island and to ease restrictions on U.S. citizens traveling to Cuba. 44 The secret talks were resumed in March and discussions about maritime boundaries led eventually to a decision in September to reopen embassies in Havana and Washington. 45 These would continue to be known as interest sections, but in most respects they would operate as normal embassies. Starting with 10 diplomats in 1977, the U.S. Interest Section had become the largest foreign embassy in Havana by the 1990s with a staff of more than 50. The reopening of the embassies was the high point of Carter's attempt to come to terms with Castro's Cuba. Further efforts were sabotaged by strategic disagreements within his team, by Castro's military commitment to Mengistu, and by the U.S. failure to take action against the terrorist groups sponsored by the Miami exiles. A political division arose in Washington between Zbigniew Brzezinski, the national security advisor, and Cyrus Vance at the State Department. Brzezinski was a Soviet specialist concerned with the balance of power in the wider Cold War and largely imprint of the historic specificity of US-Cuba relations. He perceived Cuba as a Soviet pawn. Although Cuba had been withdrawing some of its troops from Angola, it had sent military instructors to Ethiopia in the autumn of 1977, and soldiers began arriving there in January 1978 to participate in the fighting in the Ogaden. Brzezinski argued that the military build-up in Africa would make attempts to normalize relations with Havana impossible. 46 Wayne Smith, an old Cuba hand who became the head of the interest section in Havana, accused him of a tendency to interpret political and military events in terms of some Soviet blueprint for world conquest. 47 Cyrus Vance had a different point of view from Brzezinski. He thought that the United States had laid the way open to Cuban intervention in Angola by not recognizing Nito's government. The reason the Angolans kept the Cubans in Angola, he wrote in his memoirs, was because they feared further incursions by South Africa and South African support for UNITA. 48 Cuban support for Mengistu was less easy to defend, and Vance lost the internal argument in Washington. Attempts to improve the bilateral relationship were now downgraded. While a deal might possibly have been done, no urgency was displayed on either side. The State Department would have liked to tidy up the tiresome quarrel, for that is the task of diplomats, but it was under no great pressure to do so. The Cubans were also in no hurry. Castro's principal interest lay in securing U.S. help to control the terrorist groups in Miami, yet that never seemed to be forthcoming. Cuba's military and economic security was tied up with the Soviet Union, and they basked in the warmth of new friendships found in the Third World. While the American people were not much concerned with Cuba either way, most American businessmen were fed up with the economic embargo and would have liked to see the resumption of trade. They had no reason to be frightened of Castro. They no longer had investments in Cuba that needed protecting, and the larger companies that had lost money 20 years earlier had long ago written off those losses. A new generation was looking for fresh trading opportunities. The representatives of more than 100 U.S. companies, including Boeing, Xerox, International Harvester, John Deere, Caterpillar Tractor, Prudential, and Honeywell, went to Havana in the course of 1977 to weigh up the possibilities. 49 Castro welcomed them all, but showed no sign that he was prepared to make humiliating concessions to bring the embargo to an end. Yet even if the commercial pressure had swayed Washington, a raft of legal difficulties made a Cuban deal problematic if it were to involve a lifting of the embargo. Successive foreign trade acts obliged the U.S. government to refuse all assistance unless there was prompt, adequate and effective compensation for nationalist properties. U.S. officials were obliged to oppose loans being given to Cuba by the World Bank or the International Monetary Fund. 50 No relaxation of the embargo would be possible under the terms of the Trade Expansion Act of 1962 unless the president officially determined that Cuba is no longer dominated or controlled by the foreign government or foreign organization controlling the world communist movement. Though not perhaps dominated or controlled, Cuba was undoubtedly a member of the Soviet camp. Cuba would have liked an agreement on its own terms, but it was not desperate. Castro saw no reason to kowtow to the Americans. For the Soviet Union, as the alternative superpower, it was well-nigh essential to have an understanding with the United States, but Cuba had no such pressing need. The country was making its own way in the world. While the blockade was tiresome, Cuba had long learned to live with it, and knew how to circumvent it. Cuba now had new friends in the Third World. Much effort was put into sustaining relationships with these countries in the 1970s, recovering the 264 friendships that proved so successful in the early years and reviving the old rhetoric. The policy was remarkably effective. Bridges had been rebuilt earlier in the decade with the countries of Latin America. The useful friendship established with Allende's Chile had been ended by the Pinochet coup, but relations were re-established that year with the new, vaguely leftist, Peronist government in Argentina. A trade agreement promised beneficial exchanges, including for Cuba the chance to buy U.S. automobiles manufactured in Argentina. By 1975, embassies had been reopened in Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Panama, and Honduras, and established for the first time in the Caribbean islands of Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad, and the Bahamas, and in the mainland territory of Guyana. Distinguished foreign visitors began to descend on Havana. Some were communists like Brezhnev, Erich Honecker, and Pham Van Dong. Others came from the Western camp, including Pierre Trudeau from Canada and Olof Palme from Sweden. President Luis Echeverría of Mexico arrived in August 1975 with a mariachi band. 51 Cuba's military support for Angola and Ethiopia might be frowned on in Washington, but it gave Cuba much credit in Africa. Cuba was perceived to be in the front line of the continuing battle against Western colonialism in the continent. Where Cuban military assistance was inappropriate, Castro sent doctors and sports instructors and teachers, and such programs gave Cuba immense prestige in the Third World. After much work done by sophisticated Cuban diplomats at the UN in New York and in many foreign capitals, Cuba was the natural choice to lead the Third World and its non-aligned movement. In September 1979 its regular summit conference was held in Havana. Enchanted by his new role as a revolutionary leader of the Third World, Castro no longer had a driving interest in patching up relations with Washington. The two specific interests he had on the American mainland could be dealt with more easily in Miami. Castro needed to put a stop to the freelance terrorism like the Barbados bombing that was directed from Miami and had become a permanent irritant to life on the island. Operation Mongoose, the CIA program of the Kennedy years, had long been abandoned, and the U.S. government was no longer officially engaged in active schemes of destabilization. Yet the exile organizations in Miami, once funded and assisted by the CIA, had remained in being and taken on a life of their own. Castro's other need was a rapprochement with the Miami Cubans, to reunite the Cuban family across the Florida Straits and bind old wounds. The two Cuban needs were intertwined, for if some deal would be made with exiles in Miami who would be happy to see a normalization of relations, then there would be less support in their community for the radicalized terrorists. Since the U.S. government showed little interest in curbing the Miami terrorists, the best Cuban strategy would be to seek to undermine their support within the exile community, and the first initiatives were taken in the middle of 1978. Cuba had its own intelligence service in Miami and Panama, and had long been cultivating a prosperous Miami banker, a prominent Carter supporter, who had originally gone into exile in I-960. Bernardo Benes was a prominent member of the Cuban community in Miami who had rejected the dominant exile strategy of trying to isolate Cuba. Contacted by senior figures in Cuban intelligence, including José Luis Padrón and Tony de la Guardia, during a business trip to Panama in August 1977. Benes discussed a possible visit to Cuba. 52 He was invited to Havana to talk to Castro in February 1978, and they discussed the possible unilateral release of political prisoners. Benes informed the White House that secret negotiations with Havana on this issue, a permanent preoccupation of the president, would meet with a satisfactory response. The initiative again came up against the granite resistance of Brzezinski, who met Benes and refused to have anything to do with the idea. No official meetings with the Cubans should take place unless the withdrawal of their troops from Africa was on the agenda. Vance was more interested, and since Castro was not asking for anything in exchange from the Americans, he ordered his advisor on Cuban affairs to keep in touch with developments. The initiative now remained with Castro, and he continued to use Benes as his eye into the world of Miami exiles. He announced in September 1978 that representatives of the exile community in Miami had been invited to Havana. They would discuss two outstanding matters: the release of political prisoners, and an increase in family visits, by exiles to see their families on the island. Benes the banker had been working away in Miami and had put together a group of like-minded exiles who were willing to accept the challenge. At a meeting with Benes and 6 Cuban Americans in Havana in October, Castro outlined his own views on the subject. He said he recognized that not all the exiles could be dismissed as counter-revolutionaries. 53 He also said that he favored expeditious procedures for the release of prisoners held in Cuba, as well as for the reunification of families. Benes was able to return to Miami with 6 political prisoners on the plane. The event was portrayed as a triumph for the exile community, yet it was also a significant breakthrough for Castro. 54 He was able to deal with Miami on his own account, not via Washington. Benes came back to Havana in November for a further meeting with Castro. This time he brought a larger group of Duban Americans with him, known as the Committee of 75. Their discussions were fruitful. According to Castro's figures, 3,238 prisoners were being held for crimes against the state, and a further 425 were being held for crimes committed in the Batista era. They would now be released at the rate of 400 a month. 55. 266. Castro also told the Committee of 75 that he would now permit visits to Cuba from all Cubans living abroad, provided that they were not terrorists who wished to wage a holy war nor agents of the CIA. At the same time, a relaxation of the rules permitting Cubans to travel abroad would be introduced. One obvious difficulty that lay ahead was the bomb threat associated with the sending of packages. 56 From this problem sprang the idea of establishing dollar shops in Havana where visiting exiles could buy presents for their families. Benes was already under threat from anti-Castro groups in Miami, and the memory of the Barbados bombing was still raw for everyone in Cuba. The visitors and the dollar shops were also a wonderful new source of hard currency for the government. A new era now began in the relationship between Cuba and Florida. More than 100,000 Cuban Americans took up Castro's offer in the course of 1979 and traveled to Cuba to see their families. Half a dozen airliners flew in each day. Eventually they were able to transmit large sums of money to their families in Cuba, similar to the remittances that hundreds of thousands of Latin American immigrants would soon be sending back from the United States to their families in Central and South America. Cuba earned over $100 million from the visits in 1979 and 1980 and would benefit hugely from remittances over the following decades. 57 The New Deal did not end Cuban-American hostility to Castro, which waxed and waned over the next quarter of a century. Nor did it altogether put an end to the terrorism sponsored by small groups in Miami and elsewhere. Yet something had been done, not just to reduce the prison population but to ease the heartache of thousands of families wrenched asunder by the inexorable logic of revolution. The visits of the exiles were also, and perhaps unexpectedly, to have a profound and destabilizing effect on Cuban society. The Cuban Americans brought US dollars with them and US magazines, and they bought presents and consumer durables. The vision of an alternative way of life to that offered by the revolution was now on show and would become increasingly tempting to some members of a younger generation familiar only with socialist austerity. Many of them now seized the opportunity to leave. The port of Mariel is an unattractive industrial town to the west of Havana, at the end of a motorway from the capital. With the largest cement works on the island, a shipyard, and a large electric power station, it is scarcely a tourist resort. Some 125,000 Cubans embarked on small ships here in a 6-month period between April and October 1980 and sailed off for a new life in Florida. Their exodus became known as the Mariel Boat Lift. Taking place at the same time as the creation of the Solidarity movement in Poland, the trade union opposition led by Lech Walesa to the communist government, this extraordinary Cuban episode appeared to pose a considerable threat to the stability of Castro's government and was perceived in the United States as a further sign of the internal political decay within the world communist movement. The year 1980 was not an easy one for the Cuban government, and for Castro in particular. Celia Sanchez, his closest friend, secretary, assistant and vital political advisor since the time of Moneda, died of lung cancer in January, leaving the Maximum leader bereft of comfort and good counsel. Wider concerns included the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in late December 1979. Castro's overtly pro-Soviet stance served only to undermine his leadership of the non-Ajignd movement that he had proudly assumed in 1979. The economic outlook was also gloomy. The sugar crop was down and so too was the world price. Rationing was tightened, and austerity was again the prevailing trend. 58 Simmering internal dissatisfaction broke out at the beginning of April. A small group of Cubans, seeking asylum, crashed a lorry into the grounds of the Peruvian embassy in the Miramar district of Havana. The Cuban guard on duty was killed. The Peruvian ambassador refused to hand over the asylum seekers, as was his right, and the Cuban authorities withdrew their pardon of the embassy. Within days, some 10,000 Cubans had sought asylum within its precincts. Castro, in the manner of the old Spanish captain generals, took personal control of the crisis from the start and moved to a house in Miramar to direct operations. An editorial in Granma claimed that the asylum seekers were, for the most part, criminals, lumpen, and antisocial elements, loafers, and parasites. None of them were subject to political persecution, nor were they in need of the sacred right of diplomatic asylum. 59 A government statement called them scum, people who had renounced the ideals of the fatherland for the lure of consumerism. The Communist Party now organized mítines de repudio, demonstrations of hostility, outside the homes of those who had entered the embassy, and a large protest demonstration was assembled to march there. 60 After prolonged negotiations, the 10,000 would-be migrants in the embassy were permitted to leave by air for Costa Rica. There they were welcomed by the international media before continuing their journey to Lima, which was not of course their desired destination. The United States was closed to most of them, since President Carter had agreed on a limit of only 3,500. It was as difficult to get into the United States as it was to get out of Cuba. The crisis took a more dramatic turn 2 days later when Castro stopped the airlift to Costa Rica and announced that anyone who wished to do so would now be allowed to leave. Thousands of Cuban immediately seized the 268 opportunity with alacrity, indeed rather more than Castro had bargained for. President Carter, equally foolhardy, now declared that the United States would receive them with open arms. Ours is a country of refugees. We'll continue to provide an open heart and open arms to refugees seeking freedom from communist domination. 61 An impromptu exodus, organized by the Miami Cubans with the agreement of Castro, was soon underway. Hundreds of small boats came over from Florida and nosed into the harbor at Mariel. On April 24, 94 came, then 349 on April 25 and 953 on April 26. As thousands of Cubans sought to leave, special offices were set up to process their departure. Prisons, detention centers, and mental hospitals were emptied of many of their inmates. After 4 months the United States had had enough. The political implications of this mass migration were negative for the Carter government, soon to be seeking re-election in November. The arriving Cubans were no longer confined solely to Florida. The lumpen and criminal element in the migration were spread around American prisons, from Arkansas to Atlanta, and the whole country was affected. A fresh series of negotiations was soon underway and the exodus eventually came to a halt in October. The episode was a disaster for Carter and was a contributing factor to his loss of the election to Ronald Reagan. Nearly 2,000 Cuban prisoners from the Mariel Exodus were still housed in the Adonta State Penitentiary years later, in March 1986. According to reports from prison officials, there had been 9 homicides, 7 suicides, 400 serious but unsuccessful suicide attempts and more than 2,000 serious incidents since 1981. Castro's capacity to open the taps of unlimited migration was a powerful weapon to use against the United States, though with some of the characteristics of the boomerang, since it rebounded against Cuba. The Mariel Bodift was poor publicity for the Revolution, with its obvious implication of widespread discontent. What was left of the understanding forged between Havana and Washington in the previous 3 years now melted rapidly away. Carter knew there were no votes in a rapprochement with Cuba, now perceived as an unhappy country that many people wanted to leave. Western journalists descended on the island in great numbers for the first time in many years, to tell the story with considerable glee. The Cuban government ensured that the demonstrations hostile to those leaving kept up a steady momentum, to show that most of the population remained faithful to the revolution. The migrants were officially described as lumpen, yet the motives of most of them were little different from those leaving other Caribbean islands, or Central America, in those years. They simply sought a better life in the United States. 63 Their reception in Florida was not as welcoming as they might have hoped. Many of the Mariel Generation OF migrants were mulatto or black, and came from the poorer segment of Cuban society. They took their chance because they wanted to improve their economic opportunities, but most had nothing but praise for the free services, health and education and sports facilities, to which they had been accustomed on the island. This was not a message that the old generation of exiles wanted to hear, and the new arrivals served to increase the existing divisions within the exile community, already unseated by the initiative set in train by Bernardo Benes. In July 1979, in the year before the Mariel Exodus, the Sandinista revolutionaries of Nicaragua drove triumphantly into the city of Managua after a short insurrectionary war. The violent overthrow of the dynastic dictatorship of the Somoza family seemed like a carbon copy of Cuba's revolution, the fulfillment of Guevara's dream of a successful guerrilla struggle. Like Cuba, a small band of fighters had overthrown the forces of a regular army and seized power. Like Cuba, the people had risen up to overthrow a hated dictator. Like Cuba, the country had once been occupied by the United States and bore similar scars. The U.S. Marines had been entrenched there from 1912 to 1933, under attack from 1927 to 1933 by the guerrilla forces of Augusto César Sandino, the country's José Martí. 64 The victory in Nicaragua in 1979 aroused a fresh interest in Latin America, as Cuba had done in the 1960s and Chile in the early 1970s. Foreign visitors flocked to Managua to imbibe draughts of the intoxicating liquor of revolution, as once they had traveled to Havana and Santiago. The Cubans might have felt for a moment that history was again on their side, but Castro himself was more circumspect. The revolution had abandoned its public support for guerrilla struggle in Latin America after the death of Guevara in 1967, but it could hardly prevent others from picking up the revolutionary banner. The leftist movements that formed and reformed in the 1960s and 1970s in Central America owed more to the dynamic of their own historical experience than they did to the Cuban example. Guatemala, El Salvador, and Nicaragua all had long histories of revolutionary struggle. The guerrilla groups active there received a certain measure of comfort and assistance from a section of the Cuban Secret Service, led by Manuel Pinero, but his particular department was of dwindling importance, kept alive largely for sentimental reasons. 63 Individual revolutionaries would spend time in Cuba, notably Tomás Borga from Nicaragua, and Castro kept a personal eye on a number of groups, but his chief task was to persuade their opinionated and self-centered leaders that they would never be successful without unity. 66 When the Sandinistas triumphed, the Cubans were uneasy. Castro had not expected their swift victory, and was quick to point out that the differences with Cuba's revolution were as important as the similarities. Yet the Sandinistas threw themselves into his arms, somewhat to his embarrassment, and without so much as a formal request. Several senior members of the Sandinista leadership flew to Cuba after their victory to participate in the annual Monita celebrations on July 6, held that year in Holguin. Castro joined in the general atmosphere of rejoicing, but his words urging moderation were those of a cautious elder statesman. Each country has its path, its problems, its style, its methods, and its objectives. We have ours and they have theirs. We did it in a certain way, our way, and they will do it their way. No two revolutions are the same. They cannot be. Our problems are not exactly their problems. The conditions in which our revolution was made are not exactly the same conditions in which their revolution was made. In other words, things in Nicaragua are not going to be exactly the same, or anything like what they are in Cuba. 67 The Sandinista victory posed a dilemma for Cuba. They welcomed it for its own sake and because Nicaragua would be a useful ally on the mainland. Yet its very existence created additional problems, both with the United States and with the Soviet Union. One similarity with the Cuban experience, visible to all on the first day, was the possibility of U.S. intervention, and Castro was at pains to caution the Sandinistas not to antagonize the United States unnecessarily. He recommended them to concentrate on establishing a mixed economy and a pluralist political system, and to try to retain good relations with the Catholic Church, more influential in Nicaragua than it had been in Cuba. 68 Castro did not want Nicaragua's middle class to melt away, as Cuba's had done. The Sandinistas listened to Castro's advice, but the dynamic of their own revolution led ineluctably to a clash with the United States. When Carter was replaced by Ronald Reagan in January 1981, the United States sought to sweep back the tide of revolt spreading through the isthmus. This was a tough moment for Cuba too, as the mirage of a possible U.S. approachment that had hovered over the island during the Carter years evaporated overnight. The inexperienced Sandinistas had an even tougher time. The political unity that had brought them to power soon disintegrated and the more conservative members of the ruling group dropped away. As the revolution radicalized, thousands of professionals left the country to re-establish themselves in Miami and in Costa Rica. Soon counter-revolutionary forces, the Contras, organized themselves to fight a guerrilla war against the government. Advised and funded by the CIA, they maintained a low-intensity conflict throughout the 1980s that would slowly grind down the Sandinista defenses. Castro had promised to provide teachers and doctors in his first speech to the Sandinista leaders, but soon he had to send military advisors and weapons. So too did the Soviet Union. Yet as in Angola, substantial differences soon emerged. General Nestor López Cuba, the leader of Cuba's military mission to Managua, reported years later, the Sandinistas had both Cuban and Soviet military advisors, and we didn't always agree on our advice. The Soviets argued for a large, professional, technically sophisticated, regular army. We, on the other hand, believed Nicaragua needed an army capable of eliminating the irregular forces they confronted internally, and that this could not be accomplished by a regular army. The Cuban view was based on their experience in Angola, and in the Escambray in the early 1960s. The Soviet Union harked back to its experiences in the Second World War. These differences over the conception of the struggle and the structure of the army, said Lopez, were ones we also faced in Angola and elsewhere in Africa. An irregular struggle had to be fought with irregular forces, not with large units of regulars. It had to be fought by volunteers. That was how Cuba had defeated the bandits in the Escambray. 69 Although the Sandinista victory secured the world's headlines, an earlier revolution that year in the tiny island of Grenada was more to Castro's taste. The New Jewel movement that led the revolution of March 1979, on an island with a population of only 100,000, was a political organization modeled on the Cuban example. 70 The Dawn raid that toppled the corrupt regime of Eric Gary was even described as Grenada's Moneda. Maurice Bishop, its leader, was a Marxist radical in the Cuban mold, and he looked to Castro for inspiration and assistance. The Grenadan revolutionaries threw themselves at Castro's feet. Cuba is the best example in the world, Bishop told the Non-Aligned Conference in Havana in September 1979, of what socialism can do in a small country, for health, education, employment, and for ending poverty, prostitution and disease. 71 Later, when the Reagan administration expressed its anxiety at Grenada's dose friendship with Cuba, Bishop produced a rhetorical flourish similar to Castro's: "No country has the right to tell us what to do, or how to run our country, or who to be friendly with. We are not in anybody's backyard, and we are definitely not for sale." Castro had been cultivating the islands of the British Caribbean as they became independent, and had had considerable success with Michael Manley, the Prime Minister of Jamaica from 1972 to 1980. Manley shared a similar outlook on the world and had similar difficulties with Washington. When he increased the taxes payable by U.S. bauxite companies, the Americans cut off his sources of economic assistance. Cuba provided him with considerable technical and medical help, and the two leaders met often. 77 Grenada was a similar case. Castro was delighted and impressed with Bishop and established a dose personal relationship with him, similar to his friendship with Manley and Mengistu. Possibly their rapport hid its downside, since it may well have blinded Castro to the fact that, although Bishop was the preeminent figure on the tiny revolutionary island, his leadership was not always unquestioned within the revolutionary ranks. Castro promised medical assistance, and a direct air link was established between the two islands. Cuba provided scholarships for Grenadan students, and soon some 250 of them were studying in Cuba. The Cubans also supplied some military equipment and a handful of advisors. The most eye-catching project they developed was the construction of a new airport at Point Salines, designed to help Grenada to participate in the Caribbean tourist boom. Cuba offered to provide construction workers and machinery to the value of $40 million, a large part of the total cost, and the agreement signed in September 1979 indicated that the project would be completed in March 1984. The airport caused immediate controversy, soon referred to by the United States as a Soviet-Cuban base. "It is not nutmeg that is at stake in the Caribbean and Central America," claimed President Reagan, referring to Grenada's chief export. "It is the national security of the United States." 73 Threats from the United States were not the only problems facing the government of Grenada. Internal divisions reached such a pitch in October 1983 that Bishop was placed under house arrest by a radicalized section of the New Jewel movement, led by Bernard Cord. Castro, on the sidelines, could do little to help his protégé, sending a message to say that the government split would considerably damage the image of the revolutionary process. "Bishop is well regarded in Cuba," he wrote, "and it will not be easy to explain these events." Worse was to come. When a crowd of Bishop supporters came to rescue him, he was seized by soldiers and shot, along with several other senior members of his cabinet. Castro was appalled: "Die personal loss as grievous as the political, no doctrine, no principle, no opinion calling itself revolutionary, and no internal split, can justify such atrocious acts as the physical elimination of Bishop and the prominent group of honest and dignified leaders who died yesterday." 74 Less than a week later, on October 25, a U.S. force was sent to invade Grenada. Little resistance was offered and several Cubans were killed. Cuban workers at the airport site were rounded up and deported. A promising attempt to seek an alternate path to development in the Caribbean was utterly destroyed, serving as yet another reminder to Cuba of the hard road it had chosen in a particularly unfavorable location. Revolutions within the Spanish government in the 19th century often led to serious trouble and dislocation in its Caribbean colonies. Something similar happened to Cuba after the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. The country that had provided the financial backing for Cuba's socialist experiment for 20 years, and the source of its military security over 3 decades, disappeared for all time. The writing had been on the wall ever since the Soviet Union acquired a new leader in March 1985, the third in as many years. Mikhail Gorbachev, a relatively young man with a reputation as a reformer, was appointed Secretary General of the Soviet Communist Party after the deaths in quick succession of Yuri Andropov and Konstantin Chernenko. The arrival of Gorbachev on the Soviet scene, even at the time, was seen as a seismic change likely to cause problems in its Cuban semi-colony. For a seasoned operator like Castro, following Soviet developments closely for more than quarter of a century, a new man at the top with a fresh agenda was bound to be greeted with some concern. Yet few foresaw the extent of the catastrophe for Cuba that lay ahead. The Cubans had received an unpleasant surprise 2 years earlier, when the Russians explained formally that the Soviet defense guarantee, operative since the missile crisis of October 1962, could no longer be extended to their island. Trouble for the Cubans began with Andropov, the Soviet leader after the death of Brezhnev in November 1982. While Brezhnev had consolidated the Soviet relationship with Cuba over more than 20 years, Andropov was to unravel much of his work. Raúl Castro, the man in charge of Cuba's defenses, was summoned to Moscow in March 1983 and told some elementary truths by Andropov that Brezhnev had avoided discussing. Andropov explained to Raúl, according to Yuri Pavlov, a Latin American specialist in the Soviet Foreign Ministry in the 1980s, that the Soviet Strategic 274 guarantee was no longer operative. Owing to the geographical factor and the practical impossibility for the Soviet Union to maintain such extended lines of communication with Cuba in conditions of war, it would not be possible to engage Soviet armed forces in the defense of the island. Soviet nuclear missile systems were also, of course, excluded. Raúl Castro returned home with nothing other than a promise of additional conventional weapons that the Russians could provide relatively cheaply, and, according to Pavlov, an increased volume of Soviet weapons were indeed shipped to Cuba between 1983 and 1990. Now lacking the Soviet guarantee, Raúl began organizing Cuban defense in terms of a people's war to resist a possible American attack. The mobilization of the entire population was to substitute for the revolution's earlier reliance on Soviet assistance. Andropov had spelt out the new strategic reality. Gorbachev was to do the same for the economy, but Fidel planned to forestall him. The Cubans had taken orthodox advice from Soviet economists ever since the early 1970s. As a member of Comecon since 1972, Cuba had tightly bound its economy to the Soviet bloc. The overall picture had been relatively positive for more than a decade, with a long period of sustained economic growth, averaging 4.1% from the mid-1970s to the mid-1980s. Yet by the middle of the 1980s the economy was beginning to falter and Cuba was faced with a serious crisis in its economic relationship with the non-communist world. The country was dangerously short of hard currency. The low price of sugar on the world market and years of drought and hurricane, in addition to growing protectionism in Western markets, had reduced Cuba's foreign currency earnings. In February 1986 Castro presented a new and revised economic program that rejected much of the old Soviet model. Some saw it as a return to the command economy, popular during an earlier era in Soviet thinking and unlikely to be welcomed by the revisionist Gorbachev. Framed within a document presented to the Third Congress of the Communist Party, the new program was uncompromisingly entitled The Rectification of Errors and Negative Tendencies. 3 Symbolic of the new mood was the abandonment of the national plan, drawn up 10 years earlier by Humberto Pérez, head of Jusplan, and now perceived to be out of touch with reality. Pérez was replaced. 4 The new program addressed 3 problems: the immediate need to deal with the foreign exchange crisis, the longer-term need to restructure the economy to reduce the country's dependence on imports, and a more controversial and political need to rectify the previous strategy, replacing material incentives with the moral incentives once advocated by Che Guevara. The first and second problems involved technical solutions. The service of foreign debt was suspended, mechanisms were devised to re-establish centralist control of foreign trade, and a campaign to promote non-traditional exports was started, as was an austerity program. Point 3. The specific rectification campaign had several elements. The return to a more centralist command system over economic decision-making was designed to increase international competitiveness and economic efficiency. Subsidies would be reduced and more accurate measures of profitability and more streamlined government administration would be brought in. By reviving the Guevarist vision of a more moral society, the government hoped that citizens would take greater responsibility for their actions. The program was controversial in that it involved the abolition of several initiatives introduced in the previous decade that had proved markedly popular. These were the farmers' so-called free markets, the handicrafts markets, the provision of motivation bonuses awarded for productivity increases, the introduction of private enterprise into a wide range of goods and services, and the private selling, renting and construction of houses. If the farmers' markets were to be abolished, the state would have to provide something similar if not better. The government had long been concerned by the country's overdependence on food supplies from abroad, and the need to produce more food locally was one of the forces driving the rectification. The food program now introduced was an attempt by the state to produce food more cheaply than the free farmers' markets had been able to do. If it was a question of producing bananas, tubers, vegetables, and fruit, Castro explained later, let the state do it, since it has all the necessary resources. 6. The new mechanisms to gear up local food production took some time to settle in, but fortunately for Cuba they were in place when the link with Cuba's traditional suppliers in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe was broken in 1990. The rectification program was an implicit rejection of the reforming experiments, the expansion of the role of the market and the increased reliance on material incentives, that had been tried and tested in the socialist economies of Eastern Europe. Cuba was again moving out of step. The changes were underway when Castro held his first long conversation with Gorbachev in March 1986. The fresh direction of Soviet policy was already clear and, in speeches and in private conversations, Castro had begun to register his discontent with Gorbachev's message. Now he was obliged to listen to it at first hand, and he did not much like what he heard. Gorbachev's use of the key words of glasnost and perestroika, the promotion of political openness and economic restructuring, could be dismissed as an internal affair of the Soviet Union with little necessary effect on Cuba, but other items on the agenda were more alarming. The Soviet leaders' pursuit of East-West détente with President Reagan was certain to have an adverse impact. Castro had had just this kind of bumpy ride before with Alexei Kosygin in the 1960s, and had not enjoyed the experience. When Castro met Gorbachev, the Cuban leadership had not formulated an agreed policy toward the policy changes within the Soviet Union. Carlos. Percent 76. Rafael Rodriguez, the old communist stalwart now on the verge of retirement but still one of Cuba's vice presidents, had made favorable comments about perestroika earlier in the year. At a Comecon meeting held in Bucharest he had referred to the mood of imaginativeness and flexibility now abroad among the Moscow allies, with which he would like to associate the Cuban process. 7. Rodriguez's emollient view was not shared by Castro, and his concerns about Soviet developments were eventually spelled out in December 1988, we sincerely support the peace policy of the Soviet Union, but peace has different meanings for different countries. It is almost certain that the way the American empire conceives peace is with the powerful, peace with the Soviet Union, but war with the small, socialist, revolutionary, and progressive, or simply independent countries of the Third World. Castro was outlining his differences with Soviet foreign policy. Gorbachev had other global priorities and he did not make his first visit to Havana until April 1989. He behaved politely throughout but was blunt, giving full warning of what was to come on the economic front. As life moves ahead, he informed the Cuban leadership, new demands are being made on the quality of our interaction. This applies particularly to economic contacts, they should be more dynamic and effective, and bring greater returns for both our countries. In public, the two presidents signed a fresh treaty of cooperation, to last for 25 years. In private, Gorbachev made clear that the old economic relationship, with the price subsidies that had long HDPED to keep Cuba relatively prosperous, would have to be phased out. There was more to come. The Russians, in future, would expect payment for their goods in US dollars. The news was worse than Castro had been expecting, and he returned to the subject of Cuba's differences with the Soviet Union in a speech in Camagüey in July, warning the country of its possible isolation. He criticized the pro-capitalist policies being adopted in Poland and Hungary, comparing them unfavorably with Cuba's rectification. Reforms in the Soviet Union, he said, with his eye for accurate prophecy, might even lead to its disintegration or to Deville War. 8 He was preparing the Cubans for a rocky road ahead. The Cuban people could look after themselves, but the future of their bridgehead in Angola was more problematic. Thousands of Cuban troops were still stationed in Africa, and their safety depended on the weapons that the Soviet Union provided for the Angolan armed forces. In Gorbachev's view, perestroika abroad and a gradual withdrawal from Angola by the Cuban and the Soviet armies would mean a more friendly relationship with the United States, as well as greater resources for the Soviet consumer at home. These were new times. Dissatisfaction with the reformist winds of change in the Soviet Union was not confined to Havana. Cuba's close African ally, the Angolan government of José Eduardo dos Santos, was also worried. Dos Santos had been president and leader of the MPLA since the death of Agustín Jonito in 1979. The long war in defense of his government, sustained by 25,000 Cuban soldiers and with a heavy strategic input from Soviet advisors, had been going well in 1986. But vigorous attacks by the guerrilla forces of Jonas Savimbi's UNITA movement, funded and armed by the United States and backed by South Africa, had caused the MPLA's army a series of setbacks in 1987. The Russians had never had much heart for battle, and now had lost it altogether. In his search for détente with the West, Gorbachev was anxious to clear up some of these Cold War conflicts. Perceiving Soviet weakness, the South Africans prepared an offensive in southern Angola, their most ambitious initiative since 1975. Men and weapons assembled along the frontier in northern Namibia, poised to seize control of the territory across the border. The nearest Cuban forces were based at Mananguio, some 125 miles to the west of Quitacuanaville, a strategic town surrounded by an area of dense bush. South African and UNITA troops attacked in November 1987, forcing MPLA units to retreat to Quitacuanaville. If the town were to fall, the entire southern zone of Angola would come under South African control. Angola needed additional help, and it needed it soon. High strategy had been in the hands of Russian officers, but in a moment of crisis Dos Santos was more likely to get extra troops from Cuba than from the Soviet Union. Faced with imminent defeat in the south, he asked Castro for assistance. The new request came just 12 years after the original Cuban intervention in Angola had turned the tide in 1975. Prompt Cuban intervention on this second occasion, as before, was to change the history of Africa. Cuba rescued the Angolan government from South African attack and paved the way to an end to apartheid in South Africa itself. Cuba's campaigns in Africa had always aroused Castro's personal interest and his geostrategic ambitions. A year earlier, in Harare, he had pledged that Cuba would remain in Angola until the end of apartheid in South Africa. 9 later, in Luanda, he reminded a gathering of Cubans that they had been there for 11 years and would be there, if necessary, for 100 times 11 years. On his return in Havana, he promised that Cuba was prepared to stay in Angola for 10, 20, or even 30 more years. Now he was to take a direct part in the strategic planning for the defense of Quitacuanaville. Cuba's first action was to send its most experienced pilots to Angola. Based at Mananguio, they were to attack the South African forces besieging Quito. Subsequently, combat units and weapons were sent from Cuba to meet the situation and foil enemy plans. 10,000s of Cuban troops were mobilized, and the new campaign brought back to Luanda some of the generals who had been in the Angolan War in 1975, and others who had fought in Ethiopia. Their commander was General Arnaldo Ochoa, a veteran of the earlier Angolan and Ethiopian conflicts, described by one authority as a legendary and heroic figure second only to Fidel Castro for the Cuban soldiers in the field. 11 Castro himself had a lower opinion of Ochoa's strategic talents, and serious disagreements arose between the commander in Angola and the commander-in-chief in Havana. Castro reinforced the Cuban command by sending out another experienced and reliable officer, General Leopoldo Polo Cintra Frias. While Ochoa remained at the principal Cuban base in Luanda, liaising with the Angolans and the Russians, Cintra Frias was placed in command of the Southern Front. 12 In the early weeks of 1988, with the arrival of the first 9,000 Cuban reinforcements, the military tide began to turn against the South Africans. The total Cuban contingent was now more than 50,000. Castro noted that Cuba's army in Angola, in proportion to population, was equivalent to the United States sending more than 1 million men abroad. 13 The Cubans moved inland to the misty hills and forest of Malonge in the north, to distant Luena near the border of the Congo and Zambia, and to Quito in the south, where they were soon to be notably engaged. 14 The strategic disagreement between Castro and Ochoa, over the tactics to be adopted around Quito continued into the new year. Castro demanded an urgent and immediate reinforcement of the garrison there, while Ochoa argued that the town's defense could be assured with mines and air power, using the Cuban pilots, flying Soviet MiGs, who were based at Mononguio. So acrid was the debate that Castro demanded Ochoa's return to Havana at the end of January 1988 for face-to-face discussions. Ochoa then went back to Luanda, bearing Castro's detailed instructions about how the Cuban reinforcements were to be deployed at Quito. The long-awaited South African attack came on February 14, and their soldiers, in support of the CIA-funded guerrillas of UNITA, penetrated the suburbs of the town. The Cuban forces fought back, and Quito soon turned into a resounding Cuban victory. After several weeks of heavy fighting, the South African advance was halted. Quito was to become a symbol across Africa, indicating that apartheid and its army was no longer invincible. 15 The South African defeat obliged its army to withdraw from Angola. This in turn was followed by the withdrawal of South African troops from Namibia, leading to a diplomatic solution, orchestrated by Chester Crocker, the United States Secretary of State for African Affairs, that allowed both for the withdrawal of Cuban troops from Angola and for the Namibian Liberation Movement SWAPO, the Southwest African People's Organization, to come to power in Windhoek. This strategic collapse in southern Africa was eventually to lead to the end of the apartheid state itself. In February 1990, 2 years after Quito, Nelson Mandela, the black South African leader, was released from prison. He came to Havana in July 1991 to thank Castro personally for Cuba's assistance in the anti-apartheid struggle. The decisive defeat of the racist army in Quito was a victory for all Africa. It made it possible for Angola to enjoy peace and establish its own sovereignty, and for the people of Namibia to achieve their independence. The decisive defeat of the aggressive apartheid forces destroyed the myth of the invincibility of the white oppressor. The defeat of the apartheid army served as an inspiration to the struggling people of South Africa. 16 The Cuban victory accelerated an East-West agreement on southern Africa, and the continuing negotiations between the United States and the Soviet Union, conducted by Crocker, were joined by Cuban and South African representatives. All four countries signed an Angola agreement at the UN in New York in December. South African troops would be withdrawn from Namibia, whose independence would now be internationally recognized, while Cuban troops would withdraw from Angola. 17 Cuban soldiers came home from Angola, as Spanish soldiers had once returned from fighting in Morocco, to form a group of nostalgic veterans with bittersweet memories of their service in Africa, tending increasingly forgotten memorials to their fallen comrades in towns throughout the island. The internationalist spirit of the revolution lived on, not with soldiers but with doctors and teachers, deployed in ever-increasing numbers throughout Africa. 9 Cuban generals with Angolan experience were present at the signing ceremony in New York that marked the end of the intervention, but General Ochoa was not among them. In January 1989 he was recalled to Havana, with the promise of promotion to command the Western Army in Cuba, but history had reserved for him another, more somber fate. 6 months after the signing of the Angolan peace agreement, the revolution faced its most serious internal crisis in 30 years. 4 senior figures were arrested in June 1989 and brought before a military tribunal on charges of corruption and drug smuggling. 2 were executed and 2 were sentenced to long prison terms. The number of those on trial eventually rose to 14. The trial and death sentences caused shockwaves through the island and far beyond, sparking an epidemic of rumors and sowing doubts about the official story. Corruption was a crime that threatened the entire moral basis of the revolution, for Castro's original July 2 6 movement had been cemented together by its principled rejection of the corrupt order that had preceded it. Rumors suggested that the corruption case had more to do with politics than 2s0 with financial irresponsibility. The arrests occurred just 2 months after Gorbachev's visit to Havana. Might there have been a plot to replace Castro with a reformist leadership, favorable to the introduction of glasnost and perestroika into Cuba? Some believed that the prisoners were executed because of their involvement with corruption and drug trafficking. Others thought they were shot because of the political challenge they appeared to represent. Those abroad questioned whether Castro himself was implicated in the drugs trade, and every tiny piece of evidence was assembled to try to prove this allegation. The rumor of a possible political threat to Castro was given some credibility by the fact that the principal figure in the frame was General Ochoa, the officer recently in charge in Angola. Ochoa was a popular soldier known to be out of favor with the regime. His strategic talents in the Angolan campaign had already been questioned by Castro. 2 other senior figures, Tony and Patricio de la Guardia, had been pillars of the Secret Service for decades. The 4th man arrested, Diocles Torralba, was Minister of Transport and a close friend of Ochoa. Tony de la Guardia was his son-in-law. Everything initially seemed to have been kept cozily within one extended, but highly influential, family. The subsequent arrest of General José Abrance, the powerful Minister of the Interior, Menind, since 1986, was a further indication of the gravity of the crisis. A former leader of the Communist Youth Organization, Abrance had been involved with state security since the earliest years of the revolution. His detention was a sign that the Ochoa crisis had affected the very structure of the state. Menind, with its own paramilitary force, was a rival to the defense ministry of Raúl Castro. Abrance was also known as an independent figure who spoke his mind. He had made favorable references to the Gorbachev reforms in a recent speech to the Writers and Artists Union in Havana. The leading figures had all worked at the highest level over many years, involved in some of the revolution's most hazardous foreign operations. Ochoa, born in 1941, had taken part in the Revolutionary War and become a professional soldier after 1959, trained at the military academy in Moscow. He took a prominent role in the Guerrilla War in Venezuela in the 1960s and later joined the Cuban contingent in Congo-Brazzaville in 1965, helping to train the guerrillas fighting in Angola and Mozambique. He had been with the Cuban tank troop in Syria in 1973-4, defending the Golan Heights against the Israelis after the Yom Kippur War. Ochoa was again in Africa in the 1970s, first in Angola in 1976, and later, in December 1977, in Ethiopia, commanding the Cuban force in the Ogaden. Returning to Latin America in 1983 he helped with Nicaragua's fight against the Contras, and most recently, in 1987-8, he had been in Luanda. He was one of the most well-known and most decorated figures in the Cuban army and Since hundreds of thousands of Cubans had passed through Angola between 1975 and 1989, he had many friends. The De La Guardia brothers had been active in the Cuban Secret Service over the same period. Regarded as wealthy playboys in the late 1950s, they had become active supporters of the revolution and caught the eye of Castro in 1961. They were the chief contacts with the guerrilla movement in Guatemala in the 1960s. Patricio de la Guardia had a relatively unadventurous career, working at a high level within MININT, latterly as its chief representative in Luanda, where he was in close touch with Ochoa. Tony de la Guardia's life was more flamboyant. One of the Scarlet Pimpernels of the Cuban Revolution, he had been in charge of Castro's security in Chile in 1971 and had stayed to train Allende's protection squad. In 1975 he helped launder the money secured by the Montoneros, the Argentine guerrilla movement, after they had kidnapped the directors of the grain dealers Bungie y Born, and in 1978 he was a Cuban contact with the Sandinista guerrillas. Kay established a relationship with Robert Vesco, the discredited American financier who had been President Nixon's friend and backer, and brought him to Cuba in October 1982. Vesco's financial expertise was useful to MININT's foreign operations. Tony de la Guardia's task in the 1980s, based in Havana, was to run a secret department within MININT that sought to find ways to thwart the U.S. blockade. Known by its initials as MC, standing for Moneda Convertible, or Convertible Money Asterisk, the department was part of CIMEX, the government corporation dealing with all import-export transactions. MC*''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''h electronic equipment and medical products from Western countries, and to find markets for Cuban cigars. Much of its work was done through Panama, whose free trade zones were a center of illegal operations. The governments of Omar Torrijos and Manuel Noriega were notably friendly towards Cuba. Suddenly, in June 1989, these apparendi non-corruptible paladins of the revolution were in prison and on trial. The ill-defined corruption charges produced on the first day of their detention were soon expanded to include moral corruption, defeatism, and drug smuggling. Ochoa and officials within MININT were accused of using the MC department as a cover for dealings with the Medellin drugs cartel in Colombia, and they were charged very specifically with the transshipment of cocaine to Florida via the military airport at Varadero. 18 Not just the individuals involved but the revolution itself was on trial. Just how much did the Cuban government know about the operations of the international drugs trade? To what extent was the top leadership involved in it? At what level in the revolutionary hierarchy was the decision made to take part? Everyone in Cuba posed the same questions. Cuba and the surrounding Caribbean Sea had been a center for pirates and smugglers since the 16th century. Illegal trade had been the background to its entire history. Not a creek or inlet or harbor had not witnessed the silent entry over the centuries of small ships with experienced crews, bringing in goods from abroad and taking away the products of Cuban farms and factories. In the final decades of the 20th century, the most valuable commodities making their way from South to North America were marijuana and cocaine, and Cuba was plumb in the center of the route. The lancheros, or boatmen, running drugs across the Caribbean were the latest players in a 500-year-old game. Cuba had the largest and most sophisticated intelligence service in the region, except for that of the United States, and the service had been involved in assisting guerrilla movements in Colombia and Central America over many years, shipping men and arms across the water. Its knowledge of what went on in and around the shores of the Caribbean was second to none. So how much of all this did Castro care to know about? The specific drug-running story that led to the Ochoa affair began 3 years earlier when a Cuban exile, Reynaldo Ruiz, contacted the Havana Cubans running the MCS office in Panama in 1986.19. Ruiz was a businessman and minor criminal who had left Cuba in 1962. He had no love for the revolution, but had his eyes open for business opportunities. He was married to a wealthy Colombian, allegedly with links to the drugs trade, notably to Pablo Escobar, the head of the Medellin cartel. Ruiz had teamed up with a Cuban cousin, Miguel Ruiz Poo, who had remained loyal to Cuba and was a senior operative in MC's Panama office. The two men had engaged in a mutually profitable business, smuggling IBM computers to Cuba to break the blockade. The actual smugglers, the lancheros who took the goods from Panama to Cuba, were also engaged in drug smuggling, and conversations between the Ruiz cousins turned to the possibility of Cuba entering the lucrative cocaine trade. They flew to Havana to discuss the matter with Tony de la Guardia and were authorized to transfer cocaine to the island for subsequent reshipment to Florida. Reynaldo Ruiz asked de la Guardia, according to the account by Andres Oppenheimer, a correspondent for the Miami Herald, whether El Señor Castro knew about the situation, and received the reply, of course. 20 No evidence exists to prove that Tony de la Guardia discussed these cocaine trafficking plans with Castro, but it is reasonable to assume that they were approved by Abrance, the minister responsible for the MC department. The first cocaine transshipments were made in April 1987. A cargo of 300 kilos was flown in by a small plane from Colombia to an airstrip near Varadero. There the consignment was picked up by lancheros for forward transmission to Miami, but disaster struck before they reached their destination. The lancheros were intercepted by a U.S. Coast Guard patrol. The suspicions of the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency, the DEA, were aroused, though their attention was initially focused on Noriega's Panama, rather than Cuba. In February 1988, just weeks after Noriega had been indicted in Florida on drug smuggling charges, Reynaldo Ruiz was detained by the Panama authorities at the request of the DEA and flown out to Miami. Accused of using Cuban government facilities to help smuggle cocaine, and of landing a drug smuggling plane at Varadero on at least one occasion, Ruiz sang his heart out in court. This was disquieting news for Cuba, for these were not the first allegations made about its possible participation in the drugs trade. When questioned by a U.S. television reporter, Castro dismissed the allegations as lies from top to bottom, and pointed out that similar accusations had been made in 1982. These had been seen as part of the ongoing war of words between the United States and Cuba, and those of 1988 appeared at first sight to be more of the same. This time, however, the story was to pan out in a different fashion. The Cuban drug smuggling allegations were covered regularly in the Florida newspapers throughout the year, indicating that Cuba was clearly involved and that the Americans knew all about it. No direct evidence exists to indicate when Castro himself discovered the truth about what had been going on. The Ruiz trial dragged on in Miami for more than a year. Castro had his own means of securing information, and it may well be that the Americans were also keeping him informed of what they knew. One possibility, raised years later, was that he was informed of Tony de la Guardia's activities by Robert Vesco. 21 The Castro brothers took action early in 1989. Fidel requested Abrance to make an investigation into the Ruiz allegations, while Raúl ordered a separate investigation into the activities of Abrantes' ministry. The two inquiries understandably caused alarm among those being investigated, and led to the arrests carried out in June. The case against Tony de la Guardia was clear-cut. By using his MC department to engage in covert drug smuggling operations that were both incompetent and involved Cuban exiles, he had overstepped whatever ground rules may have been established for its operation. An assumption that Castro knew what he was engaged in was not available as a defense. Less clear was the case against his twin brother Patricio, or that against Ochoa. Both had been in Luanda at the time of the Ruiz operation at Varadero, but what was the connection between Angola and the drug smugglers of Panama? The trial began on June 25, first before a tribunal of 47 high-ranking officers, and then before a military court of 3, presided over by General Ulysses Rosales del Toro, another veteran of the Sierra Maestra and of the Venezuelan guerrilla campaign of the 1960s. The proceedings were recorded on tape and shown nightly on television. The dark side of the Cuban operation in Angola soon emerged, a sorry tale of ivory and diamond smuggling in which both Ochoa and Patricio de la Guardia were involved. Ivory and diamonds were collected in Angola and 284. Then laundered through Tony's department in Havana. At one level such activity was both normal and defensible. Like any responsible general in foreign parts, Ochoa was concerned to see that his men were adequately fed, clothed, and armed. If the bare minimum was not always available, as was often the case in Angola, the general would have to cope as best he could. In Ochoa's case that meant illegal trading. By importing Cuban sugar into Luanda and selling it on the black market, Ochoa soon acquired funds with which to buy diamonds and ivory. These, in turn, could be exported to Panama, with the help of Tony de la Guardia's team, and exchanged for weapons and ammunition. Further incriminating details soon emerged. Among those on trial was an aide-de-camp of Ochoa involved with the Panama end of the operations. He was charged with making contact with Colombian drug smugglers, and through them with Pablo Escobar. Ochoa himself, according to evidence produced at the trial, had given him permission so to do. 2 questions were asked in Washington and Miami, and the debate engendered abroad soon filtered through to Havana. How much did Castro know? Was the trial engineered to ensure the dismissal of a popular officer with political ambitions? The level of detail Castro gets involved with is nothing short of extraordinary, argued Jacqueline Tillman, a former advisor to the U.S. National Security Council. It really strains the imagination to think he didn't acquiesce to the drug trafficking. John Fernandez, a spokesman for the DEA in Miami, was more circumspect, pointing out that there was no reason to believe that Fidel Castro or people in the presidential palace were in sympathy with the smugglers. 22 The charge that the purge of Ochoa might have been politically motivated was supported by statements from General Rafael del Pino, a Cuban Air Force officer and Angola veteran who had defected to Miami in 1987. Del Pino claimed bluntly in June 1989 that Ochoa had been detained to prevent disgruntled officers from carrying out an uprising against the regime. 23 The implication of Del Pino's claims was that Ochoa was an officer with political ambitions, and stories were later produced to suggest that he supported the introduction of Gorbachev-style reforms into Cuba. After a trial lasting 2 weeks, Ochoa, Tony de la Guardia and 2 others, including Ochoa's aide-de-camp, were sentenced to death. Patricio de la Guardia and Ruiz Poo received prison sentences of 30 years, as did 4 of Tony de la Guardia's aides who had assisted the Lancheros at Varadero. 6 others received lighter sentences. On July 9 the 29 members of the Council of State assembled to discuss and ratify the verdicts. 2 hastily came back from an official visit to Pyongyang, a third was told to cancel a trip to Argentina. Each spoke up in favor of the death penalties that had been ordained. Those sentenced to death were executed on 13 July. Subsequently, in separate trials, Abrams was sentenced to 20 years in prison, charged with tolerance of corrupt behavior, and Torralba received the same sentence. Abrams died in prison 2 years later of a heart attack. Before he died he reportedly told Patricio de la Guardia that he had indeed approved some of the drug shipments. Patricio told his wife of this conversation and she transmitted the gist of it to Andres Oppenheimer. According to Oppenheimer's account, Abrams claimed that Castro was aware that cocaine shipments occasionally went through Cuban territory, and on one occasion had authorized the sale of cocaine captured by the Cuban Coast Guards. He had, however, been furious when he realized the scale of what was being done behind his back. 24 Friends and relatives of the Ochoa and de la Guardia families were never able to bring themselves to believe that the activities of the accused men had not been known to Castro and the rest of the Cuban High Command, yet the evidence of Patricio's wife is all that exists to substantiate the allegations that Castro was aware of the drug smuggling engaged in by his officials. Patricio's daughter and son-in-law subsequently went into exile to Paris and repeated the allegations, writing books that denounced Castro and claimed that their relative was innocent. 25 In several Latin American countries allegations of extensive drug smuggling might have been nearer the mark, but the particular history of the Cuban Revolution, with its emphasis on ethical standards, suggests that the extent of what had been going on may well have been a surprise to Castro. Quite possibly he was genuinely ignorant, but the politicist sector of the Cuban population, a very large percentage, were undoubtedly shocked and dismayed, both by the trial and by the executions. Nothing comparable had occurred in the previous 30 years. Castro's government worked hard to limit the damage caused by the episode. Senior generals lined up behind the government. "We regretted having to shoot someone who had once been a revolutionary," said General Enrique Carreras of the Cuban Air Force, interviewed years later in 1997. "But a revolutionary cannot stain his hands, or take the wrong road in order to obtain funds for things our people need. Here there can be no contraband, no drugs. Not here." 26 Another senior general, José Ramón Fernández, Bay of Pigs veteran and Minister of Education in 1989, and a member of the Council of State that ratified the death sentences, expressed his shock at the revelations. 27 In his eyes it was unimaginable that Cuba could condone drug smuggling. It was also dismaying for old revolutionaries like him to have had revealed to them the scale of corruption and personal enrichment that appeared from the Ochoa affair to be endemic. The trial and executions were difficult medicines for the Cuban population to swallow. 28 The country was polarized by the episode, with no room for objective interpretation, and its damage to the 30-year-old. 286. Revolution might well have had further repercussions had the revolution itself not encountered fresh difficulties, in the face of which Cubans were now obliged to unite. The political hurricane that developed in Cuba in the course of 1989, foreshadowed by the Ochoa trial and the Gorbachev reforms, took physical shape towards the end of the year after dramatic events in Europe. The collapse of the Berlin Wall in November was quickly followed by the Velvet Revolution in Prague, and December saw the operatic finale to the rule of Nicolae Ceausescu in Romania, chased from office by a popular demonstration and then captured and executed on television with his wife beside him. Exiles in Miami wondered aloud whether this might not be a possible model for the end of the Castro era. The American invasion of Panama in December, the deployment of 24,000 troops made it the largest U.S. military intervention since the Vietnam War, was also perceived as a possible alternative ending to the Cuban Revolution. General Noriega, who had provided one of Cuba's lifelines to the capitalist world, sought asylum in the Vatican embassy, to be bombarded with rock music from loudspeakers before handing himself over to the U.S. authorities. More than 1,000 Panamanians died in a bombardment that was rather more lethal. Noriega's ramshackle government met a violent end. Might Cuba suffer a similar fate? Worse was to come. In February 1990 the Sandinistas were defeated in elections that President Ortega had felt obliged to hold, against Castro's advice. Ortega thought he could win, but the Nicaraguan people, oppressed and exhausted by the long, orchestrated, intervention by the Contras, believed that the return of the Sandinista government would mean endless WAF. They were probably right. Bullied into voting for peace, they took the non-Sandinista choice. Another close Cuban ally, a revolution on which Cuba had expended much effort and emotional energy, was suddenly gone. More serious for the economic health of the revolution was the demise of the communist states of Eastern Europe in the course of 1990, coupled with the disintegration of the Soviet Union itself after the failed coup against Gorbachev in August 1991. The final and definitive blow for Cuba came on September 12, 1991, a few weeks after the coup, when Gorbachev gave in to pressure from the United States and announced that the 7,000 Soviet troops stationed in Cuba would be withdrawn. As usual in the dealings between the two superpowers, the Cubans were not consulted. The real crisis began in 1990 when the oil supplies that the Soviet Union was contractually obliged to deliver failed to arrive. Cuba's domestic economy was seriously disrupted. The regular flow of Soviet tankers bringing cheap oil had been the revolution's economic lifeline since the 1960s. In 1989 some 13 million tons of fuel had been imported from the Soviet Union, at very favorable rates. A year later, the figure had dropped to only 9.9 million tons. The downward trend continued, and in 1993 Cuba received only 5.3 million tons. Replacements had to be purchased on the world market, at a higher price payable only in US dollars. Cuba was also still heavily dependent on the Soviet Union for its food imports, of which the Russians supplied 63% in the immediate period before the crisis. They were also the source of 80% of Cuba's imported machinery. In addition, the Soviet Union had purchased 63% of Cuba's cigar exports, 95% of its citrus and 73% of its nickel. 29 This entire exchange was now at risk, posing the greatest threat to the Cuban economy since the break with the United States in the 1960s. That trouble was in store had been clear since Gorbachev's visit to Havana in 1989. The long-term Soviet subsidy was to disappear. Future trade deals would take place in convertible currency, and, in the case of sugar, at the world market price. The average price earned by Cuba in 1990, with sugar sold both to the Soviet bloc and on the world market, was $602 per ton. By 1992 the world price had slumped from $277 per ton, in 1990, to $200, the price at which Cuba was obliged to sell virtually its entire crop. The dimension of the economic disaster for Cuba was without precedent. Gorbachev himself was under pressure from the United States to cease Soviet support for Castro. Cuba had become an expensive irritant. Soon the other Comecon countries would follow where Gorbachev led. They too demanded dollars. Although the Soviet leadership maintained a friendly but realistic stance towards Cuba, other Russians did not disguise their contempt for their former ally. Glasnost, meaning a freer press in the communist world, unleashed torrents of criticism against Cuba. Semi-independent Soviet magazines, like Moscow News, became so hostile that they were banned in Havana. The new media in the fast European countries were equally outspoken, reflecting years of pent-up resentment of the spendthrift golden boy of tropical socialism. One Hungarian newspaper noted caustic ally that Cubans could afford to be ideological radicals because they were eating the bread of others and building socialism at the expense of another country. 30 Castro was as aware as anyone that Cuba had been dependent since the conquest on its economic relationship with the outside world, and had always been affected by the vagaries of world politics and world trade. The oscillations of the world sugar price over the years, even when cushioned by the U.S. quota in the first half of the 20th century, were often the cause of political upheavals in Havana. Yet socialist Cuba's Sios relationship with the Soviet Union, and its integration into Comecon, had brought a certain stability to the economy over the years. The historical experience was long forgotten, and maybe even Castro did not realize how rocky the road ahead would be. The economic disaster that swept the country was the most dramatic and significant change since the island had first become a sugar-based economy in the wake of the revolution in Saint Domingue in 1791. The island had received other jolts in earlier years, at the end of the Independence War in the 19th century, during the world slump of the 1930s and at the time of the transformation to socialism in the 1960s, yet none could compare with its virtual collapse in the early 1990s. Few societies have been able to confront such an economic catastrophe and emerge unscathed. Import capacity fell by 70% between 1989 and 1992, from $8.1 billion in 1989 to $2.3 billion in 1992. About one-third of gross domestic product had been spent on imports before the crisis. The root cause of the collapse was the loss of the sugar subsidy, with sugar earnings down from $4.3 billion in 2000 to $1.2 billion in 1992 and only $757 million in 1993, and the loss of external financing, MST provided in the past by the Soviet Union, down from $3 billion in 1989 to nothing in 1992. The effect on the domestic economy was multiplied by shortages of inputs, principally fuel, but also spare parts, chemical fertilizers, and animal feed stuffies. From 1989 to 1993, the external shock pushed the economy into free fall. GDP declined by 2.9% in 1990, 10% in 1991, 11.6% in 1992 and 14.9% in 1993. 31 The Cuban future looked unimaginably bleak and, for the first time since the 19th century, people began to mention Cuba and Haiti, regarded as the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere, in the same breath. 32 The extent of the crisis was soon visible in Cuba's towns and countryside. Horse-drawn carts and carriages replaced cars and lorries, 500,000 bicycles circulated in the streets of Havana, courtesy of the Chinese, 300,000 oxen replaced 30,000 Soviet tractors. Priority was given to securing essential food and fuel supplies. Food imports were halved between 1989 and 1993, but the purchase of foreign food still absorbed a larger proportion of the country's foreign exchange resources than before. Food accounted for 25% of the total spending on imports in 1993, compared with only 12% in 1989. In the same period the import of fuel declined by 72% and overall imports by 76%. The amount of hard currency available to purchase goods other than food, spare parts, fertilizer and consumer goods, was reduced in 1993 to 17% of what it had been in 1989. Food and fuel were both in desperately short supply and, although outright starvation was kept at bay, malnutrition, unknown in Cuba for generations, became widespread. Abroad, the widespread expectation of an imminent Cuban implosion in 1990–91 was at fever pitch. The triumphalism of the Cuban exile community in Miami knew no bounds. Foreign journalists and writers descended on Havana in the autumn of 1991 to witness what they imagined would be the fined weeks of the Castro government and to write its obituary. The signs of popular discontent were telling and extensive, wrote Marifeli Porras Stable when summarizing the reports from Cuba appearing in the Miami press. Signs of abajo Fidel *down with Fidel painted on walls, clashes between youths and the police, dock workers refusing to load sacks of rice for export because of domestic scarcities, the Film Institute lunging a party directive to merge with state television, intellectuals signing an open letter to the leadership demanding reform. Purges at the University of Havana and other higher education institutions, citizens raiding planted fields, near riots in front of the specified hard currency stores, workers refusing to join the rapid response brigades the government created to quell dissent. 39 Castro himself, ever dirt to the changing world scene, gave several warning speeches about the probability of tough times ahead, explaining to a meeting of the Cuban Workers' Federation in January 1990 how the government had long been prepared for threats of war. For 10 years we have been reinforcing our defenses, we have applied the concept of the war by all the people. We have drawn up plans for every contingency, including a possible THIRD blockade, in which not a single bullet would reach per country. Men, women, children, youths, senior citizens, the people at large, have organized to make the aggressors pay an unpayable price. He emphasized that the country now freed a different problem. There may be other forms of aggression for which we must prepare. We have called the THIRD blockade period a specified period in time of war. Yet, in the free of all these problems we must prepare plans for a specified period in time of peace. 34 The crisis came sooner than expected, with an interruption to the flow of Soviet oil. In March 1990 the government was obliged to respond with its first economic defense exercise *, when gas, water and electricity were cut off for short periods in all areas of the country. In August, when it became clear that normal deliveries of Soviet fuel would not be resumed, the government ordained the immediate measures to be taken to deal with the crisis. One of the nickel plants would be closed and the opening of a new oil refinery delayed. Oil and gas deliveries would be cut by 50% across the island and electricity consumption by 10%. Farmers were urged to use draft animals. 33 The historic socialist achievements of the revolution, free education and free detention, would be preserved, but the austerity program would inevitably bear down on the great mass of the population. Food and clothing were rationed, industries dependent on foreign imports were closed down and thousands of urban workers were sent to the countryside to engage in the labor-intensive task of growing food. Much of the country's agricultural land had been given over to cattle and sugar for centuries, and Cuba had relied since the revolution on food from Eastern Europe, to feed the nation. The country faced starvation unless alternative sources of supply could be found. Since no dollars were available to pay for food imports from the West, it was vital to increase food production at home. 36 A number of initiatives were set in train. A food program was launched in October to encourage local production. Scarce funds were put into research and development in biotechnology, with a plan to make the country self-sufficient in medical products. A recycling campaign was introduced, and a far-reaching austerity drive halved the number of officials working for the Communist Party and made inroads into other areas of the state bureaucracy. Cuba now had to plan for a future in which sugar would no longer be its principal earner, and the government soon made the inevitable decision taken by every Caribbean island faced with a similar predicament: it would seek to satisfy the growing demand by European and Canadian consumers for beach holidays in the sun. Foreign tourists were to become Cuba's principal source of foreign currency. The Cuban state invested heavily in the new tourist industry, and the government searched for foreign partners, principally from Spain, France, and Canada, to help to finance, manage, and market it. Many state bureaucrats felt the cold winds of reform after the administration of central government was radically reorganized. The reform had a particular impact on the tourist industry, where the central government agency was replaced by a smaller ministry, overseeing the work of 9 new autonomous, and competing, tourist corporations, but many other ministries and state institutes were rationalized and slimmed down. The restructuring of the external sector looked to some like the beginning of a return to capitalism, with state companies seeking the participation of foreign private capital. The state monopoly over foreign trade was abolished in 1992, and the Constitution was amended to permit the transfer of state property to joint ventures with foreign partners. 37 A new foreign investment law was drafted to appeal to such partners. Under its generous terms, a foreign enterprise could own up to 49% of the joint venture, hire foreign executives, be exempt from most taxes and repatriate its profits in hard currency. 38 The number of joint ventures jumped from just 2 in 1990 to 112 in 1993. The economic policy makers assumed initially that they could reform the external sector without making dramatic internal changes, supporting capitalism abroad but socialism at home. They wanted an isolated enclave of foreign investment and tourism that would provide the hard currency needed to maintain the social structure without changes. 39 This was soon revealed to be wishful thinking, and the government was obliged to address the question of the internal sector. Early in 1993 it became clear that the economic reforms introduced in the special period were inadequate to cope with the scale of the crisis. They had done nothing to deal with the growth of the black market, the shortage of dollars, the monetary imbalance and the problem of unemployment. The economic system was on the verge of collapse, and 2 officials from the International Monetary Fund visiting Havana declared that the Cuban decline since 1989 was far worse than the deterioration suffered by the former socialist countries of Eastern Europe in the same period. New measures were now introduced to reconstruct the internal economy, masterminded by a fresh economic team led by Carlos Lage, the youthful vice president with Castro's ear. José Luis Rodríguez was brought in as the Minister of Finance, Francisco Soberan was moved to the central bank, and Raúl Castro kept a close eye on the changes suggested. The reforms were outlined by Castro in his Moneda speech on July 26, 1993. The first measure, economically essential and politically significant, was the legalization of the US dollar, authorized by Decree Law 140 in August 1993. Unable to cope with the burgeoning black market in dollars, the Cuban authorities surrendered to economic realism. Long a familiar, though unofficial currency in the rest of the Caribbean, notably in the tourist trade, the dollar was to become Cuba's principal currency for traded goods and services, as it had been during the first years of the century. The Cuban peso remained in use for salary payments, For all purchases on the ration and for all internal transactions by the government. The return of the dollar was a serious blow to revolutionary pride. First introduced during the U.S. occupation after 1898, the U.S. dollar had replaced the existing Spanish coinage and continued to be used in Cuba until 1915, when the creation of the Cuban National Bank permitted the introduction of the peso. For most business transactions, the dollar had remained supreme until the revolution. Through boom and depression, revolution, and moratorium, wrote Henry Wallach in 1950, the dollar gave Cuba an externally stable monetary system with a complete absence of exchange difficulties. The American business community loved it, since it could neither be stretched nor bent. 40 acceptable in economic theory, and necessary in the circumstances, the reintroduction of the dollar had a damaging effect on the political consensus that sustained the Cuban system. Its increasing dominance within the internal economy, and the government opened retail stores trading in dollars to mop up any surplus on the black market created deep divisions in Cuban society in the course of the 1990s between those with access to dollars and those without. Those with dollars, obtained chiefly through the tourist trade, the black market and remittances from Miami, became significantly wealthier than those who had none. The egalitarian ethic that had been such a proud 292 boast of the revolution was further undermined, although it had already been weakened by the developing black market exchange. The second significant reform was the introduction of self-employment, under Decree Law 141 of September 1993. For the first time in a quarter of a century, more than 100 small business activities in the service sector were opened up to private initiative. All private bars and restaurants had been closed down since March 1968. Permission was granted to hairdressers, electricians, plumbers and mechanics to work legally on their own account. By the end of 1995, more than 200,000 Cubans were registered as self-employed, more than 5% of the workforce, and in June 1996 the government published a list of a further 40 activities that would be open to the self-employed. 41 Underemployed Cubans jumped at the opportunity offered, especially as it was often possible to charge for services in dollars. The downside for these embryonic private businessmen was that they moved for the first time into the tax economy. Their small businesses had to be registered, and they were soon to be taxed. The most dramatic change under this rubric was the reintroduction of private bars and restaurants, known as paladas. The term palada came from a Brazilian telenovela, or soap opera, that had played on Cuban television screens in the 1990s. The heroine, who migrated to Rio de Janeiro from the provinces, sustained herself by selling sandwiches on the beach, and her venture was so successful that she eventually returned to her hometown and opened a palada, or restaurant. These proved so successful that Castro almost immediately ordered them to be closed, although they were revived again 2 years later with rather more stringent regulations. Castro justified this in a speech in December 1993 by discussing what had happened in a Havana neighborhood. A restaurant was opened with 25 tables and 100 chairs and a cabaret. Some guy found himself a spot and charged 15 pesos to let people in. He charged in dollars, pesos, and whatever. He had all the clients he needed. People from abroad would come in and bring friends and even family. I have already calculated how much the happy owner was making. He was making no less than 1,000 pesos a day, and this is a conservative estimate. At least 1,000 pesos a day. And all this because things had opened up a bit. 42 Such rapacity had offended Castro's sense of revolutionary morality. When the paladas were allowed to reopen, they were restricted to 12 tables and were supposed to be family-run. They soon became a popular and established institution. The third significant reform in 1993 involved the establishment of agricultural cooperatives to replace the old state farms. Known as Unidades Básicas de Producción Cooperativa, UBPC, they were introduced under Decree Law 142 of September 1993. The state agricultural sector, which had previously controlled 75% or of the agricultural economy, dropped to 30% after 3 years. 43 While the land technically remained in the hands of the state, the UBPCs were granted the permanent right to use it and owned what they produced on it outright. They also had managerial autonomy, elected their own leadership, controlled their own bank accounts, and were able to relate wages to productivity. This was the most important shake-up of the countryside for 30 years, although since the UBPCs still had to produce quotas at prices fixed by the state, and finance was still allocated by the agencies of central government, their autonomy was not quite as extensive as it first appeared. ONE reform, designed to make an immediate and visible impact, secured the return of the private farmers' markets that Castro had abolished in the rectification campaign of 198. 6.U markets were established on almost every block in Havana by the end of the decade, providing a wide variety of fruits, vegetables, salads, and meat, a cornucopia not seen in the city for many decades. 45 While presiding over these major reforms, Castro kept up his familiar socialist rhetoric, pretending that nothing very much had changed. The reforms were designed to improve and perfect socialism, he told the National Assembly at the end of 1993. Their aim was to make it efficient, not to destroy it. Socialism, he argued, was not simply more just, more honorable, and more humane in every sense, it was the only system that would provide us with the resources to keep our social conquests. As for capitalism, it was an illusion to imagine that it would solve Cuba's problems. It was an absurd and crazy chimera for which the masses will pay dearly. Castro dismissed the experiments with the free market being made in Eastern Europe and Latin America out of hand and began developing arguments that he would deploy at international gatherings over the following decade. The neoliberal model adopted in Latin America, characterized by price liberalization, the reduction of real wages and welfare programs, was never consulted with the people, and increased dramatically the already terrifying levels of inequality in those countries. Cuba, he implied, would be different, and its reforms would be successful. The Cuban leadership felt itself to be at war, and it would have been easy to push through the essential economic decisions with little regard for popular opinion. Yet the reforms were so politically sensitive that they were put out for discussion in every workplace. Some 3 million members of the Cuban Workers' Confederation gathered together to discuss them from January to March 1994. Their social impact was analyzed at meetings in 80,000 workplaces and were further debated at a special session of the National Assembly in May. The popular mood favored greater participation in the economic reform process, and the government was quick to take account of it. This was undoubtedly a form of guided democracy, but it proved a successful political move in securing support for reform. The discussions enabled the wider population to understand what was at stake, allowing people to feel that they had had some say in what was to come next. The party elite had already paved the way at the Communist Party's Fourth Congress, held in October 1991 at the start of the crisis. This was the first Congress, one observer noted, where not all the votes were unanimous, and where debate was heard on issues like the free farmers' market, crime and its causes, the electoral system and the press. 46 The authorities were quite prepared to open the door to discussion, divergente of opinion and criticism. 47 The government's next step was to bring life back to the National Assembly through the appointment of Ricardo Alarcón, one of the revolution's brightest stars, as its new president. Alarcón had helped run Castro's foreign policy throughout the 1980s, usually from his position as Cuba's representative at the United Nations in New York, and his new task was to preside over what were, in effect, Cuba's fledgling attempts to install a new kind of participatory democracy, and also to sell the program of the special period to the workers. As the government's leading intellectual after the retirement of Carlos Rafael Rodriguez, who died in 1997, Alarcón's task was to elaborate and propagate the revolution's latest ideas about democracy. Since the United States, and, to a lesser extent the European Union, were now demanding that Cuba conform to the Western practice of representative democracy, it was important for Cuba to reply in kind, to defend its own definition of Such a defense was all the more necessary in that much of the outside world assumed that Cuba's single-party democracy was a mere cardboard copy of the system employed in the now discredited countries of Eastern Europe. This was not altogether unwarranted, since the Cuban Constitution of 1976, and the system of popular power to which it gave rise, had been formulated during the period of maximum Soviet influence. The Cubans needed to show that they could think for themselves. Alarcon soon articulated an intelligent defense, losing no opportunity at the same time to point out the flaws in the Western formula, characterized by low turnouts and considerable popular hostility towards existing political elites, particularly in the United States. The 1976 Constitution was modified and rewritten in 1991 and approved by the National Assembly in July 1992. The new system permitted the direct election of deputies to the Assembly, chosen from a list of candidates, that continued to be approved, of course, by the party. At the same time, references in the Constitution to Marxism-Leninism were quickly dropped and the ban on Christians joining the party was also abandoned. Alarcon's return to Havana to participate more fully in debates at the top, coupled with the promotion of Carlos Lage, the talented Castro protégé charged with overseeing the economic reforms, brought a younger generation into the top Cuban leadership, a direct result of the demands of Die Special Period star. Some changes had already been made after the economic rectification in 1986, but now there were fresh faces in the Politburo. Although the Castro brothers remained, Cuba was no longer run exclusively by the Sierra Maestra generation. Very slowly the Cuban economy began to turn the corner. The GDP, at 0.7% in 1994, had stopped falling, and after 1996 it would average out at 3.5% a year. 48 The mood in parts of the country began to change. Visiting a rural cooperative in the Orient in 1996, Solon Baraklov, a UN economist, found that peasant farmers had plenty to complain about but had no difficulty in accepting their situation, even though there had been some economic improvement since 1993 in the province of Granma. One could see deserted modem poultry batteries, half-empty milking parlors, and a huge milk processing plant operating at only 1/5 of capacity. Peasant farmers tended to have better access to food than many other groups. They complained mostly about their lack of machetes, hoes, and tiles to sharpen them, as well as of shoes, trousers, shirts, and skirts. These indispensable basics for peasant production were becoming worn out, but replacement was extremely slow and difficult, when possible at all. Schools had almost no paper, pencils or books. Clinics and pharmacies lacked many basic medical supplies, such as antibiotics or even aspirins. Yet in spite of their problems the farms were able to shelter refugees from the collapse of the urban and international economy. Baraklov encountered a young barefoot woman tending her baby and chickens in front of her cottage, thatch-covered and dirt-floored but very clean. It also had electricity and a television set. In our conversation I learned that she had spent 7 years in Prague, learning the techniques of textile manufacture in both schools and factories. She spoke both Czech and Russian. There were now no job opening for her speciality, which was why she had returned to the farm. In spite of these upsets and privations, Baraklov was impressed by the resilience of those he met. The philosophical good humor with which most rural people seemed to confront their difficulties was impressive. 45 An unexpected result of the country's economic restructuring was the increase in the power and influence of the armed forces in the internal affairs of the country. Raúl Castro announced at an early stage in the crisis that the army would aim to feed itself, and the experience gained enabled the military to oversee the civilian food program. The military began to acquire a new prominence in the economic affairs of the nation and played a leading role in the drive towards self-sufficiency in food. One general later recalled that although the armed forces had been very professional and technically proficient in the 1980s, there were gaps in the 29 areas of administration, finances, and production. In the circumstances of the special period, Raúl Castro had addressed these problems in 1990, ensuring that army cadres acquired the basic skills of food production and agriculture, and a rudimentary knowledge of economic affairs. The cadres don't need to be economists said the general, but they do need to know where each peso we spend comes from, and how to use it effectively. 50 Soon, as in many Latin American countries, Raúl Castro's officers took responsibility for several economic areas. General Ulysses Rosales del Toro, one of the reliable and experienced members of the Old Guard, was put in overall charge. Under the trade name Gaviota, the military ran hotels and promoted tourism. Almacenes Universals, another military company, was in charge of warehousing, free zones and industrial areas. Construcciones Antex dealt with construction and real estate. Banco Metropolitano was the military's banking and financial arm. The military were also responsible for mobilizing labor in the agricultural sector, running parts of the transport industry, and looking after the government's dollar stores. 51 The expansion of these businesses was stimulated by sharp cuts in the military budget in 1994. The Army's new role arose from necessity. State spending on the armed forces was drastically reduced, and they were no longer able to acquire new weapons or even to modernize their existing ones. Heavy spending in the old days had been underwritten by the Soviet Union. Interviewed in 1997, General Nestor Lopez told an instructive anecdote, recalling how, when the collapse of communism was already underway, the Soviet Union had provided Cuba with a final squadron of MiG-29 fighters. 6 of them were delivered and, years later, the Russian government inquired whether the Cuban government would like to buy some more. "How much do they cost?" asked Raúl Castro. $20 million was the Russian reply. "In which case," said Raúl, "we'll sell you back the 6 we already have." 52 In the 1980s, the Cuban military had fought in Africa and helped to train the Nicaraguan army. Now they had other priorities. "Times have changed, and we have changed," said Castro in January 1992. "Military assistance outside our borders is a thing of the past. The most important task is to see that the Cuban Revolution survives. Abroad we intend to live by accepted norms of international behavior." 53 U.S. Marine General Charles Wilhelm, head of US Southern Command, agreed. "Cuba's armed forces have been dramatically reduced," he told a reporter from the Miami Herald in 1998. 70% of the armed forces' effort is involved in their own self-sustainment, in things like agricultural pursuits, he said. "It doesn't even begin to resemble the Cuban armed forces we contemplated in the 80s. General Wilhelm said he thought the 130,000 troops of the 1980s had been reduced by half, and that the reservists had also been cut. Much military equipment was unusable and the number of airworthy tactical aircraft was now very small." The general concluded that the Cuban army no longer had any capacity to project itself beyond its own borders. It was really no threat to anyone around it. 54 Cuba was not alone in facing a new situation in the 1990s. Other former communist countries had to make adjustments to the world market, and many third-world countries that had once looked to the Soviet Union to provide an alternative model of development were obliged to embrace the neoliberal belief system, to become familiar as globalization. Cuba, together with Vietnam and China, was almost alone in its determination to keep to the socialist path, and Cuba's relations with China improved markedly in the 1990s. Official missions were sent to Beijing to study the Chinese model. The Chinese provided free cloth for school uniforms and supplied more than 1 million bicycles, as well as the wherewithal to construct 5 bicycle assembly plants. By 1994, China had become Cuba's third-largest trading partner. Yet Cuba's experience was rather different from that of the other countries confronting change, in that it faced renewed and implacable hostility from the United States to its go-it-alone strategy. Trade and investment were affected, as well as access to international finance. Specific clauses in the U.S. embargo legislation blocked all funding from U.S. sources, as well as from multilateral sources controlled by the United States, like the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. Cuba was obliged to rely on short-term trade finance and foreign direct investment and a tiny trickle of aid. Just when Cuba might have benefited from the end of the Cold War and a possible relaxation in the American attitude, the U.S. government tightened the economic screw. Successive presidents were to increase the pressure, seeking to crush Cuba's attempts to achieve economic independence and hoping to overthrow the island's leader. The perceived crisis in revolutionary legitimacy was the staple material of every visiting journalist. Books were written with rides such as Castro's Final Hour and Fin de siècle à Vivan.55, yet the predicted outcome failed to materialize. The regime fought back and Castro soldiered on regardless. Years later, in 1998, Time magazine noted his pride at defying world predictions of his imminent demise, as satisfying a triumph to him as any that went before. 56 Outside observers had jumped to conclusions that seemed obvious at the time, but proved profoundly misplaced. They assumed too readily that Cuba would fall like the countries of Eastern Europe. In so doing, they misread the attitude not just of the Cuban leadership, but of the Cubans themselves. The historical experiences of Cuba and Eastern Europe were very different. Cuba had experienced a revolution of its own, one of the great upheavals of the 20th century, the product of specific struggles over more than a century. Whatever its failings, Castro's revolution was made in Cuba. The countries of Eastern Europe had also had revolutions of a kind after 1945 in the wake of Nazi occupation, resistance, and the Second World War, but their socialism was permanently defined by the fact that it had been brought to 298 them through the powerful agency of the Soviet Army. When their regimes imploded in 1989 and 1990, no one assembled in the streets to protect the old order. The Cubans had more to defend: their history, their sense of their own identity, and their amour propre. Most Cubans supported their government because, although they were aware of its failings, they could also identify its successes. 57 In spite of its many inadequacies, they were familiar with its solid achievements. Yet not all Cubans thought that way. A minority had never accepted the revolution and had dreamt of leaving. As the economic situation deteriorated during the special period, many grew desperate and sought to escape across the 90-mile channel to Florida. The problem of economic migrants seeking access to the United States, part of a larger issue in the Caribbean and Latin America, had been an awkward and unresolved question in Cuba since the 1960s. Major explosions of pent-up resentment had occurred in 1965 and 1980. A resolution of the problem could never be finally achieved without the cooperation of both Cuba and the United States, yet their two governments were rarely able to communicate with each other. A riot in the heart of Havana in August 1994 brought the migration issue to the top of the agenda. This was not just a display of discontent by people who wanted to leave the island, it was the first large public protest against the government since the early years of the revolution. The riot had several causes. One was the demonstration effect created by the flight of thousands of boat people from the prolonged crisis in Haiti in the early months of 1994. Another was the continuing ambivalence about migration policy shown by both the Cuban and the U.S. government. Yet the root of the problem lay in the prolonged economic hardship of the special period. Late in the afternoon of August 5, an angry crowd of several hundred had gathered on the Malecon, Havana's splendidly decaying boulevard along the ocean. Earlier that morning, a group of people trying to escape to Florida had sought to hijack a boat in the harbor and had been prevented from so doing by dock workers and the police. This had been the second such event in 2 days, and a police officer had been killed during the first hijack attempt. Soon the angry protesters on the Malecon were throwing rocks and bottles at the police and, a special target of irritation, a nearby hotel dedicated to foreign tourists. The authorities quickly mobilized a much larger counter-demonstration of several thousand to smother the crowd of hostile protesters. Castro was among them and, in the traditional manner of a Spanish captain general of the colonial era, the Marquis de Somariuelos in 1810 and General Dulce in 1869, he waded into the crowd to talk to the protesters, after giving strict instructions to the police to handle them gently. His personal intervention ensured that the immediate crisis was averted, and 2 days later 500,000 people assembled to attend the funeral of the killed policeman, perceived as a gesture of support for the revolution. This specifically Cuban drama was enacted against the background of events in Haiti, where the elected ruler, President Jean-Bertrand Aristide, had been overthrown by a military junta 3 years earlier, in September 1991. His overthrow, and the subsequent repression, had led to a spiraling migration of Haitians, departing in small boats for the American coast. Some 5,000 were at sea in June 1994, and 6,000 in the first week of July. The United States refused them permission to land, and the majority were picked up by U.S. Coast Guards and taken to the U.S. military base at Guantanamo. By September more than 14,000 Haitians were held there in makeshift camps. 38 The number of Cuban balseros, or rafters, arriving in the United States had also grown, increasing every year since the start of the special period. 467 in 1990, 2,203 in 1991, 2,548 in 1992, and 3,656 in 1993. If picked up in U.S. waters by U.S. Coast Guards, these Cuban migrants were granted automatic asylum, in marked contrast to the treatment of the black Haitians, unceremoniously dumped in camps in Guantanamo, in transit for a return to Haiti. In normal circumstances, the U.S. government office in Havana granted only a handful of visas to Cubans who sought to emigrate, yet they would be granted asylum if they arrived in U.S. waters. The Cuban government claimed that the U.S. refusal to permit would-be migrants legitimate entry served only to encourage the barbaros and the hijackers. Exasperated by U.S. policy, the Cubans told their Coast Guards early in 1994 to take no active measures to discourage the migrants. Hundreds now began to leave the island, on hijacked ferries, on rafts, and in small boats. While a handful were drowned, the great majority reached U.S. waters safely and were picked up. In the wake of the August riot, Castro declared that his government would now officially relax its migration controls. Anyone who wished to leave would be allowed to do so. 39 He hoped his decision would force a change in U.S. policy. Hundreds flocked to the island shores, to embark on boats and rafts. As expected, the United States was seriously alarmed. Fearful of a repetition of the Mariel boat lift of 1980, when more than 100,000 Cuban refugees arrived in Miami, President Clinton decided to suspend the rule, in force since the passage of the Cuban Adjustment Act of 1966, that gave Cubans arriving in American waters the automatic right to asylum. Clinton had a personal reason for his decision. When governor of Arkansas in 1980, he had suffered unfortunate political repercussions from the Mariel boat lift, comparable to those suffered by President Carter. Some 20,000 Cubans had been deposited at the Fort Chaffee military base in Arkansas, and a riot there in June 1980 had contributed to his failure to be re-elected as governor. 60 In 1994, Clinton was determined to keep the Cuban migrants as far from the United States as possible, and the existing use of the Guantanamo base as a refuge for the Haitians provided an exemplary model. The military bases in the U.S. Canal Zone in Panama were later to perform a complementary function. U.S. Coast Guards picking up Cuban balseros were now under orders from Janet Reno, the U.S. Attorney General, to take them to Guantanamo. A U.S. naval cordon was established around the island, and, by the end of September, more than 21,000 Cubans were interned at the makeshift camp at the base, joining the 14,000 Haitians already there. Soon the numbers were so large that the United States was obliged to make a major and permanent change in its policy towards Cuban migration, as Castro had hoped. The two countries made a deal in September, negotiated on the Cuban side by Ricardo Alarcón, to bring the crisis to an end. Washington agreed to provide 20,000 visas a year for Cubans seeking to migrate to the United States, while the Cuban government promised to try to prevent further illegal emigration. Under the terms of a further US-Cuban migration agreement in May 1995, the balseros detained on the high seas who were not eligible for political asylum would be sent back. Thus was the so-called wet foot, dry foot one policy established. The U.S. undertook to advise its citizens not to assist any future balseros. To show that he was not being soft on Cuba, Clinton announced a number of measures to tighten up the economic embargo, including a ban on the flow of family remittances from the U.S. to Cuba, then estimated at about $500 million a year, as well as an end to travel permits granted to family members and to academic researchers, and a stepping up of the broadcasts of Radio Marti. 61 This was for public consumption in the United States. Apart from increased funding for the radio station, the other measures were not put into effect. The Cuban migrants held in the tented camps in Guantanamo remained until the following year, when they were finally allowed to leave for the United States. Their number had risen to more than 30,000, and some had spent 9 months at the camp. The Haitians were not so fortunate, they were returned to Haiti. The collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, and the formal ending of the Cold War, might have been expected to lead to a gradual normalization of relations between Cuba and the United States. This was certainly the assumption of the countries of the European Union. They increased the size of the embassies, elevated their level of contacts, and set about the task of promoting economic ties. They recognized that Cuba was no longer the military ally of a nuclear superpower from outside the American continent, that it posed no threat to the United States or to Latin America, and that it no longer had the capacity to send out its soldiers to Africa. This was the European view, but it was not widely shared in Washington. There the old American ambivalence towards Cuba, dating back to the early 19th century and reinforced by the events of the 20th, remained in force. Far from seeking a new relationship with Cuba, American politicians, both Republican and Democratic, stepped up their antagonism. International communism might have been defeated, but the U.S. government was faced with a political problem within its own borders. Cuba was no longer a significant issue in foreign affairs, but it remained on the domestic agenda. The weight of the Cuban diaspora living in the United States continued to make itself felt on the electoral arithmetic. Yet while presidents and governments often depended on their votes, both locally and nationally, the influence of Cuban Americans went far beyond their electoral strength. Their lobbying capacity in Congress was formidable, often influencing legislation through their control of the relevant committees. Important too was their ability to raise campaign finance. Active in Congress and mobilized in the key states of Florida and New Jersey, Cuban Americans acquired a vice-like grip on American policy towards Cuba in the post-Soviet decade. A new generation of Cuban Americans was represented directly in the U.S. Congress, in Florida by Lincoln Diaz-Balart, the nephew of Castro's first wife, Mirta Diaz-Balart, and by Ileana Ros Lehtinen, and in New Jersey by Robert Menendez. Backed by the fortune of the Bacardi rum family, and by the formidable wealth and lobbying power of Jorge Mas Canosa, the acknowledged leader of the Cuban Americans in Florida until his death in 1997, these legislators took a tough line against Castro's Cuba. Since it was no longer possible to argue that Cuba posed an overt threat to U.S. security, they concentrated their criticisms on other areas. Research into Castro's socialist economy became a heavily subsidized industry, with many economists and political scientists receiving large grants from the U.S. administration. Much attention was devoted to Cuban Americans owed compensation for property confiscated on the island some 30 years earlier. Similar campaigns about confiscated assets had been mounted with considerable success in the countries of Eastern Europe. Mas Canosa's Cuban American National Foundation, CANF, set up in the 1980s, now operated as a political pressure group in Washington. Canosa himself had been bombed in Cuba in 1939 and had left the island in 1960. He had supported the Bay of Pigs operation and had funded exile activists for more than 2 decades. In the 1980s he was persuaded of the desirability of establishing a lobbying operation similar to the highly effective American Israel 302 Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, which maintained steady pressure on Washington in support of Israel. CANF was set up in AIPAC's image and worked closely with it. "We had to stop commando raids," said Mas Canosa, and concentrate on influencing public opinion and government. 62 The effect of this Cuban-American lobbying, without the participants quite understanding the historical implications, was to resurrect the annexationist dream of the 19th century. Themselves now rooted in the United States, many Cuban Americans had a nostalgic yearning for the Cuba of their memories to be part of America, and, with the collapse of the Soviet Union, they saw their opportunity. They began talking about transition and held regular conferences to discuss how the island would be organized when Castro fell. Miami academics, subsidized by the U.S. government, began for the first time to engage in serious research into the island's economy and society, not for propaganda reasons, but to understand what they would be faced with when, as they expected, the call came to them to run the country. Many Miami residents dusted down the title deeds to their old Cuban properties. Castro watched these developments with care, explaining to students in 1990 how companies were being set up in the United States to determine how property should be returned to the previous owners, the large landowners, the industrialists, the foreign enterprises, and the owners of homes for rent. I imagine this also includes the owners of schools, because here everything once had an owner. 63 The Cuban audience were being warned of what might happen to their familiar environment, but Castro also discussed the claims to land, introducing a note of realism into the fantasies of the exiles. I do not know how they will manage, since even I, who have been traversing our countryside for more than 30 years and participating in the road and highway construction programs, can get lost when I go through the province of Havana. It is hard for me to recognize the roads, even the ones that I saw under construction and visited when they were being built. In our countryside so many things have happened. Our countryside has been filled with schools, dams, canals, storehouses, workshops, state-owned enterprises and cooperatives. I do not think there is anyone alive who knows where his large landed estate once was. It is even possible they will find it under a dam. It is impossible for our homeland to turn back. Yet the hopes of many Cuban Americans had been aroused by the collapse of communism elsewhere and they looked forward to being the beneficiaries in Cuba of Castro's downfall. 64 Their assertiveness coincided with a new mood in the U.S. government, controlled after 1993 by a Democratic president, Bill Clinton, that perceived itself to be engaged in a crusade to promote democracy in Latin America. This new approach by the U.S. administration was partly a response to the downfall of several long-standing military regimes in the area in the 1980s. The dictatorships that once appeared useful in keeping communism at bay during the Cold War had served their purpose, particularly since they were now discredited at home and abroad by well-publicized revelations about their human rights violations. President Clinton addressed Latin America's democratic deficit with considerable vigor and, as a byproduct, this new rhetoric was soon to be directed purposefully against Cuba. Under pressure from CANF, legislation was brought before Congress that aimed to promote democracy in Cuba by imposing tougher economic sanctions against the island. The Cuban Democracy Act of 1992, the Torricelli Act, was aimed at frustrating Cuban trade, and was expected to assist in bringing a rapid end to the Castro government. The Cuban Liberty and Democratic Solidarity Act, the Helms-Burton Act, which followed in 1996, was aimed at investment and was originally drafted because of the success of the Cuban recovery and the concern that U.S. business might take second place to European, Canadian, and Japanese investors. Its underlying purpose was to scare off foreign investors at a time when Cuba's economic survival depended on its ability to open up to the outside world, to seek markets, investors, and managerial expertise in Europe, Canada, Japan and Latin America. The Cuban government argued that the wording of these new acts, tightening the embargo and defining what kind of democracy should be imposed on the island, resurrected the Platt Amendment of 1902 that gave the United States a pivotal role in Cuban affairs. Ricardo Alarcon pointed out that under the terms of Helms-Burton, there would be no Cuban government and no Republic of Cuba. There would be a U.S. Council designed by the U.S. President that would look after the Cuban economy. 65 The Cuban Americans, however, were well pleased. The Act of 1992 was sponsored by Robert Torricelli, a Democrat from New Jersey, a state with a large Cuban-American population. The first pen of his bill was designed to damage Cuba's trade by tightening up the existing economic sanctions. Subsidiaries of U.S. corporations would be prohibited from trading with Cuba, and foreign ships entering Cuban ports would be refused permission to load or unload freight in U.S. ports over a period of 6 months. The bill's second section dealt with democracy. The U.S. president would be given the power to lift the sanctions only if free, fair, and internationally supervised elections were to take place. The president would also have to be persuaded that the Cuban government had given opposition parties time to organize and campaign, allowed full access to the media, shown respect for civil liberties and human rights, and moved towards a market economy. 66 These conditions, insulting to Cuban nationalists, were rejected by the government in Havana. The legislation received little support in the rest of the world. Few countries had much interest in the historic quarrel between the United States and Cuba. But the Torricelli bill became the Torricelli Act, and its clauses were soon embedded in U.S. foreign policy. 4 years later, the U.S. Congress, now dominated by Republicans, again turned its attention to Cuba, hoping to discourage investment by tightening sanctions by a further notch. The protagonists on this occasion were Senator Jesse Helms, a Republican from North Carolina, and the powerful former chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and Representative Dan Burton, a Republican congressman from Indiana. Together with the warm support of CANF and Bacardi, they sponsored a fresh anti-Cuba bill in March 1996, the Cuban Liberty and Democratic Solidarity Act, which went far beyond the terms of the Torricelli Act. One of the controversial elements of the Helms-Burton bill concerned the imposition of democracy. The new legislation reasserted the U.S. right to define the nature of Cuba's democracy and extended the requirements enumerated in the Torricelli Act. Specific clauses declared that neither Fidel nor his brother Raúl would be allowed to participate in any future democratic government in Cuba, and such a government would not be recognized by the United States unless it were to agree to pay compensation to Americans and to Cuban Americans whose property had been expropriated. Even more significant and controversial, however, was the provision, embodied in Title I of the bill, concerning property rights. Any individual or corporation trafficking in property that belonged to an American citizen, or to a former Cuban citizen who subsequently became an American, and that had been nationalized by Cuba could be sued in American courts. For a partial text of the Helms-Burton Act, see Appendix C. This was a direct rejection of one of the first actions of the Cuban Revolution, which had established the Ministry for the Recuperation of Misappropriated Goods in 1959 to sequestrate the properties and companies of Batista and his friends. The Helms-Burton Act caused immediate concern to companies based in the European Union, by then the principal foreign investors in Cuba, who might already be involved in joint ventures with just such properties, long in the ownership of the Cuban state. The prospect of expensive litigation would have been enough to deter many potential investors. While the United States could ignore the complaints of Havana, it could not close its ears to the hostile clamor that arose from the European Union. President Clinton was opposed to this fresh legislation and had not intended to sign it into law, but an incident occurred early in 1996 that made him reconsider his opposition. During the 1994 migration crisis, Janet Reno, the U.S. Attorney General, had issued an instruction that American citizens were not to provide assistance to the balseros who sought to sail from Cuba to Florida. This request was widely ignored, and Cuban Americans in Miami continued to comb the Florida Straits in search of migrants. One Miami-based group, Brothers to the Rescue, possessed 6 Cessna aircraft that kept a regular lookout. Founded in 1991 by Jose Basulto, it had rescued hundreds of balseros over the years. 67 Sometimes their Cessnas crossed into Cuban airspace and they would be warned off by Cuban fighter planes. The Cubans considered that this breach of the 1994 migration agreement was intolerable and unlawful, and Gran Ruel, the official newspaper, warned in July 1995 that retaliatory action would be taken if Brothers to the Rescue continued to violate Cuban airspace, Any vessel coming from abroad, which forcefully invades our sovereign waters, could be sunk, and any plane shot down. The responsibility for whatever happens will fall, exclusively, on those who encourage, plan, execute, or tolerate these acts of piracy. 68 The Miami pilots ignored the warning and continued their surveillance operations. When they again entered Cuban airspace in February 1996, the Cuban Air Force took action. 2 out of 3 Cessnas were shot down, after several warnings had been issued. 4 men were killed. Cuba argued that the shooting down of the Miami planes was not its responsibility, due warning had been given that these flights were not acceptable. American opinion was affronted by this drastic action, and the incident caused such commotion that President Clinton felt obliged to sign the Helms-Burton Bill into law. This was an historic and fateful step, since the wording of the new act placed serious limitations on the power of the president, or any future president, to control an important aspect of foreign policy. The Cuban question was taken out of the president's hands, and future relations with the island became dependent on decisions of Congress. Any possibility that Clinton, or some future president, might order the lifting of economic sanctions now evaporated, to the irritation of America's trading partners, notably in the European Union, and the farmers and manufacturers within the United States who hoped for eventual access to the Cuban market. The EU took vigorous steps to oppose the legislation, perceiving Helms-Burton as a clear violation of international law and an impediment to trade. A formal complaint was filed against the United States in 1997 at the World Trade Organization. To appease his European allies, and to mitigate the impact of the act, Clinton secured an amendment that would allow the president to waive or enforce Title I at 6 monthly intervals. Clinton did just that, for the first time in July 1996 and thereafter until the end of his presidency. His policy was continued by George W. Bush, who became president in January 2001. Bush had given a pre-election commitment that he would enforce Title IX, but realism prevailed when in power. He waived it for the first time in July 2001 and continued to do so. To mitigate criticism from the CANF, he called for stricter enforcement of the U.S. trade embargo, though with little effect. The European Union, meanwhile, in return for the waiving of THIRD, agreed to take a tougher public line on human rights in their own deliber. 36. Asians. Drafting a common position on Cuba, the EU declared that the promotion of democratic reform and respect for human rights in Cuba was now an important European ambition. Future economic aid from the European Union to Cuba would be tied to the pace of political change on the island. 69 The Helms-Burton legislation made change less likely. Cubans might wish for greater political freedom, and might hope for economic improvement. Some might seek to ditch socialism and take the capitalist road. Yet few were ready to abandon the revolution at the behest of the United States, or to give up the first genuine attempt in their history to establish an independent republic. The Cuban government now concentrated its attention on groups within U.S. society who did not wish foreign policy to be controlled by the CANF. They welcomed church groups to the island, made overtures to the farming lobby, and sought the support of new generations of Cuban Americans who sent money to their relatives and hoped for an amicable rapprochement. In the final years of the 20th century, aspects of this policy began to bear fruit, assisted by the death of Mas Canosa in November 1997. His son, Jorge Jr., proved a less effective lobbyist. Although the Republicans recovered the presidency in 2001, the Democrats were still powerful in Congress, and U.S.-Cuba policy achieved a certain equilibrium. 2 unusual events occurred in the last years of the Clinton era that affected U.S. opinion, helping to move it towards a more moderate stand. Pope John Paul visited Havana in 1998, and Elian Gonzalez, a shipwrecked small boy, was picked up off the coast of Florida in 1999. Pope John Paul II flew into Havana's airport on January 21, 1998, the first papal visit to Cuba since Catholicism had been imposed on the country 5 centuries earlier. The much-traveled Pope had visited Latin America on many occasions, but the Cuban expedition was perceived to have greater significance than these earlier trips. The visit was greeted by the North American media with the expectation that the anti-communist Polish pontiff would work his destabilizing magic on the Cuban population, unleashing political currents that will lead at last to Fidel Castro's departure from power. 70 The media excitement was dampened when the arrival of the Pope in Havana coincided with the eruption of a sex scandal in Washington, involving President Clinton and Monica Lewinsky, a White House intern. Having flown to Cuba in the hope of reporting a major political upheaval, the journalists and cameramen were obliged to decamp to Washington, to cover what they thought would be a vastly more significant story. The anchormen of the three principal U.S. television networks left Havana immediately they heard the news. Such were the priorities of the Western media. They were to be proved wrong on both counts. The American president did not fall, and neither did his Cuban counterpart. The Pope's visit was interpreted at the time through U.S. spectacles, with scant regard for the reality of Catholicism on the island and with little understanding of its historical role. A mistaken belief gained currency that Cuba was in some way like Poland, with a large population of frustrated believers deprived for decades of their opportunity to worship by a harsh and avowedly atheist regime. A revival of Cuban Catholicism, encouraged by the papal visit, might perhaps galvanize opposition to Castro and lead to his overthrow. That was the subtext of the media interest. Yet Cuba's situation was very different from that of Poland. Although the revolutionary government had long been indifferent if not hostile to organized religion, the Catholic Church in Cuba over the centuries had never grown deep roots, unlike in some other countries in Latin America. It wasn't a church of the people, the workers, the farmers, the poorer sections of the population, Castro explained to Frei Beto in 1985.71. More than 4 million Cubans, out of a population of 11 million, had been baptized, but only 150,000 regularly attended Sunday Mass. 72 Cuba, like many of the countries of Latin America and Europe, was becoming an ever less religious society. The real growth in religious fervor in the 1990s, in Cuba as in Latin America, came from Protestants rather than Catholics. Evangelical sects in Cuba were on the increase. Possibly 1 million Protestants were active in Cuba in the 1990s, with some 900 chapels springing up all over the island, compared with only 650 Catholic churches. 73 Indeed, part of the Vatican's enthusiasm for a papal visit to Cuba was the belief that it might help to stem the tide of Protestantism in Latin America. By associating the Catholic Church with Castro, ever popular among the poorest communities in Latin America who were the principal recruits to the evangelical cause, the Vatican hoped to curb the erosion of its own support. Other contenders were present in Cuba to claim the hearts and minds of the people. The numbers of both Protestant and Catholic believers were rather less than those who practiced various forms of Afro-Cuban religion, estimated at over 5 million. Catholicism had never made significant inroads into the black community, among whom Santeria, Palo Monte, and Abacua were still the most important spiritual manifestations. Castro's fresh approach to the church took political shape in the special period of the 1990s. At the Fourth Communist Party Congress in 1991, after some prolonged, and published, debate, it was agreed that religious believers should be admitted to the party. Speakers pointed out that several early supporters of the revolution had been Christians, including Frank Paes, the leader of the July 2 Six movement in Santiago, who had been a Protestant. Others noted that many revolutionaries were practitioners of Santeria and that an all-inclusive political party should allow members to belong to a wide spectrum of faiths and beliefs. The deliberations at the Congress led to a revision of the Constitution in 1992. The Cuban state was declared to be secular rather than atheist. To pave the way for a papal visit, and to formally make the request, Castro himself met the Pope at the Vatican in November 1996, and the invitation was accepted in principle. Christmas was reinstated as a national holiday. The custom had been introduced into the island 100 years earlier by the U.S. military government in 1898 but dropped in 1969. The Pope's visit lasted for 5 days and he held 4 open-air masses at different towns in the island, all shown live on national television. Greeted at the airport by Castro and the assembled Politburo of the Communist Party, he was told of the Church's poor record in Cuba. Castro recalled his Catholic schooling when he had been taught that to be a Protestant, a Jew, a Muslim, Hindu, Buddhist, animist, or a participant in other religious beliefs, constitute a dreadful sin, worthy of severe and implacable punishment. He returned to one of his favorite themes, the historical failure of the Catholic Church to embrace the entire population of the island. In some of those schools for the wealthy and privileged, among whom I found myself, it occurred to me to ask why there were no black children there. I have never been able to forget the totally non-persuasive responses I received. 74 The Pope replied that the Church's presence in the island over 500 years had not ceased to dispense spiritual values, and he set off on a journey through the country. He celebrated Mass in Santa Clara, in Camagüey, and in Santiago, where Raúl Castro was present in the crowds, before returning for a final ceremony in Havana, attended by Castro and several senior figures. In his sermons the Pope picked up many of his favorite themes: the need to stand against contraception and abortion, the need for the young to avoid the emptiness of alcohol, the abuse of sex, drug use, and prostitution, and the need for the state to distance itself from all extremes of fanaticism. With a nod to the prevailing Cuban view, he noted bleakly how various places are witnessing the resurgence of a certain capitalist neoliberalism, which subordinates the human person to blind market forces, and conditions the development of people on those forces. Such themes had been addressed in other places and before other audiences, but for Cuba the Pope had several specific messages. He drew attention to the phenomenon of migration, which has torn apart whole families and caused suffering for a large part of the population. He made suggestions about how the good of the nation might be promoted, so that each individual, enjoying freedom of expression, being free to undertake initiatives and make proposals within civil society, and enjoying appropriate freedom of association, will be able to cooperate effectively in the pursuit of the common good. 75 Much of this fell on stony ground, but by no means all. Catholics and Catholic converts were to play an important role in the growing movement of internal dissidents. The Pope also sought to recover some of the Church's lost prestige. At a meeting at Havana University he touched on the Church's role in Cuban history, citing the case of Father Felix Varela, precursor of the 19th century independence movement. He described him as the foundation stone of Cuban national identity and suggested, with a degree of historical license, that there had always been a link between the Church and Cuban patriotism. 76 Unresolved during the Pope's visit was the attitude of the Church towards the Afro-Cuban beliefs held by a large proportion of the population. Some Afro-Cuban religious leaders complained that the Catholic Church had launched an offensive against them on the eve of the Pope's visit, and had excluded them from an ecumenical meeting the Pope had held with Protestants and Jews. Their offer of a drumming rite of welcome in the cathedral had been rejected. 77 They also noted that the Pope had warned bishops and priests against putting Santeria and other Afro-Cuban religions on a par with the Roman Catholic Church. Jaime Onega, the Cuban cardinal, replied that the Cuban Church had not been critical of the Afro-Cuban religions, but had indicated its dislike of the efforts made by the communist government to promote Afro-Cuban rites as an alternative to Catholicism and as a tourist attraction. At a farewell ceremony the Pope made the obligatory reference to the U.S. embargo that Castro had been waiting for. In our day, no nation can live in isolation. The Cuban people therefore cannot be denied the contacts with other peoples necessary for economic, social, and cultural development, especially when the imposed solution strikes the population indiscriminately, making it ever more difficult for the weakest to enjoy the bare essentials of decent living, things such as food, health, and education. The roots of this suffering may be found in limitations to fundamental freedoms, in depersonalization and the discouragement of individuals, and in oppressive economic measures, unjust and ethically unacceptable, imposed from outside the country. Castro appeared on television after the Pope's departure to thank the Cuban people for helping to make his historic visit a success. Castro had expected clear benefits and he secured them. 78 He appeared to have enlisted the Pope in his campaign against Western capitalism and consumerism, and he had secured a nuanced denunciation of the U.S. economic embargo of the island. He would allow the Church to be more active in Cuban society, but his spokesman outlined its relatively limited role. Ricardo Alarcón explained to Time magazine that although he was in favor of the Church promoting certain values of spirituality, of human kindness, and of human solidarity*, there would be limits to its temporal activities. It would never hold the hegemonic position that it had once had. We cannot go back to the time when one particular religion had the dominant role, because that is a way to discriminate against others. The obligation of the state is to guarantee freedom of religion, and that implies dealing with all of them on an equal footing. 79 Protestants and the supporters of Santeria would receive the same treatment. No special favors would be granted to the Catholic Church. Pope John Paul II was a conservative theologian. He opposed the Christian Marxist dialogue that had been so popular in Latin America. He was no fan of Frei Beto and his friends in the movement of Third World priests. He had excoriated the radical works of Leonardo Boff, the well-known Brazilian theologian, and virtually anathematized the proponents of liberation theology. By no stretch of the imagination could he be described as soft on communism. Yet he recognized the imaginative grip that the Cuban Revolution still had, not just on Cuba but on the great mass of the people in Latin America. It had been necessary for him to beard the despot in his lair, and by doing so he had secured worldwide publicity for the evangelical message of his church. He had also secured a number of concrete gains for the Cuban church, which had recovered its capacity to be a player on the political stage. The Pope's references to Felix Varela became a rallying cry for opposition forces on the island that now began to appear in Catholic guise, some of them looking more to Europe than to Miami. Elian Gonzalez was a small boy from the town of Cardenas, aged 5, found bobbing in the water off Florida in November 1999, supporting himself within the ring of a lorry tire's inner tube. He was a survivor, along with 2 others, of a small group that had set out from a Cuban beach for the mainland in uncertain weather, in a tiny, unseaworthy boat with an outboard motor. In heavy seas, and almost within sight of the shore, the boat capsized. Elian's mother and 11 others were drowned. 80 Elian was taken in by his relations in Miami, who offered him a permanent home. His father, who had remained in Cuba, wanted him returned to his family in Cardenas. The federal government in Washington sided with the father and was soon in bitter conflict with the Cuban community in Florida. The boy became the center of a political storm for more than 6 months, that played to the advantage of the Cuban government. The Cuban Americans lost the battle, and the boy was eventually allowed to return to Cuba, after the intervention of the U.S. Supreme Court. Cuba, Estados alone, 1919 to 2003 311. This was more than a victory for a policy of family reunion. The struggle over Elian's future aroused fresh and public doubts within the United States about the wisdom of the government's policy of isolating Cuba simply to curry favor with the exile communities in Florida and New Jersey. The policy had had no tangible result and, in the wake of Elian's return to Cuba, prominent U.S. business interests, notably farmers and traders seeking commercial possibilities on the island, began to challenge the administration more forcefully. Elian's case was also a watershed for the community of Cuban Americans, with their wistful hopes of returning one day to a Castro-free island. The struggle over the Cuban boy revealed their divisions and illuminated the extent to which a new and more accommodating relationship between the island and the mainland had been developing over the previous decade. Where once there had been extreme hostility between members of divided funds, similar to those experienced by other peoples overtaken by revolution or civil war, the Castro supporters in Cuba and the exiles in Miami were now caught up in a meaningful though complicated relationship. Family visits to Cuba had been made possible since the last years of the Carter administration in the 1970s and had been actively encouraged by Havana in the 1990s. So frequent and regular was the contact that a new terminal was constructed at Havana Airport to deal solely with family flights to and from Miami, New York and Los Angeles. 1 million air tickets were said to have been sold for flights between Miami and Havana in the 2 decades since 1978. Cuba was also affected by a phenomenon that swept the entire Caribbean and much of Central and South America, of young men and women seeking by any means possible to gain entry into the United States, attracted by its economic opportunities. Arriving there, and finding work, they would help to fund their families at home by sending back a portion of their earnings. From Mexico and Peru, from Honduras and El Salvador, young Latinos poured into the United States. Cuba probably received $1 billion a year from its diaspora population in the United States, though this was little compensation for the loss of the sugar subsidy and the financial support of the communist world in 1990. Elian's parents, by all reports, were exemplary citizens of the revolution. With no special interest in politics, they were members of their local Revolutionary Defense Committee, CDR, and of the Communist Youth Movement. Things had worked out well for them. Elian's father, Juan Miguel Gonzalez, worked as a cashier in the tourist resort of Varadero, with access to the dollar economy. His mother, worked there too. The couple had drifted apart, and eventually divorced. Juan Miguel married again, while Elisa became afterful with a young man known as Raft, a less than model citizen. Rafa, 313, had been in and out of the army, in and out of prison, and in and out of Miami. With a group of friends and family he set off on his final ill-fated trip to the Florida coast, taking Elisa and Elian with him. Both Elisa and Rafa were drowned. Elian was taken first to a children's hospital in Miami. He was handed over by the U.S. Immigration Service into the care of Lazaro, his father's uncle. Several generations of the Gonzalez family had established themselves in Florida since 1959 and Lazaro had arrived in 1984. The Miami family's decision to keep hold of Elian, in spite of his father's requests, were soon to be backed up by the Cuban-American National Foundation, which immediately grasped the political possibilities of the case and the chance of mobilizing the Cuban-American community in the righteous cause of saving children from communism. The foundation printed posters with Elian's picture, describing him as a child victim of Castro. It may, perhaps, have imagined initially that Elian's father might have chosen to come to live in Florida with him. Juan Miguel soon disabused his Miami relations of any such belief and requested the U.S. authorities to return his son to Cuba at once. The U.S. Immigration Service, conscious both of due process and of the political implications of the case, was slow to act. Since this was also the Christmas holiday period, the USIS did not rule that Elian should be returned to his father until January 2000. The Miami relations, with the aid of the CANF, now attempted to challenge the ruling of the Immigration Service through the courts and requested that the boy be granted political asylum. To persuade him of the delights of life in America, they took him, a week after his 6th birthday, to Disney World. An inexperienced Florida judge ruled in January that Elian should remain with his Miami relations until a hearing could be held, in March, to decide whether it would be dangerous for him to return to Cuba. At this stage the U.S. federal government became involved and Janet Reno, the Attorney General, rejected the Florida court's ruling. Reno was herself from Florida and had been a state attorney for Dade County. She knew what she was up against. The Cuban government, geared up by Castro himself, found itself presented with an enormous propaganda advantage. With his mother dead, who could deny that Elian's rightful place was with his father in Cuba? Huge crowds assembled outside the U.S. mission on the Malecon to protest against his detention in Miami. The weeks ticked by while the legal arguments continued. The case became a nighttime soap opera for television viewers, both in Cuba and the United States. The cast expanded when Elian's grandmothers were allowed to fly from Havana to New York to press the case for the boy's return. They were sympathetically received by Janet Reno in Washington, but had difficulty in penetrating the family protection surrounding Elian in Miami, though they were eventually allowed to see the boy. The case absorbed U.S. media attention not just for its intrinsic human interest, but because of its political impact. This was election year. The U.S. Vice President, A1 Gore, the Democratic candidate in the presidential elections to be held in November, broke with the government line in March, to curry votes in Florida. He called for Elian to be given permanent U.S. residency. This may not have been to his benefit, since at least one poll suggested that 63% of Miami voters wanted Elian to be sent home. Polls in the U.S. as a whole carried the same message. Negotiations continued between government lawyers and Elian's Miami family, and for a brief moment a breakthrough seemed imminent after the State Department provided Elian's father with a visa to visit his son. The Cubans thought that Juan Miguel would come home with his son, while the Miami family fondly hoped that he would be persuaded to stay in America. Both sides appeared to be playing for high stakes, although the loyalty of the hither to Cuba was never in question. In April, a further court decision in Miami ruled that Elian's physical presence in this country is at the discretion of the federal government, and that the state court could not subvert the decision to return him to his hither and his home in Cuba. Janet Reno tried to broker a personal deal with the Miami family, as did Senator Torricelli, but nothing would break their firm commitment to keep the boy. Finally, early one April morning, federal agents arrived at the home where Elian was staying and forced the door. Elian, found hidden in a cupboard, was taken out in the presence of an armed agent, and a photograph of the incident, opportunely snapped by a local stringer, was soon on the front pages of newspapers across the world. Elian was reunited with his hither at an Air Force base outside Washington a few hours later, and a happier photograph appeared with the boy held in his father's arms. They were obliged to remain in the United States for a further month, while the legal niceties were attended to, and they finally returned to Havana at the end of June, to be greeted at the airport by Ricardo Alarcon. The entire episode had been an unqualified triumph for the revolution. Yet the controversial dawn raid had again divided America. George W. Bush, the Republican candidate in the November election, declared that CTHE picture that most of America saw, the boy being seized by a marshal who had an automatic weapon, is not what America is about. The U.S. press, with the predictable exception of the Miami Herald and the Wall Street Journal, had taken the side of Elian's father and had sharply criticized the Miami Cubans who had tried to keep the boy in Florida. David Rife in the New York Times described the Miami community as an out-of-control banana republic within the American body politic. 81 Jose Basulto, long an exile leader and founder of Brothers to the Rescue, wrote that he couldn't care less what the American public thinks about the Cuban exile community. 82 It was an understandable reaction from a radical. 314. Activist, but poor politics. A Gallup poll revealed not just that U.S. opinion had turned against the Miami community, but that 70% of voters now believed in lifting the Cuban embargo. 83 But in Florida itself a different story emerged in November. At two earlier presidential elections, in 1992 and 1996, the majority of Miami Cubans had voted for Clinton, the Democratic candidate. In November 2000, George W. Bush, the Republican, claimed to have won both the state and the presidency, although the result was fiercely contested. Cuba's triumph had been bought at a high price. The start of the special period * saw the emergence of a new form of opposition to the revolution. During the 1960s, several openly counter-revolutionary groups with U.S. backing took part in terrorist activities, sustaining a form of covert warfare that kept the island on a high state of alert but never got close to achieving its political objective of overthrowing the government. Many opponents in later years abandoned the struggle and chose exile, applying for a U.S. visa and eventually reaching Miami. In the 1990s, the government faced a new phenomenon: citizens who did not care for the revolution but who remained on the island to try to change things from within. These were often members of the professional middle class, hard hit by the straitened economic conditions of the special period * and lacking access to the dollar economy that allowed other citizens, with relatives in Miami or with jobs in the tourist sector, to keep their heads above water. Although these dissidents, as they came to be called in the international press, were often struggling economically, they also felt themselves constrained by the prevailing lack of intellectual freedom and by the government's unwillingness to accept any significant internal debate about the way forward. 30 years of something described as revolutionary socialism had come to an end with the collapse of the Soviet Union, and many people sought the right to participate in public discussion about what might come next. The dissidents were not economically powerful, nor were they middle class in an economic sense, but many were intelligent and well educated, possessed of a strong belief that their capacities were underused within the existing scheme of things. All were aware of the neoliberal wind of change sweeping through the outside world and interested in what its possible impact might be on Cuba. One group of economic specialists, unhappy with the speed of reform, published a document critical of the government's economic strategy in 1997. Entitled La Patria es de Todos, The Fatherland for All, and written in the wake of the Fifth Party Congress, the document criticized the party for dwelling on the past achievements of the revolution without providing constructive proposals to improve the economic situation in the future. Vladimiro Roca, the group's most prominent member, was not a natural subversive. The son of Blas Roca, one of the founding fathers of the Communist Party, he had trained as a pilot in the Air Force and had later worked in a state institution responsible for foreign investment. He had teamed up with 3 other professionals anxious to promote discussion about other economic strategies: Felix Boncarcases, an engineer, René Gómez Manzano, a lawyer, and Marta Beatriz Roque, an economist. The group could hardly be described as counter-revolutionary, yet the government had never found it easy to deal with intellectual dissent, and it was clearly alarmed by the impact that the group might have on other members of a potentially disgruntled sector of society. Fierce legislation had been enacted years earlier to deal with counter-revolutionary opposition and, since the revolution still suffered from the U.S. blockade, it was easy to prove that any discussion about the future economic strategy was by definition subversive. The 4 critics were arrested and put on trial in 1999, charged with inciting sedition and endangering the economy. Bone, Gómez and Roque were sentenced to 4 years in prison, but were freed early the following year after petitions for clemency from Canada, Mexico, and the Vatican. Roca was not released until May 2002, when he revealed that his opposition was now more political than economic. He declared his belief that the island's political system did not work and would have to be changed. This should be undertaken, he argued, even while Castro was still in power. He had converted to Catholicism while in prison, and he told journalists that change would have to come through peaceful and legal means. "I don't seek confrontation," he said, "I seek reconciliation." While Roca's group was behind bars, another group had emerged, closely identified with the Catholic Church. The Varela Project, named after Felix Varela, the 19th-century advocate of independence, was organized by Osvaldo Paya, who had been associated earlier with a group called the Christian Liberation Movement. The Varela Project was concerned from the start with political rather than economic reform, and it was more activist and less cerebral than Roca's group had been. It set itself the task of collecting signatures for a petition that called for a referendum regarding reform of the country's one-party system. Under the terms of the Constitution of 1976, citizens were permitted to propose new legislation if they could garner at least 10,000 voters to support their proposal. Paya's wide-ranging petition also called for an amnesty for political prisoners, for a guarantee that the rights of free expression and free association would be respected, and for greater opportunities to be granted to private businesses. The petition signed off with an appeal for a new electoral law and for fresh elections to be held. Changes in every aspect are vitally necessary in Cuba, Paya told journalists, and the Varela Project is a way to achieve these changes peacefully and without exclusions. 84. 3I6. Roca had opposed the Varela Project, and one of his group, Marta Beatriz Roque, had claimed that it was unrealistic to seek to change a constitution that had been designed by the Castro government. On his release from prison, however, perceiving that the Varela project now had some wind in its sails, Roca declared that he would support it. Another group of dissidents, known as Todos Unidos, All United, and run by Hector Palacios, also praised the Varela project for overcoming the culture of fear in Cuba. Palacios's group complained that dozens of its activists collecting signatures had been verbally and physically attacked, as had hundreds of people who had signed THIRD petition. They had suffered from detentions, searches, coercion, ill treatment and humiliation. The project's high point, achieved in May 2002, occurred when Paya delivered the petition, duly signed by 11,000 people, to the National Assembly in Havana, on the eve of a visit to the island by Jimmy Carter. Favorable references to the project were made by Carter during a live speech on Cuban television, but Castro took steps to crush the initiative. A government-organized referendum was held later in the year, designed to endorse the unalterably socialist asterisk character of the existing Cuban constitution. The accumulation of any number of signatures would not now be able to change it. The most serious difficulty facing the dissidents was the need to keep their activities separate from those organized by the Miami Exiles or by the United States Interests Section in Havana, and in the end this proved impossible. The U.S. government had promised to support civil society in Cuba, and was soon providing money for the supply of radios capable of tuning into Radio Marti, and to help fund so-called independent libraries. Possibly to its disadvantage, the Varela project received the public support of the U.S. government, and Vicky Huddleston, the senior U.S. diplomat in Havana, described it to journalists in 2002 as the most important recent activity organized by the Cuban opposition. Her successor, James Cason, was even more publicly active in his support of the dissidents, inviting them into the mission to use its facilities, and traveling around the country to provide encouragement and support. Early in 2003 the government ordered a further damp down, and 75 members of the opposition, including Roca, were arrested and accused of collaboration with an enemy power. Paya was left untouched, perhaps because he had received widespread recognition in Europe and was less identified with the activities of the U.S. mission. It was a difficult moment. Castro was preoccupied by the renewed verbal hostility of the Bush administration, by the downgrading of the United Nations in the run-up to the Iraq War, and by the vigor with which Cason was helping to finance and organize the opposition. The government was well informed about what was going on within the opposition, since several Secret Service agents had infiltrated its organizations, one or two in positions of leadership. At the same time, a fresh wave of aeroplane hijacking to Florida suggested to Castro that the revolution was again the victim of a destabilization campaign. In its worst moments, at the time of the U.S. invasion of Iraq in March 2003, the government envisaged that Cuba might also be invaded, should a mass exodus of migrants reoccur. When the U.S. authorities in Florida refused to return the hijackers to Havana, the Cubans decided to make an example of the next gang that might fall into their hands. A ferry hijacked in Havana harbor, which ran out of fuel on its way to Florida, was captured by the Cuban Coast Guards and returned to port. The three ringleaders of the hijack were arrested, tried, and sentenced to death. The executions aroused considerable outside protest, notably in the countries of the European Union where the death penalty had long been illegal. Although this harsh decision may have prevented a serious crisis, it damaged Castro's long-term strategy of dividing the Europeans from the United States. Ever since Helms-Burton, many European governments had tried to establish a policy towards Cuba independent of the United States. Now they were forced by their rhetoric on human rights, and even to some extent by the strength of public opinion, unhappy about the death penalty and the prison sentences, to move more closely to the U.S. position. Castro's familiar tactic was to go on the offensive, leading a protest demonstration to the embassy in Havana of Spain, the old colonial power, perceived as the ringleader of the Europe's hostile critics. The result was further to reinforce his island's defiance against the outside world, and its sense of isolation. In January 2001, typically out of step with the rest of the world though technically Korea, Cuba celebrated the start of the third Christian millennium, and another anniversary of the Revolution of 1959. Castro, now aged 74, had been in power in Cuba for more than 4 decades, with his brother Raúl beside him. He had outmaneuvered, and in most cases outlived, 9 American presidents, from Eisenhower to Clinton. 85 A late convert to communism, but a close ally of what was once the Soviet Union, he had worked with 6 of the Soviet leaders from Khrushchev to Gorbachev. 86 He had also, as a staunch advocate of revolutionary and anti-colonial struggle, been acquainted with all the prominent figures of the Third World. 87 In February 2003 he took tea in Hanoi with 9-year-old General Giap, the Vietnamese soldier who had defeated the French at the Battle of Dien Bien Phu in 1954, just a year after the attack on the Moneda barracks. Castro continued to travel through the continents of the Third World in the new millennium, the only political figure apart from Nelson Mandela that young audiences wished to see and listen to. He continued to speak out against the injustices of capitalism, but downplayed his earlier enthusiasm for Marxism and spoke now in the language of the new movements that arose to combat globalization and neoliberalism, soon being enrolled as an honorary member in their ranks. Castro also sustained his opposition to the strains of racism that had once bedeviled Cuban society, telling a UN conference in South Africa in September 2001 that he supported the demand for reparations to be paid to those who had suffered from the slave trade. He called on the hegemonic superpower to pay back its special debt to African Americans, to Native Americans living in reservations, and to the tens of millions of Latin American and Caribbean immigrants, as well as others from poor nations, be they mulatto, yellow or black, victims all of vicious discrimination and scorn. 88 Castro's search for allies continued wherever he could find them, sometimes in distant continents, sometimes nearer home. He found a soulmate in neighboring Venezuela, establishing a close friendship with Colonel Hugo Chavez and sending 10,000 Cuban doctors to help out in the shanty towns. A guarantee of a regular supply to Cuba of Venezuelan oil was not the least of the advantages of this relationship. Looking further afield, he traveled in May 2001 to the home of Muslim fundamentalism in Tehran, to tell students at the university of his belief that the imperialist king will fall. He was assured by Ayatollah Ali Khomeini that Iran and Cuba together could overcome the United States. Castro's government was no longer run in the new millennium by a group of aging, white-bearded guerrilla fighters from the 1950s. They had been replaced by young graduates from the island's universities and technical schools, often recruited from the provinces. Far from being controlled by veterans of the Revolutionary War, Ricardo Alarcón claimed in 2001 that the majority of people in the government and the Communist Party were under 40. 89 Castro had been surrounding himself with young people over many years, watching the emergence of each new generation of university graduates and snapping up the brightest to work at his side. Enrique Oltiski, an old Fide USTA born in 1930 who worked for decades in the fisheries ministry, said of the efforts made within his ministry to promote the young, "I am the exception, the rest of our deputy ministers are much younger people, between 30 and 35. We are promoting young people, because the future of the revolution must be in their hands." A very particular reason behind the promotion of the young to senior positions in the revolution, said Oltiski, was to avoid following the Soviet example. If they are not in charge, they may stand against it. This is what happened in the socialist camp, where the old guard would not leave their posts and the young ones had to rise up against them. Thus 95% of the positions in the government today are filled with young people. *90. Some young people, of course, brought up in the privations of the post-Soviet decade, were not short of post-revolutionary cynicism. Some recalled fondly, with their enthusiasm for American music, art, and culture, Cuba's long history of close relations with the United States. Many in Washington who argued that the economic embargo would move Cuba toward democracy and a market economy put their faith in the strata of the population, without perhaps realizing the historical implications of such a demand. For a substantial strand in Cuba's nationalist tradition, developed over more than a century and sustained and amplified by Castro's revolution, has been the ambition to escape from the kind of American tutelage imposed by the Platt Amendment OF 1902.91. When asked in 1997 about the general attitude of the population towards the revolution, General José Ramón Fernández, veteran leader of the Batties against the invaders at the Bay of Pigs, was realistically phlegmatic. "I don't mean that there are no discontented people in Cuba, or people who disagree with socialism. We have shortages, privations, difficulties. We run risks, there are dangers. There are people who are more consumer-oriented, who would like a more comfortable life, without struggles. There are people who perhaps, consciously or unconsciously, place a shirt, a pair of pants, or a car, above the country's sovereignty or above social justice, and these people are clearly not enthusiastic about the revolution." 92 The older generation, meanwhile, contented themselves with their memories of the early years, producing a library of stories recounting the triumphs of the Revolutionary War. The middle-aged recalled their wars in Africa. 300,000 Cubans had seen service in Angola alone, or maybe their time in Grenada and Nicaragua. Others remembered their long association with the Soviet Union and the obscure countries of the former communist world. More than 300,000 Cubans still spoke fluent Russian, and many hundreds spoke Czech, Bulgarian, Polish, or German, a reminder of the legions of translators once needed to oil the wheels of Comecon commerce. Cuba is one of the few countries in the world to have seen off three colonial powers, Spain, the United States and the Soviet Union. All three left a significant imprint on the island and its people, an enduring legacy of buildings, artifacts, and children. The Russians were the last to come and the last to leave, and, at the start of the 21st century, apart from a wealth of discolored concrete buildings ill-suited to the tropics, they were lit more than a memory. Castro's revolution put Cuba on the map over a period of 40 years and registered the island as a permanent presence on the world stage. He engendered in the Cuban people an intangible but real sense of pride in their nation. Foreign visitors might gaze glumly at the forlorn and uncared-for appearance of great swathes of Havana, but few could miss the cheerfulness. 320. And optimism of its healthy and cleanly dressed population. This was a revolution that had not ended in fratricidal strife, but had endlessly turned out fresh generations of well-educated citizens, motivated by affection for their ruler and his revolution, and possessed of a developed sense of patriotism, with pride in their country's long history and the achievements of its people. The first premonition of Castro's mortality came on October 20, 2004, when the Maximo leader stumbled badly after a speech made on the parade ground outside the Che Guevara mausoleum in Santa Clara. He fractured an arm and broke a knee, and was for a while confined to a wheelchair. Yet in spite of the setback, he kept up a heavy schedule of television appearances, announcing in March 2005 an end to the special period of austerity that had begun 15 years earlier at the time of the Soviet collapse. Fresh allies in Latin America, notably Venezuela and Brazil, were now providing Cuba with an economic and political lifeline. On July 31, 2006, Castro suffered a more serious setback. After emergency intestinal surgery, he formally handed over power on a temporary basis to his brother Raúl, his appointed deputy, and called on half a dozen senior figures to occupy leadership roles. Although he received a handful of foreign visitors, notably Hugo Chavez of Venezuela and Lula da Silva from Brazil, he never fully recovered and was never seen in public again. In 2007, to remind the Cubans that he was still alive and aware of what was going on in Cuba and the wider world, he began to write a regular letter to the newspaper Granada. Finally, on February 19, 2008, at the age of 81, he used one of his columns to announce his resignation, both as President of the Council of State and as Commander-in-Chief. He had not resigned earlier, he said, because his first obligation after so many years of struggle was to prepare the people for his absence, both psychologically and politically. The tasks of government, he said, referring to his continuing frailty, required mobility and the total commitment that I am no longer in a physical condition to offer. Raúl Castro, 5 years younger and Fide's alter ego since the attack on the Moneda barracks more than half a century earlier, became the new president of Cuba. Change was in the air, though most people expected a long period of transition. I have returned to Cuba on several occasions in recent years, meeting old friends, interviewing ministers, talking to historians, reviving old memories and absorbing new impressions, and collecting material for this book. Many things have changed over 40 years, rather more have remained the same, for one of the usually forgotten charms of communist governments is their capacity to stop the dock. Regimes that once wanted to change the world, and promote modernity in all its forms, have often remained resolutely conservative in practice, possibly to the satisfaction of their peoples. Cuba has stayed much the same as it always was. The island's attraction for today's visitor, apart from the sun and the beach, is not just the final glimpse of a communist era, but a chance to catch an earlier world of more than half a century ago. I spent a couple of nights at the Havana Libre, the former Hilton Hotel built just before the revolution in the once posh Vedado district west of the Old Town. In my youth the hotel was awash with revolutionaries from all over Latin America, both serious guerrilla activists and armchair voyeurs. Now it is part of a Spanish chain specializing in tourism. The good-looking black security guards stand by in a relaxed manner in their tailored Italianate tropical suiting, so much part of today's sophisticated scene that you could mistake them for guests. Not a gun in sight. Bookings are done on the computer, rooms unlocked with plastic cards. All that remains of the old days is the Sala Solidaridad meeting room on the first floor, once home to revolutionary gatherings. Yet the view north to the Caribbean and the Malecon, Havana's magnificent curved corniche road by the sea, has not changed in 40 years. The gigantic triangular Edificio Foxa, built from the profits of a railway company and once home to innumerable Latin American economists, the vast bulk of the Hotel Nacional, the great treasure of the Batista era and formerly fiel of Soviet advisors and their families, the innumerable small colonial-style palazzos of Vedado still in need of a coat of paint, all these buildings remain exactly as they once were, although, with dollars, one can now get grilled lobster at the restaurant at the top of the Foxa, and drink mojitos on the incomparable terrace of the Nacional. There are no competitors, no new buildings grace the skyline, not a scrap of investment has been spent on this part of the city, and the tiny parking lots, the small engineering plant and the occasional open-air cafe are all just as they were. Yet beneath the surface impression that nothing has changed, one stable factor in Cuban life for more than 2 centuries has been finally removed. The principal girder underpinning Cuba's economy and society has gone. The government made public its decision in the middle of 2002 to abandon the harvesting and production of sugar as the country's principal economic activity. Nearly half the country's mills would close, 71 out of 156, half the acreage formerly devoted to sugarcane would be given over to other crops, and at least 1/4 of the sugar workforce of some 400,000 people would be retrained for other jobs. The writing had been on the wall for some years. The disappearance of the Soviet market, coupled with the collapse of production during the special period, led to a dramatic drop in the income from sugar. In 1990, the last year in which sugar had been sold to the Soviet Union under the old arrangement, Cuba received $4.8 billion. In 2002, with sugar sold on the world market, it received less than $0.5 billion. Production had fallen from over 8 million tons in 1989 to 3.6 million in 2001. The tourist industry, which is now the island's chief earner of foreign exchange, had already overtaken sugar in 1995. Sugar struggled on for several years, but the government concluded eventually that Cuban sugar would never secure the special advantage that it had had in the past. The world market had changed out of all recognition. Alternative sources of sugar had been developed, and even alternatives to sugar were now being promoted in the food industry of the West. Cuba was particularly affected by the growth of production in Brazil, vastly extended in the 1970s to produce sugar alcohol as a fuel for motor vehicles during the world energy crisis. When that development was no longer economic, Brazil's sugar was diverted to the world market, bringing the price down to a low level that most experts believed would be permanent. The palmy days of sugar scarcity were over. Cuba had long been sheltered from reality, first in the days of the U.S. sugar quota, more recently through its barter deals with the Soviet Union. In the 1990s it was obliged to take some difficult decisions. I went to see General Ulysses Rosales del Toro, the sugar minister, to ask him what had happened. No ordinary figure, Rosales del Toro is one of the most influential men in Castro's government, second only to Raúl Castro in the higher reaches of the army. A veteran of the Sierra Maestra and of the wars in Angola, as well as a participant in Venezuela's guerrilla war in the 1960s, he had also been the senior presiding officer at the trial in 1989 of General Ochoa. Only someone of his rank and seniority would have been able to push through such a dramatic historical volte-face, to persuade the sugar workers to accept the changes ahead. Now in his 60s, informally dressed in a guayabera and peering through large spectacles, he has a considerable physical presence. I told him that I had first come to Cuba some 40 years earlier, at the moment when C.H.C. Guevara had advocated a dash for industrial development to escape from the tyranny of a single agricultural crop. Did he now feel that he was fulfilling Guevara's ambition? Well, said the general with a twinkle, you were here at the exact moment of the last major shift, when we had this fabulous offer from the Soviet Union to buy our sugar at an unprecedented price, far more generous than the sugar quota we had had from the United States. He went through the figures carefully, explaining what a wonderful deal Cuba had had, producing more and selling it at a higher price. Then, in the 1990s, the figures went all wrong. Production dropped and the price dropped. The arithmetic worked against the sugar industry. Rosales del Toro's job had been to go out to the workers, to explain to them and their families what had happened, and what would happen in the future. He had toured the country, holding thousands of meetings. Everyone would be guaranteed a job, and where possible everyone would remain within the same unit. Some would work at fresh tasks in agriculture, others would be retrained. I went out the next day to a decommissioned sugar mill at Artemisa, to the west of Havana, one of 13 mills once owned by Julio Lobo, a millionaire sugar magnate who had left the island in I-960 in spite of requests from Guevara that he should stay. No one met could remember what had happened at the time. They were all too young. The mill stands like some great ruined cathedral, a gigantic construction sheathed in corrugated iron, housing an infinity of grinders and crushers, now lying piled up and disconnected. An elusive fragrance of molasses still lingers in the air. Some 850 workers used to operate this mill and plantation complex, in a village of 3,000. Now it is expected that the workforce will be reduced to 350, while those remaining will receive retraining. Julio Lobo's old colonial mansion is being used as an adult education center for the workers, and I talked to some of the teachers. Apart from agricultural courses, including vegetable and fruit production, the students are studying accountancy, computing, veterinary science and languages. I asked a black teacher, who had previously worked as an engineer in the mill, whether he was not a bit sad to see the disappearance of such a significant part of Cuba's history. Yes, he said, it's in the blood, and our families grew up here. But we understand that it was necessary. Looking on Thel's right side, he pointed out that future work of some kind was guaranteed, their families would continue to live there and they had some opportunities for improvement. A book of history is not a crystal ball, yet, in the particular circumstances of Cuba, the reader of a survey of 500 years might legitimately expect a postscript that draws attention to certain long-running themes and how these might be extended into the future. People invariably ask what changes will take place when Castro dies, an event that could happen tomorrow or in 20 years' time, and the question usually expects an apocalyptic answer. Chaos on the streets or a velvet revolution. Mass migration or an invasion from Miami. Continuing defiance and a fresh U.S. occupation? A violent outcome would certainly be consonant with much of Cuba's history, so often dominated by internal rebellion and external intervention. Set against that possibility is Castro's legacy of half a century of social peace, as well as the long tradition of the Cuban people in seeking their own solutions to their problems. Yet the continuing interest of the United States in the island's affairs, long predating the revolution and going back to the early years of the 19th century, will not simply disappear with Castro. Nor will the Cuban desire to be free and independent. Cuba has been the victim of 3 empires and has rejected them all. We have had Spanish occupation, American occupation, and Soviet occupation, one revolutionary loyalist told me. Now we are all on our own. Cuba's government no longer justifies its existence on the attempts it once made to construct socialism. It emphasizes instead its heroic and long-lasting nationalist struggle against the United States, a campaign that still strikes a sentimental chord in much of Latin America. Many surprising weapons have been called into service to wage this bat. Museums in the revamped sections of Old Havana ignore the achievements of the island's socialist era and sing the praises of Spanish colonialism. Plantation culture and slavery, only formally ended in 1886, is romanticized rather than excoriated. Former gangster hotels welcome foreign tourists with photographs of the good old days of rampant capitalism, when Argentinian tango stars, Mexican dancers, and Brazilian singers rubbed shoulders with the American mafia. Cuba has embraced heritage culture with all the enthusiasm of the postmodernists in the West. After a 10-year flirtation with mass tourism and the increasing use of the American dollar by much of the population, this culture of selective nationalist nostalgia is surely helping to fuel the country's ineluctable drive towards a capitalist future. Castro is an astute and sophisticated observer of the international scene, and a man familiar with his continent's history, and he knows better than most what the next page will bring. The chief result of the Great Mexican Revolution, after decades of revolutionary upheaval dragged large swathes of the population into the modern economy, was to make the country ready for capitalist exploitation. Cuba seems set to follow the same road. By the bleak standards of Latin America, the island has an educated and healthy population, but many Cubans are fed up with pulling themselves up with their bootstraps. Like the gaudy papier-mâché fish, selling at the craft stalls that litter the heritage zones of Old Havana, they have their mouths wide open, gulping thirstily in anticipation of the oiret drafts of capital that will surely inundate the country as soon as the ancient Maximo//Andrades. This is not an outcome that would have been expected by the revolutionary enthusiasts of yesteryear, yet the resilient and cheerful people of Cuba, isolated for decades, are still capable of producing a few more surprises. The experience of independence gained during the extended special period of the past decade may yet save them from the worst excesses of post-communism in the former Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. Ironically, by surrendering to the inevitable and by reintroducing Cubans to the seductions of capitalism very gradually, Castro may have performed his last great revolutionary service to his country. Personally, I expect little change in the years ahead, or even when Castro dies. Cuba has already been governed for several years by a post-Castro government. Raúl Castro runs the armed forces today, as he has done since 1959. Ricardo Alarcón at the National Assembly is the country's political guru, aware of shifts in public opinion as well as a long-serving and expert negotiator with the United States. Carlos Lage is the Prime Minister and controller of the country's economy. Felipe Pérez Roque is a sure hand at foreign affairs, sustaining Cuba's extraordinary worldwide support. This is a more than competent team that could run the affairs of any country at any time, as one admiring Western ambassador explained to me. Castro himself is now largely absent from the scene. 40 years ago, he was everywhere, on television every night, in the newspapers every day, and, if you were lucky, he might turn up at your hotel. Cuba never indulged in a Soviet-style cult of the personality, but almost nothing happened without his say-so, and his enthusiasms became those of the country. Today he has become an emeritus president, an elder statesman, and the machinery of government runs without his hand on the tiller. He remains a figure from all our yesterdays, gray-bearded but eternally youthful like an aging rock star. He does not run the country, but he presides over a government that is his creation. He has changed his slogan from socialism or death, suitable for the violent 20th century, to a better world is possible *, appropriate for the more pacifistic revolutionaries of a new era. When he dies, there will be little change in Cuba. While few people have been looking, the change has already taken place. Letter from John Quincy Adams, U.S. Secretary of State, to Hugh Nelson, the American minister in Madrid, April 25, $182. These islands are natural appendages of the North American continent, and one of them, almost in sight of our shores, from a multitude of considerations has become an object of transcendent importance to the commercial and political interests of our Union. Its commanding position with reference to the Gulf of Mexico and the West Indian Seas, its situation midway between our southern coast and the island of San Domingo, its safe and capacious harbor of the Havana, fronting a long line of our shores destitute of the same advantages, the nature of its production and of its wants, furnishing the supplies and needing the returns of a commerce immensely profitable and mutually beneficial give it an importance in the sum of our national interests with which that of no other foreign territory can be compared, and little inferior to that which binds the different members of this Union together. Such indeed are, between the interests of that island and of this country, the geographical, commercial, moral and political relations formed by nature, gathering in the process of time, and even now verging to maturity, that in looking forward to the probable course of events for the short period of half a century, it is scarcely possible to resist the conviction that the annexation of Cuba to our Federal Republic will be indispensable to the continuance and integrity of the Union itself. Higher are laws of political as well as of physical gravitation. And if an apple, severed by the tempest from its native tree, cannot choose but to fall to the ground, Cuba, forcibly disjoined from its own unnatural connection with Spain, and incapable of self-support, can gravitate only towards the North American Union, which, by the same law of nature, cannot cast her off from her bosom. Quoted in Willis Fletcher Johnson, The History of Cuba, New York, 1920, Volume 2, pages 261-2. The President of the United States is hereby authorized to leave the government and control of the island of Cuba to its people so soon as a government shall have been established in said island under a constitution which, either as a part thereof or in an ordinance appended thereto, shall define the future relations of the United States with Cuba, substantially as follows. I. That the government of Cuba shall never enter into treaty or other compact with any foreign power or powers which will impair or tend to impair the independence of Cuba, nor in any manner authorize or permit any foreign power or powers to obtain by colonization or for military or naval purposes or otherwise, lodgment in or control over any portion of said island. A. That said government shall not assume or contract any public debt, to pay the interest upon which, and to make any reasonable sinking fund provision for the ultimate discharge of which the ordinary revenues of the island, after defraying the current expenses of government, shall be inadequate. B. That the government of Cuba consents that the United States may exercise the right to intervene for the preservation of Cuban independence, the maintenance of a government adequate for the protection of life, property, and individual liberty, and for discharging the obligations with respect to Cuba imposed by the Treaty of Paris on the United States, now to be assumed by the government of Cuba. C. That all acts of the United States in Cuba during its military occupancy thereof are ratified and validated, and all lawful rights acquired thereunder shall be maintained and protected. D. That the government of Cuba will execute, and, as far as necessary, extend, the plans already devised or other plans to be mutually agreed upon, for the sanitation of the cities of the island, to the end that a recurrence of epidemic and infectious diseases may be prevented, thereby assuring protection to the people and commerce of Cuba, as well as to the commerce of the southern ports of the United States and the people residing therein. E. That the Isle of Pines shall be omitted from the proposed constitutional boundaries of Cuba, the tithe thereto being left to future adjustments by treaty. F. That to enable the United States to maintain the independence of Cuba, and to protect the people thereof, as well as for its defense, the government of Cuba will sell or lease to the United States lands necessary for coaling or naval sessions at certain specified points, to be agreed upon with the President of the United States. Extracts from the Helms-Burton Act, 1996, the Cuban Liberty and Democratic Solidarity, Libertad, Act of 1996, PL 104-114, an act to seek international sanctions against the Castro government in Cuba, to plan for support of a transition government leading to a democratically elected government in Cuba, and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, Title I, Strengthening International Sanctions Against the Castro Government, Title II, Assistance to a Free and Independent Cuba, Sector 205. Requirements and factors for determining a transition government. A. Requirements. For the purposes of this act, a transition government in Cuba is a government that 1. Has legalized all political activity, 2. Has released all political prisoners and allowed for investigations of Cuban prisons by appropriate international human rights organizations, 3. Has dissolved the present Department of State Security in the Cuban Ministry of the Interior, including the Committees for the Defense of the Revolution and the Rapid Response Brigades, and 4. Has made public commitments to organizing free and fair elections for a new government, a. to be held in a timely manner within a period not to exceed 18 months after the transition government assumes power. 330 Appendix C. B. With the participation of multiple independent political parties that have full access to the media on an equal basis, including, in the case of radio, television, or other telecommunications media, in terms of allotments of time for such access and the times of day such allotments are given. And, c. To be conducted under the supervision of internationally recognized observers, such as the Organization of American States, the United Nations, and other election monitors. 5. Has ceased any interference with Radio Marti or Television Marti broadcasts. 6. Makes public commitments to and is making demonstrable progress in a. Establishing an independent judiciary, b. Respecting internationally recognized human rights and basic freedoms as set forth in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, to which Cuba is a signatory nation, c. Allowing the establishment of independent trade unions as set forth in Conventions 87 and 98 of the International Labor Organization, and allowing the establishment of independent social, economic, and political associations. 7. Does not include Fidel Castro or Raúl Castro, and 8. Has given adequate assurances that it will allow the speedy and efficient distribution of assistance to the Cuban people. B. Additional factors. In addition to the requirements in subsection A, in determining whether a transition government in Cuba is in power, the President shall take into account the extent to which that government 1. Is demonstrably in transition from a communist totalitarian dictatorship to representative democracy, 2. Has made public commitments to, and is making demonstrable progress in, a. Effectively guaranteeing the rights of free speech and freedom of the press, including granting permits to privately owned media and telecommunications companies to operate in Cuba, b. Permitting the reinstatement of citizenship to Cuban-born persons returning to Cuba, c. Assuring the right to private property, and d. Taking appropriate steps to return to United States citizens, and entities which are 50% or more beneficially owned by United States citizens, property taken by the Cuban government from such citizens and entities on or after January 1, 1959. Or to provide equitable compensation to such citizens and entities for such property. 3. has extradited or otherwise rendered to the United States all persons sought by the United States Department of Justice for crimes committed in the United States, and 4. Has permitted the deployment throughout Cuba of independent and unfettered international human rights monitors. Sector 206. Requirements for determining a democratically elected government. For purposes of this Act, a democratically elected government in Cuba, in addition to meeting the requirements of Section 205(a), is a government which 1. Results from free and fair elections, a. Conducted under the supervision of internationally recognized observers, and b. In which, I. Opposition parties were permitted ample time to organize and campaign for such elections, and 2. All candidates were permitted full access to the media. 2. Is showing respect for the basic civil liberties and human rights of the citizens of Cuba. 3. Is substantially moving toward a market-oriented economic system based on the right to own and enjoy property. 4. Is committed to making constitutional changes that would ensure regular free and fair elections and the full enjoyment of basic civil liberties and human rights by the citizens of Cuba. 5. Has made demonstrable progress in establishing an independent judiciary, and 6. Has made demonstrable progress in returning to United States citizens, and entities which are 50% or more beneficially owned by United States citizens, property taken by the Cuban government from such citizens and entities on or after January 1, 1959, or providing full compensation for such property in accordance with international law standards. Title 3, Protection of Property Rights of United States Nationals. Sector 301. Findings. The Congress makes the following findings. 1. Individuals enjoy a fundamental right to own and enjoy property which is enshrined in the United States Constitution. 2. The wrongful confiscation or taking of property belonging to United States nationals by the Cuban government, and subsequent exploitation of this property at the expense of the rightful owner, undermines the comity of nations, the free flow of commerce, and economic development. 3. Since Fidel Castro seized power in Cuba in 1959, a. He has trampled on the fundamental rights of the Cuban people, and b. Through his personal despotism, he has confiscated the property of I. Millions of his own citizens, 2. Thousands of United States nationals, and 3. Thousands more Cubans who claimed asylum in the United States as refugees because of persecution and later became naturalized citizens of the United States. 4. It is in the interest of the Cuban people that the Cuban government respect equally the property rights of Cuban nationals and nationals of other countries. 5. The Cuban government is offering foreign investors the opportunity to purchase an equity interest in, manage, or enter into joint ventures using property and assets, some of which were confiscated from United States nationals. 6. This trafficking in confiscated property provides badly needed financial benefit, including hard currency, oil, and productive investment and expertise, to the current Cuban government, and thus undermines the foreign policy of the United States, a. To bring democratic institutions to Cuba through the pressure of a general economic embargo at a time when the Castro regime has proven to be vulnerable to international economic pressure, and b. To protect the claims of United States nationals who had property wrongfully confiscated by the Cuban government. 7. The United States Department of State has notified other governments that the transfer to third parties of properties confiscated by the Cuban government would complicate any attempt to return them to their original owners. 8. The international judicial system, as currently structured, lacks fully effective remedies for the wrongful confiscation of property and for unjust enrichment from the use of wrongfully confiscated property by governments and private entities at the expense of the rightful owners of the property. 9. International law recognizes that a nation has the ability to provide for rules of law with respect to conduct outside its territory that has or is intended to have substantial effect within its territory. 10. The United States government has an obligation to its citizens to provide protection against wrongful confiscations by foreign nations and their citizens, including the provision of private remedies. 11. To deter trafficking in wrongfully confiscated property, United States nationals who were the victims of these confiscations should be endowed with a judicial remedy in the courts of the United States that would deny traffickers any profits from economically exploiting Castro's wrongful seizures. S.